往里面进3人怎么办？
没
回
法
防线，
最后的2下，我们恭喜二姐。
还有很多精彩的比赛，我们再次恭喜安居。
Hello everyone and welcome to day number 3 of our first week of LPL action here for our English broadcast. I'm of course Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the LPL mastermind herself, Indiana Frosker in black. How you doing? Welcome back to the desk.
Oh yeah, super excited to be here. Wasn't expected, but you know, it's always a good day when you get to cast 3 games of LPL.
I'm the luckiest man alive. I mean, we get double dealing Frosker in this week. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful stuff. And we're back into Group B here, Group A, sorry, here for the LPL. And of course, you casted our first day of Group A. I mean, EDG versus Snake are going to be up first, but both of these teams have already played. And Snake faltering maybe a little bit unexpectedly.
Yeah, so we had an, I'm not going to call it, no, maybe I'll say issue. Snake had some issues, a little bit of a bumpy ride there against Game Talents. Now the thing is when you looked at Game Talents, you had to expect they were going to sit relatively close to where EPA and Masters 3 sat, simply because that roster is a combination of both of those.
Yep,
and
towards the bottom.
Yeah, we were kind of considering them more of a bottom-tier LPL team, but they definitely surprised. A lot of people stepped up and 2-1 Snake, and they didn't look awful doing it. They actually looked relatively strong on some individual micro-performances, particular their jungler as well as their top laner. Of course, Gimgoon always going to be a standout, and he went head-to-head with Flandre.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, the bottom lane actually playing a whole lot better than we were expecting. PentaQ and Savoki, of course, previously of M3. And they lost to this Twitch Karma bottom lane that came out from Snake. Looked fantastic. Crystal playing incredibly aggressively, sort of back to his roots there with the playstyle. But then PentaQ and Savoki are like, all right, we'll take the Twitch Karma, we'll do exactly the same thing, and we'll roll over the top of you.
And it comes back to this idea that Snake are really only playing to the ceiling that their not new mid laner, but the relatively younger mid laner Tank is able to set up for them. So his Game 1 Lissandra performance was fantastic. Hit multiple multi-person frozen tombs, so was on point with that ultimate, utilized his TP, was getting around the map. But on picks like Azir, who is still relatively like the S-tier mid lane pick for the current meta, he just kind of looks like a mess, kind of a little bit lost, not performing as cleanly as we would like to see. A lot of whiffed Emperor's Divides, and with such a powerful and potent champion and ability, it's a bit concerning that Tank can't make that one stick for his team.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, maybe some questionable build choices there at the same time. I mean, had the Raleig's Crystal Scepter go completely wanting there in the build, and probably would have liked to have some of that crowd control. So maybe some interesting unforced errors here out of Tank towards the mid lane. His Victor, of course, begged a few questions at the same time. And in back-to-back losses there against Game Talents, Snake will be really hungry for a victory here. But if we have a look at EDG, I mean, they did drop a game as well to NewBee, and credit goes a lot to Dade's fantastic Kassadin play there in game number 2. But otherwise, this team looked brilliant.
My one concern about EDG is obviously what's happening in their top lane in terms of their roster.
It's a good point.
So right now, they did not start Koro against NewBee. They started Mouse, who is formerly their support, so taking a role swap into that top lane position. And he played 3 different champions. He played Maokai, Trundle, and then Fizz. So kind of a different, you would think like, okay, he's proven that he can play the carry top laner, the tank top laner, and the split push top laner. But that wasn't the case watching the games. His split pushing top laner and Trundle was actually used as a secondary support or a disengage. Makes sense because he was formerly the support before Mako got onto the roster. He also used Maokai in a very similar disengage way as opposed to a hard engage flanking teleports. Those were left wanting and kind of lackluster. His Fizz was okay, but he was more so a distraction rather than that Flandre hard carry Fizz that we would expect. So a lot of question marks on Mass. I'm curious if they're going to continue to go forward with him and what kind of development we can expect to see, especially because he's facing across from Flandre tonight.
Yeah, this is exactly right. This will be a big test for him. Of course, it was V that he was facing across from before. But, I mean, to Mouse's credit, I mean, he was in difficult matchups almost every single time. It was often his picks that were picked up first. So I'm interested to see whether EDG are going to give him a little bit more room in the draft phase, maybe try and get him into a more comfortable position, perhaps. But you're exactly right, because just didn't necessarily look like the top laner they were expecting, especially when they're trying to upgrade Koro here, who didn't look so good in the final.
The cool thing for me, when you look at Snake versus EDG, is that both of these teams have shown kind of similar composition so far in the LPL. Of course, we only have a one-game sample size, but it's this idea that they're playing, I'm going to call it the long arm composition.
I like it.
It's because the translation for the Chinese like ranged creeps versus, or ranged champions versus melee champions is short arm, long arm. But it's this idea of playing disengage to a champion like Azir, who's going to have a great reset with his Emperor's Divide, as well as building that Rylai's, so utilizing that slow utility to keep people at bay, and then pairing that in tandem with a long-range AD carry. So in the case of EDG, it was primarily Caitlyn. Def played 2 Caitlyn games as well as a Kalista game fantastically well. And on Snake's side, they're doing a very similar thing where they're playing Azir and Victor, but then they're pairing it with Twitch and Tristana. So trying to do the same thing, but EDG are executing it so much better at managing to keep enemy teams at bay, where Snake are just fumbling key cooldowns and allowing people to get on top of them.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. We are going to have a look at the standings of Group A. This is the group that we're going to be looking at today. Is EDG, of course, up the top there with Game Talents. Only a couple of matches to be had so far in the group. Group B, of course, the group that we saw yesterday. IMA surprising a lot of people with their victory over OMG.
And it's because they had the 2-0, so that's why IMA get to sit on top of RNG right there versus RNG's 2-1.
Yeah, and of course, RNG did look strong, but WE came out of the gate incredibly effectively there in game number 1 yesterday. Was actually going to be a big clash because, of course, if you're looking at these teams in Group B, you sort of look at RNG and WE as the ones that would stand out towards the top of the table. And what did you sort of make of that series? Because I guess return of Uzi to a royal roster was very, very exciting. Back-to-back MVP performances in their victories. What did you take from it, Frostgren?
No, definitely deserved. I mean, if we ever look at a player like Uzi, you just have to, he's the king. He's the best AD carry right now. I mean, Deft and Imp had their high points, but Uzi has just been so consistent, and he shows up and he puts teams on his back on multiple rosters where that hasn't been necessarily tested with the likes of Deft.
Yeah, exactly right. We are going to have a look at today's matchup. So, of course, EDG versus Snake up first. Game Talents going to look to go back-to-back with newcomers Saint.
The comeback roster.
Yeah.
It's got the likes of Acorn, Otto, STYZ, a lot of old faces returning to the LPL to try to claim some former glory.
Yeah, going for a bit of revenge here on the side of them. But we do actually have 3 best-of-3 series today. OMG are then going to be taking on IMA. Not sure whether that is exactly what's going to be happening, guys.
No, it is definitely
that was
NewBee versus Invictus Gaming as the final game.
Yeah.
We saw OMG versus IMA yesterday. IMA found the surprising 2-0 coming in as the LSPL squad, but not so surprising just because they used to be EDG's sister team.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, really excited about NewBee versus IG, which is why I sounded a little bit sad when we were talking about that because, you know, Dade versus Rookie, always something that's going to be excited to see. But let's have a look at today's match. First up, it is going to be EDG, and Mouse is still there towards the top side of the map. No changes as far as the draft is concerned.
And that's the thing to underline is the fact that they're going to continue to play Mouse in that top lane, not swapping over to Koro. He will be facing across from Flandre this time around, so another uphill challenge. And we'll see if where Snake are weighted on the map with that top side power can maybe topple over EDG, or if EDG's bot lane is going to continue to run rampant.
Yeah, and it might have been the fact that Game Talents had Gimgoon, like you mentioned, very, very strong top laner, was able to keep Flandre at bay. We'll see whether EDG can do the same thing with Mouse instead of sort of a powerhouse top laner like Gimgoon is known to be, because he was really playing like an absolute monster in that series against Snake, especially in the last couple of games. But the story here is honestly Deft and Mako, because they were looking so incredibly strong, building comps around them as well. Even the Kalista comp that they had in the end, empowering Mako to such high heights.
A quick glance at stats for EDG right now out of their first series pretty much tells it all. Mako and Clearlove have a 78% kill participation. Mako has an 80%, no, excuse me. Deft has an 85% kill participation. So EDG are all about their bottom lane right now, shadowing underneath them, making sure that you're controlling the Scuttle Crab on that side of the river to allow Mako and Deft to push up, grabbing them and rotating them around lanes.
And it's great to see Clearlove still playing to such a high level. His Kindred just looking utterly terrifying. But let's move over to the other side of the rift. It is going to be Snake looking for some revenge here, trying to get themselves on the board. At this stage will be a big test against EDG. No changes to be made, as Ella still sitting on the bench. Martin there as well, sitting behind Crystal, as he has quite some time now.
And you have to think it's an uphill battle for Snake at this point to try to get the bounce back against the likes of EDG of all people.
Yeah.
Historically, Snake and EDG does not go in Snake's favor, but the thing is Game Talents, their first match, that was supposed to be the hit fast, hit hard, Snake are back and they're ready to be a relevant talking point in the LPL. The fumble there, and then to try to recover against the likes of Edward Gaming, one of the LPL's dynasty teams, that's pretty rough to be in a position for first week.
Yeah, most definitely is. But, I mean, Jay-Z, if there's ever a time for him to prove his worth as newly appointed support for this roster, it will be against Deft and Mako. They need to try and keep that bottom lane down somehow. I have a feeling that Flandre will be okay, but the fact that Deft is playing so incredibly well, the fact that Mako as well just able to facilitate that so beautifully at the same time, would just be very, very difficult.
I mean, individually, Snake don't actually have that many problems. If you kind of look pound for pound for their roster, I mean, obviously they're competing in a league that's stacked with some of the greatest talent in the world when you look at someone like Deft. But you never look at Crystal and be like, oh, you know, he's a poor performing AD carry. No, Crystal does fantastic. He had that big aggression. The problem with Snake is curbing their aggression at the correct times. You have people like Crystal, like Flandre, who are diving a bit too deep when it's unneeded, when they don't have the support, and costing their team huge on repercussions. But then more importantly, their inability to play a 5v5 right now. Their coach has been very public in saying that they run a lane swap because they're the primarily dominant lane swapping team in the LPL to compensate for their inability to run a 5v5. In their first game against Game Talents, when Tank was able to get control of Lissandra, we saw, okay, they can 5v5. This is excellent. Snake now can play the macro. Now they can also play the micro. But then it all kind of came undone without that champion. So expect to see the Lissandra, as I say that, taken away and targeted out of Tank's hands.
Already has, as there it is. Lissandra and Elise actually banned away as well, so ZZ are going to lose that champion at the same time. Rise and Trundle, two very standard bans, are going to come out from Snake towards EDG. Of course, EDG snapped up the Trundle straight away in their first match at the beginning, but it is going to be Nidalee now taken away from EDG as well, so we'll see whether the Kindred is going to be left up, because I have no doubt Clearlove will be grabbing that if it is. Azir still available as well. Bard is still another option.
But you don't necessarily have to ban Azir against Snake just because Tank looks so weak on it.
Maokai as well is another choice here. Flandre, of course, more than happy to play it, but Mouse probably wants to be on one of those super tanks, despite the fact that it was their only loss.
It is going to be the Caitlyn ban.
Oh
so, like I said, we saw 2 games of Caitlyn out of Deft, and like you said, Clearlove immediately snaps up that Kindred.
Straight away, but Snake grabbed themselves the priority AD carry in the Lucian. Karma actually given a lot of priority at the same time, so it looks like Snake have locked away their bottom lane. Tank, of course, could head towards Karma if he wants to. We did see it
and this
skirting around the mid lane a little.
Pretty much means that for sure ZZR will be picking up that Rek'Sai jungle. Obviously, there's no need to take it in second rotation simply because you already see the Kindred there, so I like the priority on the Lucian. Obviously, we've seen a lot of flexibility in Lucian's build path, having that Korean Ghostblade Black Cleaver build, or the longevity of the more Essence Reaver Infinity Edge style of build, so giving Crystal a lot of flexibility there. And then Karma, I like her re-emergence in the meta simply because movement speed has been inherently nerfed with some of the removals of alacrity and things like that, distortion, you know, getting those summoner cooldowns up and online. So anyone that's going to augment your movement speed has been passively buffed.
Well, see exactly what is going to happen here as Snake try to round out that roster. Maokai and Braum were locked in on the side of EDG.
And what's curious here is EDG had the opportunity to lock in this Echo, which is now going into Flandre's hands.
Yeah.
And we saw Mouse, again, play 3 different champions. He played Maokai, Trundle, and Fizz. And he showed, I mean, he played the same style on all of them, but showing that he was competent enough. And I'm curious if this is going to be a bigger flaw in EDG's draft phase. The fact that they don't trust Mouse to have a pick like Echo, or they're really dependent on Mouse playing a secondary support with champions like Maokai.
I'm seeing right now EDG hovering some interesting picks here. The Zed has been hovered there for a long time by Mako. Not sure whether it is going to be picked up as Deft cycling through a few options. The Jinx, of course, was a historical champion for Deft that he was very successful on.
It's these long arm compositions again, if these 2 picks get locked in.
Wanting to keep Snake at bay. A lot of wave clear available there as well. I love Ashe Braum. Bit of Freljord action there towards the bottom side of the map.
My only concern with a pick like Ashe is that you know that Echo and Rek'Sai are going to dive back onto you, and the strength of Ezreal is that he does damage while kiting backwards.
Yeah.
If anyone lands on Ashe, all of her damage is completely negated because she can't... I mean, you can effectively orb walk and try to use your attack speed, but she's going to be running away, which means that nothing is coming out. Whereas Ezreal, as he's running away, he's got his Arcane Shift, he has his Mystic Shot. Kalista, she's got her Martial Post, so she's actually doing damage as she backs up.
I mean, Ashe does have at least Frost Shot.
She's got some control in front of her.
Yeah.
But it's more so about her pick ability, but still. Decently long-range AD carry, a lot of control in front of you with the likes of Maokai, with the likes of Victor, especially if that Rylai's, or when that Rylai's comes online. So it's about creating space for Deft and creating space for Clearlove to maximize their damage output.
Exactly right. Snake now looking to round out their roster. Azir is being hovered. We'll see whether Tank is going to have a better showing this time around. Have seen it only once from the player this season. Sorry, this split. Have seen it before this season, as they are going to lock it in. So, Tank looking for some redemption there in the mid lane. Scout looking very comfortable now on that Victor pickup. We saw, especially out of Aimee, some phenomenal Victor play yesterday.
No, completely agree. Tank's his issue with his issue with Azir is the misuse of the Emperor's Divide cooldown and how important it was to executing his compositions 5v5 correctly. He whiffed it a couple times also in the mid lane on just a 1v1 basis.
Yeah.
So see if he can maybe clean that up. Obviously, back to the LPL, day 1. See if day 2 is a little bit better.
Exactly right. Looks like Scout not going for that teleport. Get that double teleport action from the mid and top lanes. And Mouse, once again, looking like he will be Maokai into Echo. This is exactly what happened in their first series against NewBee. And it can be a little bit rough, especially in the very early stages of the game, for Mouse to really get too much done in a 1v1 scenario. We'll look to see what EDG are going to do as far as lane swapping, see whether Snake are going to do the same thing. But at the moment, it looks like on paper, those lanes probably going to work out just fine if they just go standard on the side of Snake.
In a 2v2, though, against EDG, you have to be careful of the kill pressure there. Kindred, carry-oriented jungler, and a lot of CC in the likes of Maokai and Braum in these side lanes.
That's exactly right. Coaches have shaken hands, though. Let's get into game number 1 of day number 3. And thank you for the introduction there, Clearlove, as we are onto the rift for game number 1. EDG versus Snake. EDG will start off on our blue side. We'll see whether Snake are going to have a better performance this time around against arguably the top team in this group.
Hit back, hit hard.
Well, they're going to have to.
Snake seemed to be playing to the skill ceiling that Tank allows them to do. Before, he was across from the likes of Republic, this time around Scout. And Scout has had a very decent showing in EDG's first game, his first game in the LPL.
Yeah.
So a bit of an upgrade in terms of opponent. See if he can keep up.
Exactly right. We'll be looking a lot towards the top side of the map here for Snake as well. Flandre often draws a lot of attention.
And we can kind of quickly touch on Rek'Sai, because we've seen a lot of Rek'Sai over the course of the LCK as well as the LPL. And just kind of quickly touching, what brought Rek'Sai back into this meta. MSI was primarily dominated by the likes of Graves and Nidalee and Kindred. And suddenly we've got our breakdancing purple monster back in the LPL. It's this idea that Cinderhulk has just been inherently buffed. And now Rek'Sai gets to clear just as quickly as the likes of Kindred and Nidalee and Elise. But then she also gets to be tankier. So what they did is they changed the magic damage per second.
Of the burn,
Of the burn to, I believe it starts at 19 and then it scales up, and it can scale all the way up into your 40s. So you effectively doubled your magic damage on your creeps, which allows you to jungle that much more effectively. And so again, it's this idea of I get to farm just as quickly, so I'm not punished by the likes of Nidalee and Kindred, and I get to be tankier than them, which can open up kill slots in my support and top lane.
Yeah, meaning that they don't necessarily need to focus as much of a front line towards the rest of the composition. You can see Karma being picked up by Jay-Z as somewhat of an example. But it is standard lanes so far, so Snake comfortable in what they have. Steph and Mako struggling a little bit by the looks of things. Scout lands the Death Ray as Tank and himself go toe-to-toe. Potions are going to be drank. We'll see exactly how this one is going to work out. Of course, early stage of the game, Victor Azir just trading blows where they can.
And it really should go to Azir. Obviously, he is able to clear, as we see a lot of trading in the bot lane.
Yeah.
He's able to clear a bit more effectively than Victor in the early game. Victor's really reliant on getting his Hex Core as well as the levels needed before he can clear just as easily. So keep an eye on that matchup as it heats up around level 5, level 6.
Speaking of matchups heating up, of course, the bottom lane continuing to trade. Jay-Z just being so aggressive with this Karma pickup. And of course, Crystal, no need to even really say it because he's constantly aggressive. Right now, head first into this creep wave.
Yeah, melee support versus range support, although we saw a lot of aggression from Mako yesterday on the Braum pickup and kind of winning lanes that you wouldn't normally see him win, especially against the likes of Bard. Not yesterday, excuse me, on Thursday.
Yeah. But right now, looking to be tested at the moment by Snake's bottom lane.
This is important, though. ZZR has control of the river, so picking up the Scuttle Crab, making use of Rek'Sai's speed again in the clear, and making sure that he has control of the bottom river since his bot lane is the ones that are pressured forward.
Right now you can see Scout actually taking a lot of damage here from Tank. Waiting for that Thunderlords to recharge there as well, but actually getting the better end of this deal. As Mouse going aggressive on Flandre here on the tree and not really liking his experience. Corrupting Potion just getting drank here by the Echo.
It would have been a slightly better trade. He tried to use his Twisted Advance there to escape the recall of Echo's Q, but he wasn't quite able to get on the back of Flandre, and he actually got tagged as it returned.
Z-Drive Resonance available from the Echo. What an excellent passive name. Almost as good as Heimerdinger's. The Scout continues to stick around. Not a lot of health.
This is what we've seen a lot, though. Rek'Sai's presence on the mid lane over the course of the LPL, particularly in the hands of Swift, although Cluelove, knowing that something's up, is going to go ahead and just give safety pressure, is what I'm going to call it, to Scout as he safely farms underneath his tower.
Yeah, the warning ping comes out. It sees the fact that his mark had just disappeared. So ZZR was towards the top side of the map, relatively obviously, as he's now just going to help clear out the way, give Scout a bit of a back. But Tank actually in a lot of control in this lane right now. Ahead by about a creep wave.
Again, to be expected as the Azir early on in the Victor matchup. We'll see how things adjust or change at all. Scout actually running the heal. This is also something interesting, as we've seen a lot of variation in summoner spells from Victors. Yeah. We've seen Ghost, which Ghost is a bit stronger on this patch, although theoretically the removal of Distortion and the adjustments to Ghost just put Ghost back in line to where it was with Distortion, and no one was running it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of still a bit of a question mark on where Ghost really sits in terms of power scale for summoner spells. We've seen a lot of exhaust, which my rationality for this is you're effectively exhausting the player, so they just kind of sit in your ultimate longer.
Yep, and it does a little bit more damage there as well.
I feel like you're still getting everything out of heal that you would necessarily out of Ghost. You got your movement speed, so helping Victor stay a little bit more mobile, a little bit safer in his lane since he is a low mobility mage, as well as some defense against burst by having that health restored.
I like the Ghost just because he's also a little bit more damage over time focused.
Helps out with his rotations as well.
Yeah, keep him in range, make sure you get all of the ticks of everything.
We'll keep an eye on it and see how Ghost kind of evolves with Victor over time.
Yeah. Haven't seen all that much of it so far. You can see so far Scout trying to utilize a bit of extra safety in the heal for not only the heal but also the movement speed that you do get trying to escape from ZZR, because we've seen Victor's preyed upon a little bit. Because you've mentioned his lack of mobility. And it has been targeted.
I think it's because, you know, when a champion isn't around in the meta, people kind of forget how to play against it. Rek'Sai kind of disappeared for a little bit. She's got different lines, the likes of Kindred and Nidalee, in terms of ganking into lanes.
Yeah.
People weren't necessarily remembering or respecting her tunnel paths into mid lane in particular. Scout, again, really highlighting his punishment that he was able to dish out on Rek'Sai. But Scout, much more respectful. And everyone's playing this early game relatively safely. I think the idea is both these compositions scale decently well. There's no reason to throw away an early game on a ridiculous snowball, especially when EDG have the likes of Kindred.
Yeah.
So the thing about Kindred is that she snowballs incredibly well and she can get very far ahead, but otherwise her ramp on her power is actually quite late if it's just this natural progressive farming.
That being said, it actually improved a little bit with the pickup of the Blood Razor.
Yes, but here we go.
Oh, yeah, there's the Emperor's Divide. Scout has to use the flash, keeps the heal. But that is the big cooldown now not available for the mid laner.
Good news for Tank, he actually hit that one this time around. It was
Yeah.
very clean, forced the flash out of Scout, so looking much better this time around for Snake.
See whether ZZR can keep the pressure up now that he has got that summoner spell. Free back going to come in from Tank. We are going to have things cleared. There's the flash forward from JZ. Deft is actually going to get snared up. The exhaust goes down. Heal comes in there. Deft still alive for now. First blood actually comes in for Deft. Of all people, as Mouse is going to flash into the Twisted Advance. 1 versus 3, though, as Mako well and truly out of this fight for now. Makes his way underneath the turret. It's a 1-for-1 trade. As Crystal is really, really low. The flash comes in. Stand behind me, gets Mako to safety as well.
Fancy footwork from Mako to make sure that he's not another casualty there. And the issue with that fight is check out where Clearlove is. Top side of the map, ZZR was able to be there, so it was a numbers disadvantage in favor of Snake. Good job on Deft to trade 1-for-1 and to eke out the first blood for EDG's favor.
Yeah, really nicely done. Has gone back to base now as well, looking to pick up that Essence Reaver first. Crystal heading towards the Ghostblade build on his Lucian. But now with a little bit of extra AD, Deft may be having a better time here on the Ashe, just because you do inherently have a bit more control, considering that Frost Shot. How are you feeling as far as like power spikes are concerned towards that bottom side of the map? I know you're a bit of an Ashe fan.
I'm a big Ashe fan, but her power... I mean, the thing is Ashe's ability to trade and to control creeps is actually quite significant, but the difference is it's Lucian Karma versus Braum Ashe. So you just have the advantageous of like the Karma poke and the minion control wave that she's going to do there with her empowered Mantra Q. So I think that's kind of the big disparity. If it's Lucian versus Ashe, obviously it gets into this very unique matchup of does the volley connect? The volley's massive. Of course it connects.
Yeah. Connects on everyone. You can dash as far as you want.
Or can Lucian get underneath, get on top of her, and really punish her for her lack of mobility with his double tap?
You can see right now, they're very, very close in farm.
Exactly like that.
Oh, there's the arrow comes in immediately. The Glacial Fissure comes down as well. Crystal is going to fall down eventually. It's a decent snap from JZ, but not quite enough, as now they're stacking up the concussive blows. No flash to be followed here. It's a nice dodge of the Winter's Bite.
So
EDG get away with one.
The decision-making here that's so tough for the Lucian is when the Ashe connects on the volley and then follows it up immediately with the Q because you're slowed. It's an excellent trading tool, and obviously Lucian wants to be able to trade back, but in part of that trade, it's burning his Relentless Pursuit to make use of his double tap. He's fine. Everyone's fine. We're fine.
Deft. He got out.
Yes.
Oh, Preyseeker landed, though.
I saw your face. You're like, oh, is she going to cut off the point? Because I was like, no, it's fine. The back timer's coming in.
Yep.
But as soon as Crystal had used the Relentless Pursuit, it pretty much guarantees the fact that that enchanted crystal arrow is about to connect with your face.
Yeah, and it certainly did as well. So, impressive stuff. At level 6 mark, dangerous on the side of EDG. As these wards are going to get cleared out. Mountain Drake, lots of health for this guy. He's going to be started up here, though, and having that objective control, a great thing, especially for a team like Snake, have been known to pride themselves on exactly that.
I still have this mentality and this priority that Mountain Drink, of course, will always be relevant simply because to win the game, you have to go through the towers, and this is going to directly impact that. But more so this idea that early game stats from Ocean Drake as well as Infernal Drake in terms of team fighting, I think in the early to mid part of the game is actually more beneficial. It's almost like I want the Mountain Drake as soon as I start to siege towers, and I want the other drakes.
Another
otherwise.
arrow comes in. Deft just straight off cooldown, straight into Crystal's face. Mako's going to pick that one up. The flash forward from Clearlove. They want to get this kill onto JZ as the Wolf Spike comes in. Clearlove says, you're not the only one that can get kills, Deft, and picks one up for himself.
And no surprises there. We said that EDG's bot lane are the true carries of this team right now. Ridiculous kill participation. Clearlove is constantly shadowing underneath them. And Deft holding true with this Ashe arrow. Crystal cannot use his Relentless Pursuit aggressively. He has to save it defensively for that arrow dodge.
Yeah, and knows that every time that arrow is off cooldown, it will be directed at his face. That is just how things are working out so far. Deathray able to clear out minion waves very nicely here for Scout as well. You can see holding onto his turret relatively nicely and only 5 CS behind. So despite the fact that he blew his flash relatively early, it's almost off cooldown.
But
As Snake looking for a dive.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have a dive being set up? No one's around to help him.
Yeah, not going to get snared up. Of course, Flandre was able to navigate this one quite nicely before, and Mouse just takes him down underneath the turret. Tank in there is going to be able to finish that one off. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Maokai just so hard to dive.
Best case scenario there, and meanwhile, EDG on the rest of the map, they're getting good chip damage on the mid tower as well as the bottom tier tower surely will fall. So advantage for EDG unless Snake can at least answer back 1-for-1.
Well, you can see Clearlove, yeah, helping out here as well. Having an extra 80 carry on the map, very, very nice. And it was only Deft towards the bottom side. Mako here as well, offering some support, and that means that the mid lane outer turret will be falling down here in favor of EDG. Clearlove actually getting aggressive onto Tank. Concussive blows has to be respected. There's Flandre trying to get his way in there. They're looking to try and take this one down and cancels the teleport. Snake losing out big in that trade. 2.5k gold, the lead for EDG at 13 minutes.
Good response from Mouse right there to TP to the neighboring creep to negate any TP advantage or response from Snake, which in turn means that that collective play, like you said, gives EDG the advantage of the single mid-tier tower. Why that's so important, though, it means that EDG can start now moving their ward line much more aggressively and deeper into Snake's jungle.
Yeah.
Next objective, top-tier Snake tower.
Well, you can see Deft already moving up there. They've listened to you, Froskerin. There's Scout. He's going to be able to pick up his blue buff, 15% AP. We're going to be talking about the added value of all these major creeps quite a lot. It's because they are very, very important. Now Snake looking to try and take down this outer turret towards the bottom side, even things out for themselves in the global scheme of things.
Yeah, and EDG are actually just going to let this one go. Pings go down onto inner bot tower.
Yeah.
As well as Mouse was in the area, so he could have walked over maybe with some assistance from Scout to help defend that one. But EDG resigning themselves, let it go. We're controlling the top side of the map. We'll see where they rotate after top outer goes down.
Yeah, it's a huge creep wave there as well that Deft is dealing with, but 3 members strong here.
Someone
There's the
needs to
Ghostblade
respond.
proc. You can see Ventral Maelstrom is down. Mouse relatively tanky actually at this stage of the game. Not a lot of armor, but massive amounts of magic resist as he clears out the minion wave. He may actually have saved this turret.
Yeah, and here comes the support staff from Mako. Scout also kind of cut off from ZZR, trying to find a safe way through Fog of War. Gives up, walks back to mid lane.
Yeah, nice vision from Snake towards the bottom side of the map here. But not enough to get them that inner turret.
So EDG make the conscious decision to trade tower for tower, manage to save their second one, but a lot of chip damage in Snake's favor. We'll see if they're able to punish that as this game goes on.
Yeah, Flandre grabbing that minion wave as it's dying to the turret towards the top side of the map, so that turret's still very, very healthy. But they're still down the mid lane outer turret, so lead in that department is available here for EDG. As Deft trying to run away from Flandre. He's got a red buff as well as Frost Shot. Might be able to kite, but of course the stickiness of Echo is a big deal. He also doesn't have a tower to go back to here. Flandre just dancing around. There's the arrow. Trying to kite here, but it's just really, really... uses the ultimate! Is it going to be up? No! Chaos Storm comes in. There's the flash forward. Scout grabs the kill. Deft, how are you alive? This is dumb.
That was so well micromanaged from Deft. So when the initial chase came in, Deft was sitting at 52 mana. He needs 100 to throw the enchanted crystal arrow. Barely gets it, but he holds onto his flash because he's baiting Flandre into the incoming creep wave, gets the arrow just as Flandre jumps on top of him to deny the damage, and then flashes away. So well orchestrated. The patience to wait for your mana regen on that type of play, absurd.
Just ridiculous. And the fact that he held onto the flash for so long at the same time. Maybe a little bit of a misplay there from Flandre as well, who used his ultimate to get out of the way.
No, I'm not going to get that one on Flandre.
Not even happening?
Like, your Echo, you see the Ashe there cut out. Yeah, she's got the red buff. Yeah, she's good at kiting, but you see that she doesn't have mana. That was so close. He barely got the mana to throw that off in time.
Yeah, it was definitely stunning. And of course, Flandre was forced into using the ultimate as well. He did die in the end, but thought that he would be able to potentially escape. Just left it a little bit too late. Couldn't make short enough work of this Ashe, who's 2-1-2 now. Really, really powerful stuff from Deft. And we mentioned the fact that this guy has a heck of a lot of kill participation for the team. He's been really stepping up. this split.
Big CS discrepancy between him and Crystal, but more importantly, the itemization difference. Zeal online as well as Essence Reaver for Deft versus just the Ghost Blade. No Black Cleaver coming in through for Crystal.
Yeah.
So for this initial Dragon, if EDG pull the trigger now, they are stronger. Snake would need to stall this out for that Black Cleaver before they could contest this, but otherwise, free Cloud Drake to EDG, which means, what, Mountain Cloud now going down?
Yep, Mountain in
To
favor
Snake.
of Snake. EDG have picked up the Cloud Drake, so movement speed, definitely a good thing to have, but arguably not exactly the best dragon to be taking.
But it's back-to-back Cloud Dragons, so if EDG secure that one again, that will be effectively tier 2 boots worth of movement speed.
Very, very true. And actually, the compounding effect of movement speed is actually a big deal. You're exactly right. I mean, at the moment, it's just free Alacrity enchantment, theoretically, but out of combat, of course.
That means a lot on the likes of Ashe.
Yeah.
Especially because she has her Swifties itemized, so if they're able to secure all 3 Cloud Drakes, you effectively get mobilities out of combat and Swifties in combat.
What is it, 105 extra movement speed or something like that?
It caps you at 105 if you have all 3 Cloud Drakes, and mobilities are 115.
Yeah. So that's a lot of in-combat movement speed as well, considering those swiftness boots. But we'll see exactly what EDG do with it as well. Given the extra flexibility for movement around the map, they do certainly have options, as Scout just continuing to shove waves through. He's got a needlessly large rod as well as that Negatron cloak. You can see actually just wanting to have a little bit of defense there with the double Doran's ring and the Negatron, now going towards what looks like a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. We'll see how early he builds the perfect Hex Core, because of course the extra movement speed that you get out of the Chaos Storm is just so much more important now.
And likewise, an early perfect Hex Core is such a potent and powerful mid-game spike for Victor.
Yeah. Well,
Super cost efficient for the damage that you can get out, as they're going to contest this.
Yeah, there's the Mantra Shield to come in here. Chaos Storm immediately comes out, and Jay-Z's taken so much damage from it. They're like, all right, well,
Here comes the arrow.
We're not going to do that. Yeah, Ashe Arrow is going to make instant connection onto Tank, who cleanses it straight away. Extra movement speed from Jay-Z comes out, but that's a summoner spell for an ultimate.
Yeah, that's massive too, because there was no kill threat on the back of that arrow, so just to immediately pull the cleanse off of Azir.
Yeah. And it was just Snake being too scared, without enough vision there as well to guarantee the fact that Tank was able to tank that one up.
Shows the respect that Snake are really giving EDG there. Yeah, kind of a disappointing maneuver for them to invade so heavily and not place retreating vision.
Yeah.
So to save that cleanse by seeing that there was no follow-up kill threat. But, you know, the arrow hits you from across map. EDG, they'll dive on us. Immediately cleanse.
Just shows the mindset of Snake here as well, understanding that they need to give all the respect to EDG. At the moment, about a 3,500 gold lead for EDG. That being said, Tank looking a whole lot better on this Azir this time around, despite the fact that they are behind by just a little bit. Does bode well. Snake tends to be about as strong as their mid laner. We'll see whether this is going to equate into some power moving into the team fighting phase, because they have a lot of team fighting tools.
So Snake are going to sacrifice their blue buff. Now reminder, that means so much more on the 6.10 patch, just because it's giving you 15% scaling AP. Not so much on the likes of Azir and Victor, just because they don't build a lot of flat AP to really be magnified by that.
Capitalize on it, yep.
There's the word I'm looking for, capitalize. But both teams are actually kind of posturing to take down these outer side lane towers, but no one willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Deft actually maneuvering himself towards the mid lane here at the same time. We're having a look at some vision here as well. You can see lots of topside vision for Snake, whereas EDG only a couple of different ward placements.
This is a beautiful map to show where the power difference is weighted on these two teams. Snake, they have their all-star top laner Flandre. Where is all their vision? The top side of the map. EDG, it's all about Clear Love working alongside Deft and Mako, really empowering Deft to be that all-star carry for the team. Where is all their vision placed? The bottom side of the map.
It's beautiful to see. And what else is beautiful to see is a Rylai's Crystal Scepter being picked up by Tank. Almost got that outright as well. It was a very quick purchase. Nicely done, making that adaptation to his build. Mouse beginning to be able to ignore Flandre with that sap magic, as well as Grasp of the Undying. Deft, he's looking for an arrow. There's the Hawk shot. So giving away his position just a little bit. Things go in. Will he be able to find it? That is the question. Tank doesn't have cleanse up. Has a bit of mobility.
I mean,
he's
when
able to soldier around.
when the map is so open like this, Ashe almost kind of becomes a pseudo Gragas in the sense that it's that one cast, it's that one arrow.
That's the one arrow right now. Chaos Storm comes in, all of the ultimates, and Tank is dead.
Didn't have his cleanse up and available.
It was all what Deft had prepared earlier, Frosker, and it's like a cooking show, almost like magic. You know, that pie comes out of the oven. And you're like, how did that even happen?
And immediately the rotation to the bottom side. So a nice arrow followed up on the fact that Tank burned cleanse prematurely the last time means mid-tier tower as well as bot inner turret for EDG. And they are just suffocating Snake around this map. But here comes ZZR, possibly for a response.
Yeah, potential flank to come in here. Minion Wave is dealt with mostly by the culling there from Crystal. Tank still dead for another few seconds, but will find his way back into the game relatively soon. We'll see whether EDG can capitalize on this final Minion Wave opportunity that they have in a 4v5. They are going to do so. So inner turret falls in the mid lane and bottom lane, and EDG are just going to make their way out. 15 seconds on the Dragon. Can Snake get there in time to steal away a Cloud Drake of their own?
Pings are going down for EDG. I have a feeling that they're just going to split their resources. Clear Love is exceptionally strong right now that he could very easily clear this himself, but he will get team support. But even if EDG didn't want to commit on this and would rather back, reset map, and set up their vision around Baron, it's just Cloud Drake.
It also went down extraordinarily quickly. So the third dragon we are going to see in this game is going to be the Ocean Drake. EDG now with a couple of clouds, or linkers as I like to say. A Kwami there available for Snake in form of the Mountain Drake. Another arrow flies through. Tank narrowly avoids it. By narrowly, I mean there's a few widths of an Azir.
That's fine, though. Does have his cleanse available. I mean, at that point, you're really just throwing that arrow to try to burn that key summoner again.
Yeah. Or, heaven forbid, a flash. Would be very exciting. But Deft's hit rate on these arrows has been incredibly high. Does have himself a cheeky Vampiric Scepter, so not going for sort of that standard next item Infinity Edge sort of build here for Ashe.
He doesn't need it. He's not the primary source of damage here. Obviously, Ashe can put out insane late game damage, especially with that Infinity Edge.
The fact that you crit every single time is a little bit scary.
Yeah, but she's more about the utility, the control, and the pick potential in this composition.
Yeah.
I think it's more important to have the Bloodthirster available to you right now because it's going to offer you that shield, a little bit of defensive stats to the likes of Echo, who's going to be diving back on top of you.
Yeah. I actually really, really like it. And the fact that you get lifesteal from each bolt of the Renan's Hurricane as well is pretty silly.
Yeah, and it's also that you're facing across from a Nazir who's going to be a lot of sustained poke damage, and so having that available lifesteal means that you can stay in these fights longer and heal yourself back up in response.
Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of item builds, Scout has his perfect hex score now as well as the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so he's very strong. Another Hurricane in the back pocket of Clear Love. Of course, his item of choice. Yeah, Flandre is Echo, so he's generally okay. And the arrow back off cooldown now as well. Deft able to hunt once again.
EDG a little bit lost here. I understand what they're trying to do is play around Fog of War, but all of their vision has been set up on the Baron Pit, and Snake actually have a window of opportunity where they could move in and they could clear it all out. So EDG are prioritizing, again, getting this blue buff, denying it away from Tank, and prioritizing Scout. And luckily, they don't sacrifice any of their vision around the Baron Pit, but not as optimal from EDG as we would like to see. Again, it's these tiny little nuanced things that they need to clean up slightly. You know, what is the most important and easiest objective to take on the map for them? It's going to be that outer top tower. They went bottom looking for the flank on Flandre, couldn't find it to burn the teleport, took the blue buff because it was there, but left themselves exposed, and a better team possibly could have punished them.
So maybe a little fine-tuning of these timing windows that they do have. However, Scout having the blue buff, definitely a big deal. Denying it from Tank, another big deal. So you're exactly right. Sort of, as far as what happened in this game, wasn't capitalized on by Snake, and it was EDG continuing to get advantages.
Yeah, and EDG are still playing this beautifully. They've been in so much control. They're playing the map at a good pace, prioritizing their objectives correctly, moving Deft safely around the map, making the most out of those arrows, which have been pretty much entirely impactful. I don't think he's thrown a single bad arrow.
Volley is going to fly down here as Crystal has that Brambleback reset on him one more time, which is incredibly frustrating. Takes that frustration out on some Cinderlings.
But we have the preparation of the bottom wave being set up right now for Mouse as Deft gets it.
Somehow. Incredibly well done. So volley auto attack is going to be enough there. So Deft even more kiting power now with the red buff, as well as the frost shot. Takes himself a Rift Scuttler to celebrate. So now Crystal takes his anger out on this creep wave. Snake still in relative control of how things are going, because they do, you know, still have inhibitor turrets remaining. A decent scaling comp here as well.
They have really nice defensive vision set up, and we saw them when they were contesting that red buff, you know, trying to pull it back. They understand that they're behind and they're not willing to pull the trigger, but they're still looking for left open windows to get inside this EDG house and to cause havoc, and they still have the power to do it. So that's something that's really important to understand, is why are EDG playing so cautiously? Why are they playing with so much respect? It's the power of Azir is still there. Lucian now online with his build.
Yeah.
Has that tank shredding ability, so Mouse isn't going to count as much if Lucian gets the time to really pack into him.
You can see Flandre and Mouse actually just doing a bit of battle here. Twisted Advance there with the % health damage helping out, as well as Flandre with a similar thing on his Parallel Convergence passive. But you can see it's actually not doing a whole lot at all, because they're just two tanks smacking each other in the head. Def now with that shield from the Bloodthirster, 3 items strong for the Ashe, showing exactly how much further ahead he is from Crystal, who hasn't completed that Zeal item. Possibly Rapid Fire Cannon, as there's the flash out of Jay-Z. Has to respect the arrow.
But
I always feel like we're making a DC reference.
Oh.
ZZR is hunting.
He's got to be careful.
Clearlove is going to get knocked up as he face checks the Rek'Sai, but Wolfspite's going to come in and he's just taking a lot of damage. Clearlove with the passive doesn't even feel the issue from that at all.
Just shred through the Cinderhulk Rek'Sai right there. And ZZR is lucky that he wasn't caught off or collapsed by any other members of EDG. So took a risky engage, doesn't pay for it with his life, and quickly gets back in position with Void Scream, but too little too late for this tower.
Yep, and it is going to fall down, so that's 6 turrets. The whole outer ring for EDG has been removed. And Snake, it's 2 turrets to 6. They just haven't been able to get around this map and affect anything for a very, very long time. And it seems to be as soon as Deft and Mako hit level 6, it was on. And EDG now over this wall into the Baron Pit. No vision available for Snake. They do have 1 Scrying Orb, and it is going to be used. Sun turrets commit suicide there towards the middle of the map.
That's the other kind of buff that came into Rek'Sai, though, is that she is the control jungler, and with the nerfs to the trinket system, vision has been changed slightly, and so having that Tremor Sense passive helps out a bit in those types of scenarios. So Cinderhulk buffs kind of bring Rek'Sai back into the meta, but likewise, just the fact that these monster objectives are a higher priority means that control junglers are also kind of a higher priority.
Well, Cloud Drake is going to fall down. Sorry, Ocean Drake. As Clearlove now just kiting around this Dragon Pit. Jay-Z's going to lock him up, but you can see the team fight working out all right for Snake so far. Supports are going to be traded here as Scout's found himself in a bouncy castle, drops the base, but it's not going to be enough. EDG now sitting on top of Def. Double kill comes in for Clearlove. And despite the fact that Tank was able to get work done, it's just not going to be enough here. Triple kill for Clearlove. Just padding that KDA even further.
Yeah, sitting on something ridiculous like a 15 KDA before going into this game. But the fight was split. Unfortunately, Snake were unable to commit their backline dive or long range on the true carry of EDG's comp, Deft and Clearlove.
Yeah. And Scout sacrificing his life for the greater good. You can see that Blood Razor putting into great effect as Clearlove just eliminates this Baron.
Check out that
there as
damage done to champions right there.
Who's the true carry, Froskerin?
I said Deft and Clearlove.
Clearlove just showing how strong Kindred is as well, to be perfectly honest.
So we're going to go ahead and see the replay here. Flandre dives on. He actually gets a really nice parallel convergence on multiple members of EDG, but unfortunately there's no follow-up damage. Then this is where the fight really gets split. Scout just obliterates the middle of Snake with a nice Chaos Storm, but then will fall. But Deft and Clearlove, Deft has been able to walk back into the back line of this fight, has his line of scrimmage set up in front of him, and it's too little too late for Snake at this point. All of their cooldowns have been burned, they can no longer reach this Ashe, and it's just janitorial cleanup duty.
Yeah, and actually I think Scout could have survived there if he decided not to flash back over the wall again and had to flash towards his team. Clearlove didn't use his ultimate in that fight, didn't need to. And Scout just decided that he'd go on his own and die. So it could have been even better for EDG, but nevertheless, Now able to come out ahead. Baron picked up, now sieging towards the bottom side. I like the priority of the bottom inhibitor turret as their first option here for the siege.
Baron inhib,
Yeah.
as Rusty likes to call it. Arrow out.
Yeah, Clearlove and Deft doing some work here on this turret. Bloodthirst to shield, helping Deft to stay a little bit more alive as he tanks that one up.
Still relatively difficult to siege into the likes of Lucian and Azir. So it's going to be a bit of a long haul here. See if EDG remain patient, if they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger.
Mouse is just moving from top to mid lane here, trying to keep the minion waves in order. As they are getting sort of chip damage on this inhibitor turret, but might want to turn around and try something else here. Not a whole lot of other options around the map as far as objectives that aren't turrets are concerned, which is why they're sort of maneuvering themselves around this side of the map. But Flandre is able to take care of Mouse as Chaos Storm's just going to get thrown down, trying to chunk out JZ, does so to the point where he's almost dead.
But it's not the right target. The target that they need to chunk out is tank on this Azir so they can start to really get this chip damage. Nice thing though is that this is a cannon creep wave, which gives EDG just enough to push it over.
Well, that was a goal from the arrow there as Deft trying to heal himself back up, killing ZZR, who is able to get out there as the Lambs of Spite comes in. Everyone from EDG standing on top of it. They grab themselves the heal. Flandre is going to fall down. Tank, he's so incredibly low. There's the Hawk shot. Oh, if only it did damage. Mako, he's solo flirting with death right now, but the inhibitor's going to fall down. So well executed from EDG. And you wouldn't expect this team to have changed both of their solo laners because that whole team fight was glorious to watch.
But that was also another fantastic parallel convergence from Flandre.
Yeah.
He hit multiple members of EDG, but the issue was it was only Crystal that was able to do any sort of follow-up damage. Yes, the Lamb's Respite came out as soon as they were able to move again, and allowed EDG to kind of get back on the back end of that fight. But if Tank had the reach back there, EDG would have been smoked there.
Well, still hope for Snake theoretically, but what you're saying is that Tank just once again not really having the will to go in.
I don't necessarily know if it's all on Tank or if it's all on Flandre, because you can make the argument that Flandre is going too deep without any follow-up, or Tank's not following up when he has the ability to.
Yeah.
So this is when it kind of gets into the dynamics of, yes, the solo laners have been traded out for EDG, but they're still doing a phenomenal job fitting into this team fight by creating zone and pressure. But either way, I mean, there are stuns that are being found on multiple members of EDG, but Snake are unable to execute on anything about it.
Well, you can see now moving Deft towards the top side of the map. EDG continuing their onslaught. It might be getting to the point where things are becoming too little too late for Snake. As Deft now has a Zeke's Harbinger available to him from Mako. So much damage. And that is actually so much consistent damage now available for an Ashe as well. Buffing him up to that 100% crit.
Dragon will be spawning in 35 seconds, so there was a small window there where EDG possibly could have looked across map from their Baron inhib. I think they were just pushing it up just to reset the lane, but possibly look for an arrow. You know, if you see Azir too far forward, might as well throw that, try to get a summoner, possibly a kill. But we should start to see the teams congregating around this bottom pit, which is why we see ZZR cheekily getting in early, clearing out some vision, setting up a trap.
Yep, making sure that he has all of that tremor sense available around this area.
He knows that he wasn't spotted getting into this brush, so...
Ooh, welcome, Elder Dragon.
He wants that Ashe.
Who doesn't? This Clearlove is going to take down the Krug camp, so he's going to find ZZR.
Again, advantage for EDG to secure this Elder Dragon.
He's hunting. He's well and truly
tagged.
hunting. Tagged exactly right by the Winter's Bite. Concussive blows, and Clearlove just takes down the jungler. Easy as that. And ZZR looked to have some sort of plan, but I'm still not entirely sure what it was, and it didn't work.
And no one else was around him. I mean, best case scenario, you're looking for the AD carry to walk into you, possibly eat some cooldowns, try to kill him, but then get the hell out of dodge. And this has kind of been the microcosm of Snake on a larger scale, is that the teamwork isn't quite there yet for this squad.
Yeah. Deft as well, saying, I've got enough damage. Building to what could possibly be the Guardian Angel as item number 6. It's just going to make it so difficult for Snake to do anything relevant to this Ashe, who, once he comes back up again, is going to have so much lifesteal option. And Unbreakable is going to take the whole culling there as Tank immediately uses the cleanse to get out of the arrow, but he loses a lot of his health bar. Mouse might need to tank this one up as Def taking a lot of damage from the Sand Soldiers. He has to move out of the way, possibly just take down some Raptors to get himself his health back.
Now he's just looking for some lifesteal here. He also does have the augmented Elder Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
So he'll also get that regen available to him, but doesn't necessarily matter. Again,
that's dumb.
Having
so
the
much
Bloodthirster
health.
available, completely full health. He also has red buff, so.
Yeah, actually, yeah, currently 9% extra health
regen's
back.
pretty extreme right now with Ocean Drake, red buff, and Elder Dragon.
Yeah, that's missing health per 5 seconds, I believe. So 10 seconds, something like that. Lot of regen is the point. As the second inhibitor falls down, EDG just waltz in, grab themselves another structure, and are going to move now towards the Baron, which just respawned. We were talking about EDG sort of playing with timing windows, the fact that they missed it up a little bit towards the mid game, but otherwise, for the rest of it, it's been glorious. Now possibly grabbing a pick off onto ZZR here. Hawkshot spies him out, but Tunnel is going to be enough to get him to safety.
EDG are playing very cleanly in their first 2 sets in the LPL. We had some issues where against NewBee, Clearlove not quite as strong as we would like to see him on securing key smites like Barons, like Dragons.
Yes.
Much better this time around. His
Mate,
KDA
he's
is nothing to
point.
scoff at.
He's definitely proving a point at this stage, and everything other than his smites was phenomenal in day number 1. As they have started off this Baron, nice ward does come down from ZZR, looking for a potential steal. Teleport coming in, Mouse looking for a flanking play with the home guard. He does get immediately slowed down as ZZR wants to find his way in, but there's the Lamb's respite. ZZR didn't actually commit to that one as he gets over the top, but Clearlove nails the smite this time. Scout over the wall, drops the base onto Crystal. Arrow's just going to smack him in the face, but it's Scout that grabs the kill. Flandre as well, not feeling like the tank that he wants to be. He's between a rock and a hard place most definitely after that ultimate goes off. And EDG clean up 3 kills. Mako's having a giggle about it, and they're looking to try and finish the game.
Just completely controlled. ZZR not able to get into the pit right there. Cleaned it up. Lamb's Respite came down. Clearlove was like, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Not going to happen this time around. Just oppressive control from EDG
We do
across
have to
the
admit
map.
that Swift, I think, fooled him about 7 times during that series, but you're exactly right. Nailed it that time. As the Nexus is now under fire. EDG, what a performance in game number 1 against Snake. And look, this, like, Snake, yes, looked a little bit weaker against Game Talents, but that was an EDG that looked like they had something to prove, not the EDG that dropped a game against NewBee in day number 1. This is a squad that's sort of gone back and said, all right, we need to find our smite button, nailed it. Now everything looks stunning. The Ashe out of Deft as well. It looks like this guy can play whatever the heck he wants, and it looks fantastic.
And big thing for me is the fact that Mouse didn't look like a liability, and he was across from the likes of Flandre, so there was another kind of top-tier top laner in the LPL. Mouse wasn't exposed. He went to the 1v1 lane. EDG were able to control everything, just passively win their lanes, particularly through the bottom side, pick that up and start
sort of
rotating
passively
around.
lost lanes at the beginning of the game as well. I mean, there were lots of sort of low CS scores out of EDG, but it was just that level 6 mark was hit, and then EDG say, well, we can win the game from here. It doesn't matter the fact that we have had a difficult time in the laning phase so far.
See some of the highlights on your screen right there, and it's mostly just the depth to
Watch
the Clearlove
Scout.
show.
I think he could have survived after this Emperor's Divide comes in. Does do his job, taking down Jay-Z. But see, there's the flash. Feel like it was the wrong direction. But never mind.
Well, there's also the Lamb's Respite.
Yeah. Yes, he was already down.
Big thing for me is that we always talk about, China's road to redemption after their 2015 Worlds collapse. The great, strong performance from RNG at MSI was effectively step 1 in that road to redemption. EDG are on a very similar track. They dominated the LPL, I think, won back-to-back splits like 5 times in a row. Oh, yeah. And then lost 2 splits back-to-back, going all the way to the finals before dropping to LGD and then losing out to RNG for a chance at being an MSI representative back-to-back. So EDG definitely have a lot to prove. Everyone kind of looks at EDG and it's like, of course, we expect them to be good. They're the kings of the LPL. They've come in as the most dominant team the LPL has ever seen. But there's been a couple of fumbles, and they need to kind of get back on track and proving themselves that, yes, we are the most dominant team that the LPL has ever seen.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And they are doing it very, very well so far in game number 1 against Snake. But we do have game 2 coming up right after this very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just had our first game of day number 3 of week 1. EDG taking down Snake. We are going to have a look at who picked up the MVP. It's phenomenal play out of this man and Def in that bottom lane.
Yeah, MVP for EDG, I'm just going to give to the bottom lane as a whole. I'm never going to throw away the chance to praise Mako. This guy has been a phenomenal support. Possibly I'm going to say the second best in the LPL in terms of rankings. I think Mata has him on some experience and some crazy plays, but Mako has certainly solidified himself as a great.
Yeah, most definitely. And look, has such a flexible style as well. It's almost like any pick that he grabs, he's as impressive as the next. Yep. So, really great to see him on the Braum. Of course, Ash needs an honorable mention. Deft was just playing stunningly in that game. The first few arrows, the important ones, were so brilliant. Let's have a listen to EDG in this team fight. Oh, okay.
That's how I communicate in comms.
We can take back every single bad thing we said about Mouse. That was beautiful. The guy was just giggling the whole time during the team fight. Stunning. That's what you need to do on Maokai. He's playing Maokai as well. I mean, this is an April Fool's skin. The guy needs to be having fun, and certainly was in that team fight. EDG looking in very high spirits.
Oh yeah, and that's really important. I mean, they played the game very cleanly. A lot of respect given to Snake. They didn't try to force anything that they didn't 100% think they had control of. Obviously, they could have ramped the game pace just a little bit, but it would have been kind of risk versus reward. So I like that EDG are playing very clean. I like that it's kind of returned to basics for them. Historically and notoriously, this team actually has quite an issue in adjusting to new patches. But it was almost like the patch shifted into EDG. They've always had the highest dragon control in the LPL of any team, and so it's just kind of the benefactor that dragons are so important right now.
Yeah, and I like that it sort of moves back to like this dragon-focused meta right after EDG had sort of changed up their playstyle to move away from that dragon in the last couple of weeks in the playoffs of the last split of the LPL.
So kind of a curious question then is on the other side of that, you have the Rift Herald with the new buff, Glimpse of the Void. They have a new top laner, Mouse, as opposed to Koro. Mouse formerly a support for the team, now going up into the top side. Does that mean that EDG will never utilize the Rift Herald as effectively as other teams simply because Mouse hasn't really identified him as a hard carry style of top laner? He more seems a role player. Yeah,
it's actually really interesting because they did take a Rift Herald in that last game. Went to Clearlove though. So he's the one that sort of wants to be lurking and trying to pick up these solo kills if he is ever discovered in the jungle. So I like that sort of adaptation if Clearlove is going to be playing these sort of carry-orientated junglers like his Kindred, which has looked so impressive over the times that they've played it. And I'm looking at game number 2 here, thinking that we're not going to see Kindred again, and what does EDG now do when they're going to have to make a different decision?
I think they get Rek'Sai. We've seen some priority blue picks on the Rek'Sai, but I think there's too many picks that Snake need, that their success hinges on, really. So I have a feeling that Clearlove's going to get his hands on it.
Well, we'll see exactly what does happen as we are in the champion select. Kindred and Maokai have been banned away as Snake take up the blue side of the Rift, and EDG getting rid of Lissandra once again, but Nidalee going to be taken away as well. So we are going to see the different champion pool in the jungle, as both of those S-tier junglers with all of that clear speed, all of that damage are going to be taken away. And Trundle is going to be an answering ban here as well. So Flandre wanting to step away from those sort of standard tanks towards the top side.
Obviously, Trundle in a very good position since the QSS changes. And that's what we were talking about. The priority for Snake is not on their jungler pool. It's on their solar laners, typically Tank or Flandre, which means that Rek'Sai, second rotation and red pick.
Going to make a lot of sense as EDG looking to clean up pretty much what Snake decided to grab for themselves second round in game number 1 as Def, look at him, looking very smug there, saying, all right, I got my Lucian. I'm feeling very good for this game.
Finally gets his hands on it.
Damn right. Clearlove on the lady in the jungle. 100% win rate so far this split on Rek'Sai for Clearlove.
For
all
Clearlove.
Of one game.
I think she's only lost one game.
She
and
hasn't
it was
lost all that much.
When Snake played her.
Well, that'd be game number 2 potentially there as well, as you're exactly right. There is one game on Rek'Sai that ZZR was unable to win. They played it twice in their first series against GT. ZZR's Elise has slipped through the list, though, as Karma's being considered as well.
So now
as Ella is actually back in.
the question comes is, what does Elise really mean for ZZR, and what is the Elise versus Rek'Sai match? Like, how does that change the jungle?
Yeah.
Elise typically wants to gank more. She has a lot more power in terms of how she can affect lanes. Obviously, you rock in, you got the cocoon. Or we could see a lane swap out of Snake, because the other thing that Elise does very well is she can rock up into a lane, use her W and get the attack speed steroid and really help push down these towers much more quickly and effectively. And I think the AD carry pick will kind of reveal Snake's hands on whether we're getting standard or a lane swap.
Well, at the moment, EDG playing around with a few different pick options. Mouse possibly considering that top lane Fizz once again. And EDG thinking about the Lucian Medic combination with the Soraka possibly towards the bottom. And we'll see exactly what he is going to be locked in the end, as it's Braum one more time. And look, it's a powerful bottom lane. Braum, Lucian, pop those concussive blows very easily, blah, blah, blah. We've said this one before. And the Fizz has been locked in for Mouse towards the top side.
Or it could be Scout's champion. It's technically
Very
a flex.
true. Yeah.
Scout, known assassin player, obviously can do the control mage. It's his big gangplank in the Caspa Cup, but also a big Zed player.
So far has played Azir, Victor.
Victor.
Yeah. But actually not opting in picking out sort of a definite mid laner just yet, saving that for the counter pick. As Ella is currently hovering Alistar, meaning that Tank could potentially be playing the Karma. Don't know whether they're just playing with us for now. 10 seconds to go as Crystal looking at a Sivir. No Maokai on the board, so no Vengeful Maelstrom to stop a lot of that damage. It's 1 second to go. Cute little mind game here from Snake. The Karma is going to be taken into the mid lane, or potentially the top lane. Who knows? Might be Cow mid. Who knows what's going to happen? All sorts of crazy things are possible.
Obviously, there's some flex here, but it's particularly between the Echo and the Karma. I suspect that Tank will take Karma into the mid lane, although it is Flandre. But this is what's more important. So Scout then gets final rotation onto Azir. The fact that Azir got through the draft phase, and there's no pressure to prioritize Azir against Snake, because Tank has shown that he cannot play it to an acceptable and executable level to Snake's success.
Yeah. Definitely a good point. I like that Tank has stepped away from the champion, to be perfectly honest with you. But Scout had a great game number 1 against NewBee on the champion. And for his sort of first game in the LPL for EDG, playing against Dade in the mid lane, is definitely a frightening thing. We'll see exactly how he goes against Tank this time. Mouse is going to be once again the Fizz in the top. This is the second time we've seen it, now against the Echo of Flandre. ZZR back on his Elise.
Big thing to point out is that Crystal chose to secure Sivir. He did hover the Twitch. Obviously at MSI we saw that Twitch was kind of the answer and counter to Lucian. So what I was talking about is Snake will show their hand whether they want to engage in a lane swap with their AD carry pick, and I have a feeling we're about to see one.
Yeah, exactly right, of course. Sivir and Alistar are not necessarily known for their early game power in the lane, especially not in comparison to a Lucian and a Braum. And of course, Ella has been one of those players that's able to help with these lane swaps very, very well. We'll see exactly what happens as we get into game number 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for game number 2 between Snake and EDG. Snake now on our blue side, got the priority pick Echo. We'll see whether they are going to be able to change their fortune this time, as EDG look to try and close out their first 2-0 here in the LPL in their second matchup.
Standard lane so far, as Crystal and Ella will be spotted out by Mako and Deft.
Yep, door is going to be thrown. It's Crystal. Not going to quite be able to do enough damage here with the boomerang. Piercing light comes down. Ella not going to take too much there, as it's a lot of damage onto Deft with that mantra Q from Tank. Okay, so wards are going to go down. One of the handy things about Rek'Sai can clear out a ward if you've got Q very early on.
Important thing, though, is that Snake are not pulling the trigger on a lane swap. Ella and Crystal, never mind. As I say that, they're both backing.
There is a ward there in that brush as well. So I have a feeling that EDG know what's going on. They are actually moving that bottom lane towards the top side already.
So we will have a lane swap initiated, but it's going to be EDG into the top side, Snake into the bottom side. Snake are very good at playing this style of lane swap, especially in tandem with Elise. So watch how ZZR will speed up these creep waves, and if Snake can possibly get a bigger push going.
Well, you can see pings out from EDG. They know exactly what's going on here from Snake's bottom lane, but not going to be able to answer in time without giving up a whole bunch of creeps. So here's going to be Flandre just trying to pick up some towards the top side of the map. And EDG going to give over at least for the first wave of this lane swap.
Typically, top laners get about 3 CS here. Flandre will pick it all up.
Yep, time winder, pretty handy.
I like the fact that both duos committed to taking the Krug and the Gromp camp, the Krug camps.
Yeah.
Coming into this blind lane swap, and it now unlocks the supports to start roaming up and figuring out where enemy junglers are. Of course, the important thing in the lane swap is not necessarily the initial PvE, although Clearlove.
Oh, he still managed to get it. That's lucky.
It's not the initial PvE, but of course the 4 to 5 steps that follow after the towers go down. But here's an adaptation. Deft and Mako shoving the wave in initially and are actually going to respond bottom.
We actually saw this yesterday as well.
Teleport out, so TP advantage to EDG.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday as well. Hunting for standard lanes, as it was, I believe, OMG that decided to do it when they had the Jhin Thresh lane.
But this is massive. So Crystal and Crystal and Ella are backing right now. We'll see where they go. Is it top?
Looks like it, yeah.
Because what's cool here is Ella and Crystal cannot play aggressively in the bot lane anymore. They can't do it. They can't overextend because it's just a numbers disadvantage should the TPs be pulled, because Flandre had to pull his in response to catch the wave top.
Yeah, Scout actually just going to take a trip here in the middle lane. No worries there at all. ZZR doesn't find anything, but as you were saying.
Which means that Snake now have an option. We either sit and we just try to passively and safely farm, sacrificing some CS because we can't extend as far in our lane, or we try to initiate the lane swap anyway and force EDG to make a counter response. So I like both adaptations from teams. Snake back on the right foot again after being kind of caught off with that TP.
Yeah, precisely. Flandre actually getting the better end of this deal as well. 10 CS above Mouse. It's being left to the Wolves just a little bit. ZZR coming in to help take down this turret towards the top side. It's definitely going to be a good thing as Clearlove moving frantically towards the bottom. And it is going to be Snake now with a turret lead for quite some time, because I highly doubt EDG are going to be able to take that one down as quickly. The minion wave is going to fall, as you can see.
And they have another minion wave coming in, so Snake can continue to push forward. This was an excellent adaptation, and this is what I was talking about. Snake do this so well. EDG threw a curveball to them, getting the TP advantage. Snake reacted perfectly, beautifully, and with the power of Elise and Sivir, are going to get so much more out of this. EDG caught with their pants down.
Cannon wave here as well, so this not going to be dying anytime soon. You can see the turret most certainly is, though. There's Mouse just here towards the bottom side. They had to maneuver Deft and Mako back up to try and defend that inner turret, but they're not going to be able to. Cocoon goes wide. That is going to be a huge advantage here for Snake straight away, because that's 2 turrets to nothing. They still haven't got that outer yet.
See how EDG responds should mean that all control on the top side has been given up, but we'll see how the waves bounce and who freezes where.
Yep. Tank, with the teleport advantage himself, is able to go back, grab himself a Catalyst, looking to build that new and improved Rod of Ages on the mid lane Karma. First time that we've seen her so far in the LPL. Interested to see what the build is going to be, like the Rod of Ages option.
It's just unfortunate that we're so early in the game, 5 minutes and 33 seconds, that Snake can't use their control over the top side of the map to initially and immediately transfer into Rift Herald, because it hasn't spawned yet.
But they might be able to move down towards the bottom side. You can see Crystal and Ella already pushing things up. We'll see whether they can utilize sort of this initial lead that they had of global gold in order to pressure something up. You can see Deft Not really struggling as far as the items are concerned. And Tremorsense going to spot out this bottom lane from Snake moving there towards the bot side.
I think at this point, EDG are more so concerned with just neutralizing any forward advantage and forward momentum that Snake build off of this. Like you said, they've got Flandre down here, so trying to really pressure this tower. But again, Mouse still has his TP, so it can still be a response.
Speaking of teleport, Tank is going to make his way down here as well as Flandre's close distance onto Clearlove. He's in trouble. That's going to be first blood going down to Flandre as Mako very, very unhealthy here. And the flash comes out from Ella, delivered to Scout, who just pushes him to the death chamber. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but still working out very well for Snake as they're able to get some damage down onto this turret. Flandre has himself a shield from the Karma. Stun's going to come in. No, it's not from the Parallel Convergence as Death flashes out of the way. Flandre in trouble. Scout grabs another one as he flashes over the top. Tank taking some damage himself. Snake get themselves to safety, but it's a kill lead for EDG.
And in the end, Snake pushed their luck right there. Nice mechanical outplay from Def to flash out of the Parallel Convergence and punish Flandre on his over-aggression, looking for that dive there. The difference, of course, is the double DP out of Snake, which means that Karma was able to get there before Scout, but great follow-up from this new mid laner for EDG.
Yeah, Scout really playing that one out beautifully, and we questioned, some of his positional decisions in the last game. Definitely not going to happen this time around. Looking brilliant. Low mana bars here for the AD carries, but Deft takes a boomerang, struggles just a little bit.
But what EDG managed to do there is that Snake had all of this forward momentum. They pulled the trigger on the aggressive play. They tried to force the TPs. They tried to force that tower down to continue this structure snowball. EDG managed to stop it, get a slight foot back in the door by trading 2-for-1 in the kills.
Yeah.
But more importantly, everything slowed down. The TPs are gone. It just goes back to standard laning, which means EDG's scaling comp has room to breathe again.
Thank goodness as well, as Clearlove is going to make his way towards this Gromp. Full vision available here for Snake, though. Know that the jungler is towards the bottom side as Flandre once again in the top side. And this wave finally pushing back towards him. Mouse got himself some respite, but now it is going to be all about Flandre picking up that massive creep wave. Mouse actually looking to try and pressure ZZR out of here. Yeah, not going to be able to steal away the red. Nicely done by the new top laner from EDG.
Yeah, and I'm curious what kind of build he's going to fit into this Fizz. Typically, we've seen the return of the really tanky Fizz.
Yeah.
Prioritizing armor, MR, as well as CDR, because naturally CDR on Fizz will translate to pseudo-tankiness because you spend more time in the air off that playful trickster and less time taking damage.
Precisely. Well, you can see ZZR was eventually able to grab the red, but Clearlove able to trade that one out. Steals away the Raptor camp as well. There's now Tank moving towards his blue buff, looking to get that one handed over to him. Scout probably going to claim his relatively soon as well. We'll see whether Cinderhulk can now be picked up from Clearlove, who's 45 CS to 21 right now, and does have his jungle item fully completed.
And this is what we were talking about, the rise of Rek'Sai, where the adjustments to Cinderhulk doing more damage means that a faster clear time is available. So she's able to keep up with the likes of Nidalee and Kindred, and Elise kind of being that second tier in terms of clear speed to those is getting vastly outshadowed.
Yeah. Elise, of course, relies a lot on getting that Runic Echoes relatively early in order to help with that clear. The AoE invaluable for the Elise. Volatile Spiderling not quite enough in that department, but right now doesn't even have it. Went for a Sightstone very, very early, so foregoing a lot of that ability to clear the jungle, just to try and keep some extra control, which makes sense for what they were playing towards early on, but EDG have well and truly grabbed back hold of this game and have some standing gold on this map to claim at the same time. I mean, there's about 2,000 gold worth of turrets that are available here, as Clearlove just smites that one out of the way, wants some Raptor sense.
More importantly, it's separating the fact that Scout managed to get the little ones, so quite a big chunk of gold there, but still making sure that he's not hurting his jungler by leaving the big camp.
Yep, public service announcement here is, oh, actually, Tank's going to fall down here in the mid lane. Ella trying to save him in classic Ella style as Tank's running away. There's a concussive blows, though, as Mako doing some work. Scout gets some help from his support player as now ZZR uses the repel to get himself away. EDG just grabbed themselves one. Really nicely played, especially from Scout with that swoop and scoop.
And again, full praises to Ella. This guy is just a monster, arrives just in time to mirror and shadow Ella's gank and save Scout as well as sets up a kill beautifully for his team. He was the true difference there for EDG coming out on top and looking for more.
Oh, Crystal on the hunt has been popped here as EDG haven't taken down this turret just yet. Teleport comes in. That is going to be from Tank there as he turns up towards the bottom side. Slight man advantage now here as well, as EDG do make their way out.
Brilliant communication from EDG. They have the TP also available on Mouse. They say, no, we don't need it. You're fine. Get the free cooldown from Flandre.
Yeah. Flandre, of course, had already used it as well, so it's giving Scout a lot of time there in the mid lane. 105 to 87.
Tank's TP.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is big news for the Azir, who's still doing fine. Of course, Karma can be a very oppressive lane. So far, not looking so here for Scout, who's well and truly in his element. I mean, he looked very comfortable on the Azir in game number 1 yesterday. But still does here as he's trading with Tank very, very nicely. But nice mantra Q, he's going to answer back very well.
Needs to be careful, though, as ZZR is shadowing to the side. And this is kind of the other big question, although I have a feeling he's going to...
Oh, just really nice patient play here as well as he uses his shifting sands in order to get himself to safety. Just making sure that he's never at a position where he's overcommitted to any of these. But there's a headbutt pulverize onto Deft. Ella does need to be careful as Teleport's now going to be coming in. Mako tanking up the turret. Ella is going to fall down. Deft grabs the last hit of it, and the fish is going to nom up the AD carry. Crystal, ain't nothing he can do when Mouse has the teleport advantage.
And that's the perfect example. In the very beginning of this game, that was the curveball that EDG threw at Snake, is that they got that TP advantage by playing the waves correctly, which forced Snake to then move on to Flandre's side of the map, simply because if you have the TP advantage, you cannot play on the bottom side of the map in today's meta.
I just think it's so beautiful watching EDG play out a game that was arguably like mismanaged in a macro sense early on just because of how well Snake had managed to utilize their lane swap.
It was one
and
of
then
these,
turned it all around.
Yeah, exactly. One of these rare instances where instead of having one team playing well and one team playing poorly, we actually had two really good plays from both teams. Snake just managed it better, but Clearlove now catching out ZZR.
Yeah, nice Cocoon comes in, stops Scout from making his way over, but that's called delaying the inevitable, ladies and gentlemen, and ZZR is going to fall. Sand Soldiers commanded to tear the spider apart. Which I understand, being an Australian.
Like you said, EDG are now just playing this portion of the game better and really starting to find their momentum. So Snake had a good first punch, but they don't have any follow-up so far.
A note to everyone at home, Froscarin did almost punch me, just for emphasis. As she was talking about the first punch.
Went right for the gut.
Damn right you did. But you can see EDG, they've got CS advantages where they need them. Scout's ahead. Deft is ahead. Now Snake trying to just group together and brute force down this inner turret. Not sure whether they're going to be able to get it. Azir moving over relatively late. But as soon as he enters Fog of War, Snake have to respect it.
And speaking of CS discrepancies, Snake also do have it on their all-star top laner. So 79 to 60, although EDG have done a fantastic job allocating resources and free farm into Mouse when applicable.
When applicable, yeah.
Wow, almost fumbled that word.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I'm getting sick.
You need to trust yourself. That's what you need to do.
I try not to.
So do I, don't worry. A little bit more dangerous over this side of the desk. ZZR, he's going to clear out a Krug camp. You were talking about Mouse. He's fallen behind about 30 CS now, but 102 will be helping him out here.
He's got waves continuously pushing into him, though. Like, Flandre has one wave that he's going to pick up, but Mouse will get two, as Mako's caught out.
Yeah, and a whole host of trouble. He's being given up for dead here as well, as he decided not to try and stand behind Deft. Just knew that he was going to die. So, nice pick-off there from Snake. And look, you see the Karma come down. There's been so many of these support Karmas that don't do a lot of damage, and then Tank's like, yeah, no, I'm going to kill you. And he did.
Big difference is also Flandre, hold on, diving.
Yeah, nice dodge out of the way of the parallel convergence there as there's
survived.
the ultimate, the immediate answer there from Scout. Flashes out of the way of Ella there as well, who can't do anything. The Sand Soldier's in a brilliant position under the turret. Nice pickup from Mouse.
Flandre, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Way too aggressive on the dive, mismanages it. Now ZZR in trouble as Deft picks up a free 1v1 kill. So Snake just kind of losing their minds on multiple members across the map at the same time.
Yeah, caught with their pants down. And Deft, he killed Spiderlings with the culling and then said, well, I'll use the rest of my buttons to just kill you, ZZR. That's going to be absolutely fine. Cloud Drake is now just going to be freely gifted over to EDG. And Snake, what was, you know, a tightrope that they were relatively confidently walking earlier on is one that they've basically fallen off right now. They need to find their way in. I mean, they still have a hand on the rope and get themselves back up, but getting yourself back onto a tightrope when you're halfway through, that is tough.
The scary thing is how these compositions will shake out in the late game. Yes, Sivir is going to be able to do massive amounts of damage, but she's coming into her mid-game power trough, whereas Deft is really about to come online.
Well, they're trying to find Scout one more time. They are certainly going to do so here as it's a 1 versus 3. Didn't have the Emperor's Divide, decided not to use the heal, just knew that he was going to be dead.
Hand
in a turret.
back on the rope.
Yeah, exactly. We've got at least another arm up there. We'll see whether Crystal can get some good damage down onto this outer turret. ZZR is going to make his way in as well.
Here comes Deft and Mako, though, for the flank.
Yeah, the back is coming in from Mouse as well. He's got teleport available, wants to use, no, doesn't have home guard because, of course, still 3 minutes away. The Snake can't break open that mid lane.
Still have a tower advantage to them, as well as complete control over the top side on that.
Yep, Mako clearing out some minions here for Deft using that Relic Shield, and Mouse just going to make his way back towards the top side.
Okay, so now the question comes, as this game goes later and later, who actually has the compositional edge?
Yeah.
Still going to give it to EDG, despite Crystal's...
The Azir factor, is that what you're saying?
It's kind of the Azir factor versus the Beyblade arena of Sivir.
And the movement speed power of Sivir Karma as well, which has been very, very strong. Of course, yesterday it was more about who got to pick Sivir. Because honestly, she was a lot of what we were talking about in a lot of those games. It seems like within each group, there's this different meta that's been developing. And Sivir was a large part of it for Group B.
Again, the passive nerfs to movement speed means that Sivir and Karma, with the ability to augment their team around the map, makes them that much stronger than before. Clear Love, careful, buddy.
He's just demonstrating why new Cinderhulk is so beautiful. It's because you are able to farm up to a lot of these items very early, and you're extraordinarily tanky. So you can just stand around, being frustrating for extended periods of time.
Yeah, and a big difference between Rek'Sai and Elise late game is Elise is going to become a pick bot.
Yep.
Whereas Rek'Sai is an actual frontline threat, as well as a backline threat.
Well, we'll see exactly whether it is going to be able to work. Of course, you know, depending on what builds you go for, Elise can be, you know, she can do a bit of damage. Ella is going to tank a culling. Half the health bar of the cow, of course, does have Unbreakable Will available, so going to be difficult to dive. Just sending a message on the side of the bottom lane of EDG.
It's getting better position on this mid lane. Ping going down for the tower. EDG are in full siege mode. They still don't have the Black Cleaver online for Deft, but confident enough in where Scout is on his Azir.
Yeah, nice block there of the Mantrid Q by Mako. Chunking out here on the side of EDG as Scout gets some good damage in. But yeah, really, really nice. Teleport comes in from Flandre. We'll see what he can actually get done. Deft, fantastic positioning now as Flandre just ults himself back towards the top side, and that's a way to disengage.
Yeah, Echo relocation, puts himself back up there. Both TPs are burned, and Flandre will pick up an extra wave for his troubles. Very
cute, very cute. See whether it's actually going to be good enough in order to save this inner turret, though. It looks like the jungle going to be under fire from EDG. It's Clearlove going to grab himself some Krugs, and Deft looking for a red buff as that one just spawned.
EDG are still very keen around this mid tower, so Snake have to be very adamant and diligent about their back timers.
Yeah. Deft actually moving towards the bot lane now as well, just to clear out that minion wave.
And see, they did a good job here. As soon as Karma is back, making sure that Crystal's there, you know, it's my shift, clocking in.
Yep.
Rocking up to that mid lane, not getting it for free. And so EDG are just going to go ahead, allocate farm across every single lane appropriately. We're probably going to wait for this next dragon fight before things really start to explode again.
Yeah, I actually really like that out of this composition, out of Snake as well. The extra wave clear options that you do have. Tank, fantastic wave clear on the Karma if you can throw a couple of Qs at the wave. And of course, Sivir needs no introduction on the wave clear front, especially if she decides to go for a static shiv, which a lot of them have been doing. Of course, Phantom Dancer is there. You don't necessarily need the added clear or added instant clear.
I also just like it because of the instantaneous burst damage that Sivir can provide, just because she's going to stack up static shiv proc much faster than other AD carries.
Be on the hunt, of course. Well, you can see Flandre and Mouse just facing off. No teleports available. Crystal says thank you for the mana as Clearlove throws him a Prey Seeker. But Scout, of course, on his own here in the mid lane, just not a care in the world. New mid laner for EDG, looking very comfortable. especially in this series after that first game. Victor looked very, very good. Relatively seamless addition to his EDG roster is Scout.
Everyone gets their back timers in as Dragon hits the 40-second window, and immediately ClearLove pulls the trigger. They've got their pink wards. They're moving in, starting to set up pockets of true vision, as well as deny Snake's vision over this. So Sea of Snake, they have kind of two options for them right now. Apply pressure to the mid-tier tower.
Well, there's the culling that comes in. Oh, Fish narrowly misses Flandre. Does still have the ultimate available, but ZZR, he's in trouble underneath this turret. Deft stopping some backs. That is so important. Crystal, so much of the wave clear, and he couldn't stay around. ClearLove as well, just stalking his prey.
There's so much dive potential here.
Yeah, they're actually still looking for it here as well, waiting for another minion wave to come down as Ella takes a little bit of poke
Way
from
too
the Sand
dangerous.
Soldiers. Yeah, in goes ClearLove. Can he get the knock up in the right spot? Nice work from Ella just to stop the Rek'Sai from getting in there as Deft has to deal with Flandre. Parallel Convergence doesn't quite get it as Mako utilizes the ultimate. Oh my goodness! The Ignite not going to be enough for Flandre there. And EDG just move off to the Baron. They'll take the Consolation Prize.
So much patience out of EDG. You know, you're looking at that they're set up for the dive. You can see that they want it. They have the appropriate vision. They know who's moving over. But it's still diving the likes of Elise, Echo, Karma, and Alistar. So instead, what do? They bait Snake off of the tower. And Flandre takes the bait, hard engages, doesn't lose his life for it, but Snake get forced off, which means a free Mountain Drake for EDG.
Yeah, that's going to augment their Cloud Drake there as well, and we'll see whether they're going to utilize this to siege down some more turrets even more effectively. Crystal does have the Static Shiv now completed, so 2 items for the Sivir. Probably wants the Infinity Edge before he feels super good about his life. But still looking great.
This is the fight they want, though.
Coming in from ClearLove. Will they be able to take down the turret is the question, as Crystal already very, very low. Tank's going to get knocked up. That is a priority target, as there's a concussive blows. Brilliant Fish comes out of Mouse, flashes on top of Crystal, but he is still alive. Mako taking so much damage. Mouse right in amongst it. You can see these health bars. They are so damn low as Ella, that Unbreakable Will is a bit more breakable than you'd otherwise expect. Throws out the ultimate to Scout. Not going to quite find anyone as Flandre just being the frustrating Echo that he can be, and Snake bite back really nice in this fight. It's a 2 for 3.
Flandre again finding multiple members of EDG with his Echo abilities in Game 1 and now in Game 2. Reactivates his ultimate, gets in the thick of it, and Scout completely whiffs the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah. Still able to clear out the minion wave, EDG. There's Mouse and Deft in a good position for themselves. Mouse can go back to base, grab himself some extra health back, and then teleport in if he needs to, but there are multiple teleports available now from Flandre and Tank. And Deft actually does need to be careful here. Dangerous times, but Snake showing that there is still fight left in him.
Yeah, looking much better. Kind of curious that they had to shift Tank over from a carry role to more of a secondary support role, sitting 0, 1, and 6 respectively on this Karma pick for the mid lane. And it's really been the story of Flandre and Ella working together to kind of put Snake back in this, moving very well around the map. Yes, Flandre still kind of...
Oh, Crystal, that is double piercing lights coming in. He won't be able to help clear out this minion wave. ClearLove is actually going to get stunned up. Headbutt Pulverize comes in as Ella doesn't have the ult. Brilliant Glacial Fissure. Mako continues to impress as EDG grabbed the turret as well.
And EDG are doing this without diving. Yes, they took a couple of turret shots on the back end of that, but it's constantly baiting Snake off of their own tower and fighting just out of tower aggro range. They've done this 3 different times now and have been successful every time. Respecting Snake's comp, but showing that they are the more matured, more experienced LPL team in these small decisions.
Yeah, taking fights that they know.
Taking fights where they're most advantageous.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing that if they are going to, you know, lose out the trade in the fight, like 2 for 3, like what happened last time, nothing's going to come of it. Because Deft stayed safe enough to clear out the minion wave afterwards. They're taking fights that they know they're going to be in control of, no matter what the outcome. This Tank looking to pick up this minion wave here. Deft grabs himself a red buff. Black Cleaver now done. Zeal picked up as well. See what Zeal item he goes for. It has been sort of the general option, Rapid Fire Cannon. I do like Phantom Dancer. Make yourself like that skirmish battle Lucian.
Rapid Fire Cannon does work very well with Lucian, though, by throwing up the W, getting that increased range following.
Means that you can throw out that Ardent Blaze, hit someone, get an easy auto attack with a double tap, and then close gap with the extra movement speed. Like it.
Just works really well with Lucian's overall combo, although if you take the Phantom Dancer, obviously you get more, you recoup some of those stats that you lose by going the Black Cleaver Ghostblade in terms of your late game damage potential.
Yeah, like it. As well as the fact that, you know, you're even more able to skirt around effectively, given the sort of unique passive of the Phantom Dancer.
And that just kind of speaks to where Lucian and why he's so strong right now. So much flexibility in his build path, so much flexibility in going into a lane swap, being able to siege towers so effectively with double tap passive, as well as sitting in a standard 2v2 and just dominating people because you're a fantastic duelist.
This is so cute out of EDG. ZZR is going to check the pit. They know that the Baron is falling down, but Clearlove, of course, you can see, able to tank for quite some time, only down to half health now as well, and has a lot of rage to eat up. Crystal's hit a good point, though, as far as clearing out minion waves is concerned, able to do it very, very quickly. And Tank may need to be a bit careful, but is going to, and is going to be okay. Sun turret falls. Do not be perturbed. As now Scout takes a boomerang. Might need to be a little bit careful, but of course does still have the shifting sands if he needs to reposition. Mouse heading back to base. We'll see whether EDG are actually looking for a fight.
The easiest objective for EDG on the map is that top tower, but they really want to make a pick and transfer into Baron. They've got a lot of their vision set up, so allocating their gold there, and they have a small window of opportunity to play to the side of the map before the next dragon.
Yeah. Well, Tank is able to clear out this minion wave very, very well. Lots of defensive vision from Tank. Sorry, from Snake, just in general. And the AD carries are going to meet each other. Crystal says, no, I don't want anything to do.
It's no surprise that Snake have been able to ward off EDG as effectively, simply because they have...
See what you did there.
Simply because they have Crystal on Sivir and Tank on Karma. The combined movement speed and wave clear potential of these two champions is what's stopping EDG's momentum. They're able to skirt underneath their ward line and just bounce back in between top and mid safely and effectively.
And Flandre as well, easily capable of splitting against Mouse at the same time.
This changes now that EDG have the dragon upcoming and Snake have to play to a blind side of the map. Again, they know that they're behind.
Yeah.
Things need to line up perfectly. Actually, you know, let's compare if they're actually behind. Checking items. Still don't have the Infinity Edge online for Sivir, so she's still technically in a power trough.
Echo's looking pretty strong right now, though. Almost has 3 items, but Mouse is ahead in that regard, has actually completed the Spirit Visage.
I think it's fair to say that it's easier for EDG to win a fight than it is for Snake. How about that? That'll be fair. Which is why they're not going to go ahead and contest on this dragon at all.
Yeah.
Will be another Mountain Dragon. Excuse me, their first Mountain Dragon. I think their other one is Cloud.
Second.
Oh, yep,
So
2 mountains, 1 cloud.
2 mountain and a cloud. We'll be able to grab a second cloud as well. As Deft going super aggressive into Tank. There's the culling. Half the health bar of Tank, but that Rod of Ages helping him out, keeping him alive. And there's multiple flashes as Deft takes a Q, but nothing to really come from it there. ZZR was looking for something. It was an immediate flash of Deft in response. So, Elise flash for Lucian flash. Feeling pretty good if you're Snake right now.
Does have the CDR build, though, which immediately translates into safety for Lucian, just because he gets more relentless pursuits.
Yeah.
And now with the trap.
Well, done it.
I think this is pretty optimistic from EDG.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of reason for Snake to walk in there. There's no red buff.
No
the
dragon.
Wave on bottom is very far forward. Like you said, dragon is gone. There's the red buff.
Well, you can see Tank and ZZR are hanging around. Volatile Spiderling comes in. Nice tag with the Winter's Bite. Clearlove dodges out of the way of the Mantra Q. Tank now taking some damage from Deft. They want to be able to take down this red buff. Scout's making his way in there as well. Teleport comes in from EDG. They're looking for this as Scout has to fight Flandre. Clearlove waiting for a tunnel, gets one. They have regrouped both sides of the map. As Snake now actually looking to go aggressive as EDG move towards the Baron Pit.
Got their prize. Got what they came for.
I didn't actually see who got the red buff there at all.
I think it's Clearlove. Yep.
Ah, there it is.
Sivir now has Infinity Edge, so Crystal is very powerful right now, which is why they're so keen to fight. Fish misses.
Mouse is trying to get something done, but unfortunately already down to half health. The exhaust goes down on the Fizz as Scout already here. Lots of auto attack damage from those Sand Soldiers, but same can be said from Crystal and his boomerangs. Clearlove takes a fair bit, but he's pretty tanky. He's going to be okay for now. And whew, this game feels on a knife edge in these team fighting phases, given the strength of Crystal now with that Infinity Edge built up.
EDG still, though, being very respectful.
Yeah.
Disengaging very well. Unfortunately, Mouse's fish did not connect.
You still have to look at Deft and say 4-0 Lucian. Still very, very strong. And kudos to Mouse. I mean, the guy has a very strong fizz at this point in time.
He's done a good job getting his fish on the appropriate targets, or at least zoning effectively with it. So playing a very different role this time around than his normal kind of peeling secondary support top laner role, truly being that backline dive threat that you would expect out of a fizz top.
Well, Flandre going to make his way towards the mid lane. You can see vision well and truly regained by EDG around Baron. Not going for any sneaky back of the pit plays for now, but Mouse is lurking.
And they have so much potential to do it because every single one of those champions has an ability to get over a wall.
Speaking of abilities, doing Flandre right in amongst it. Has to use the ultimate to get out. This could be the go time for EDG as Def did get chunked.
2 ultimates, though, burn to reset Snake's positioning there. Both the On the Hunt as well as the, what is it called? Echo ult.
Yeah. So the Chrono Break was actually used to get Flandre out of dodge.
And that's the go button there for
Double
EDG.
Mountain Drake. Look at how much damage is being done to this Baron. It is dead. They've managed to grab it. Clearlove picks that one up. Tank, you can see lots of shields coming in here, but ZZR out of position. Deft picks it up, and EDG are just launching their way through. They found their window, and they utilized it perfectly.
And Snake play carelessly around Fog of War are immediately punished. And like you said, EDG, they understand these tiny little windows of opportunity where they can just, you give them an inch and they take the mile.
Yeah. It's like give them a finger and they'll take your body. As we're seeing Deft and Flandre on your screens right now, some concern in Flandre's face. And I'd be concerned as well after that Chrono Break had to be used. It's a big ability for his safety whilst diving the backline.
And this is really the difference on why we see where Snake really matches up in terms of the top LPL teams, why they've just been locked out of there. They're just not as punishing when you give them small mistakes. They started this game so strong, were able to adapt very well to EDG, got an early tower lead, but lost a lot of their momentum with kind of their over-eagerness in these dives. And you have to look at Flandre. He's such an asset to this team, you know, the all-star top laner. But he also costs them so much in these tiny little interactions. And against the likes of EDG, that's all it takes is small mistakes.
Yeah, it's precisely right. And it just feels like often, no matter who Snake are playing against, they're being dictated to. They're playing somebody else's style. They're a very reactive team. And this time, EDG, I mean, it's them that's driving everything in this series so far. Be it game 1 or 2. You can see the F-Sword and a Vamp Scepter now picked up from Deft going towards the Bloodthirster. I love this adaptation to the build. Get himself some lifesteal. The Lucians at MSI may be infinitely upset because none of them were building lifesteal. Important statistic for staying in these fights, especially when there's an Echo running around trying to ruin your day. Mouse being frustrating here towards the top side, getting that split push on as Piercing Light once again going to hit Crystal, blows the ultimate again. And this is a big deal.
Although you're still dealing across from a lot of wave clear that Snake have available. Again, EDG, they've been so clinical and controlled, very safe.
Whoa.
Not looking for risky dives, holding their cannon creep lines and just slowly chipping away at Snake.
Yeah. Elder Drake going to be coming up as our 5th dragon.
So 2 clouds, 2 mountains.
Yeah. Only 2 different dragons to be seen.
And if they secure the Elder Drake, this team is full go for OGN rotations.
Oh, yeah. They'll be able to kill the turrets very quickly and get to the turrets very quickly, I believe is what you meant.
Yep.
Stunning.
Thanks for decoding that.
Yeah, no, I've got my decoder ring on. I'm ready. Don't you worry. Form of an ice menorah. Snake now just trying to consolidate vision where they can. Defensively, we'll see whether they can hold on. Of course, haven't had the base broken yet. What you said about wave clear is most certainly true. But it's only a matter of time. My god. Okay, Scout's got Void Staff and Rabbidan's Death Cap now as well. No further defensive options after the health that was given to him from the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. And this guy, if he goes in and scoops someone, I think they're just dead.
It's going to hit them pretty hard, though.
Yeah, speaking of being hit hard, there's the flash forward. Deft is going to double tap tank to death. That is going to be the inner turret falling down immediately as well. EDG, can they get more? Because that is a lot of utility now gone from Snake. In they go. Nice stun to come down, but look at the Emperor's Divide. Crystal able to take down one. Deft is dead. It's a double kill. My God, he's huge. Triple kill for Crystal. And I thought the Emperor's Divide was going to be enough, but it doesn't matter when the Sivir is this huge.
Immediate backline crits right there. The fact that Flandre and Crystal got on top of not just Deft, but also Scout. Deft was immediately popped, had 0 time to react. And this will be an answer and response from Snake as they march it back up mid lane.
Yeah, big pings come into the mid lane here as well. We'll see whether they can actually break open the base. They're running out of creeps here, though. The wave struggling to make its way in, and it's got a lot of tenacity, this inner turret.
Reminder that backdoor towers are stronger than they used to be.
Whole lot stronger as well, as Kulov wants to try and defend this one, but you can see Crystal able to tear through this one with the help of the minions. Base broken of EDG. Snake finding their way back in. I have a feeling they're not going to be underestimating Crystal anymore, as I believe that was a spell shield on the Emperor's Divide as well, which is how he made that one work, as Fish lands onto Flandre, possibly not the optimal target right now, as Randuin's Omen does go off to try and slow him down. Deft finds his way back into the fight. Ella slowed down at the same time. Unbreakable Will's there, but like we've said so many times, it is in fact quite breakable. As Mouse flashes forward, doesn't find the Ocean Strike, but there it is. Clearlove right into the backline, gets the knock up onto Crystal. He still has a lot of damage as the tanks are being torn apart. Mako as well getting critted by this Sivir, not giving him as much room to move this time. And there are low health bars on EDG. We'll see what they can get with one man down, but that's the inhibitor gone. Snake get what they need.
Still down in gold, but it's starting to mean less this late in the game. Again, that's going to be 4 towers to EDG over the course of their Baron. Excuse me, 3 towers? Yes, the mid one and 2 top lanes. But Snake able to get that mid inhib means that they have a lot of pressure and a lot more breathing room in this game. Baron back up, 1 minute 20 seconds. See if Snake can play around their double TP advantage, which both of them are up, as well as their mid lane super creep advantage to try to secure this objective.
Wow. EDG need to put those thinking caps back on again. They have been playing fantastic Cerebral League of Legends so far, but that was one misplay as Crystal was able to punish them for disrespecting the Sivir and her ability to kill about 6 people at once with one W-empowered auto attack.
It was really about where the misplay was timed, that it's so late in the game that the death timers were so punishing to them.
Yeah.
Can expect that EDG won't let their carries be jumped on lightly again.
Precisely. Well, Deft, he is heading back to base. We'll see whether he can complete the Guardian Angel, which it looks like he's trying to get, and he has. So a lot of extra survivability here for the Lucian. Not going to be popped anymore in these fights.
Flandre is just such an interesting player. The fact that he swings so catastrophically between amazingness and just completely throwing the game for his team.
Well, he's just a man that makes aggressive decisions, right? And it's either going to work or it's not. And when it doesn't, it looks ridiculous. And when it does, it looks ridiculous.
The full embodiment of Macnoon.
Exactly. Love it. But EDG, there is a ward in this Baron pit. But look, double Mountain Drake, it's just...
Here comes
one auto
Flandre.
attack's doing 1/3 of the health of the Baron. That is stupid. EDG will have to fight for this one, though, as Ella getting taken down so low. Scout picks up the kill immediately as Flandre is over the wall. Deft has to deal with him, but he's got a Guardian Angel. He's so safe. Flandre is going to dash his way back over. Nice fish. Crystal's dead. That's the big pickup there for Scout as EDG are tearing through this team fight. Flandre doing the best that he can, but it's a triple kill for the Azir. Can he make it a quadra? As it's actually going to be the full house as Deft picks up the second one. Really nicely played from EDG around the Baron, and they'll just finish this one off here.
And that's huge props to EDG's new top laner, Mouse, right there. Coming up huge, getting to that backline threat, finding Crystal with the fish, and pushing Sivir out of that fight. She was doing no AoE damage.
That was completely ridiculous. Emperor's Divide is going to come out here from Scout as well as they just push down these Nexus turrets. Double Mountain Drake is so powerful. You don't even need to worry about having minions around. They are going to take down the Nexus. It's a 2-0 victory for EDG over Snake. And look, Snake looked a lot better in game number 2. I mean, that was a good, I guess, series of play towards the end there from Crystal, but EDG, so strong.
Okay, yeah, that's the perfect place to start. Let's start with EDG. First and foremost, Mouse. We didn't know where he was really going to be tested. The first game that they had, he's facing across from V, who's also kind of a tank player or role player, was punished a little bit, but we're like, okay, is this going to cause problems? Will he be able to stack up in a 1v1? Faces across from Flandre, does beautifully. That last team fight really stepped up on the Fizz, and it's just to show that he can play more of that carry-oriented back dive potential, and he's not just a secondary support.
Yeah, and you actually just saw the players shaking hands there. Big smile and hug from Mako between him and Flandre. They take a bow, well-deserved here as well for EDG. Phenomenal play from them. Love how the solo lane is looking. Like you mentioned, Mouse. The guy built a Magi's at the end, so got some swagger in his step at the same time for Oscarin.
I'm just very excited that I feel like we got at least one game, game 2 in particular, good games out of both teams.
Yeah.
Again, I really dislike situations where it's one team that's performing very well and kind of one team that's just fell off.
Yeah.
Early game was played exceptionally by Snake. Again, it's just these tiny little mistakes that EDG are just able to punish, but you expect this as being an elite team in the LPL. And the real shame is that we don't get to see this team across from the likes of Team WE or RNG until cross-conference.
Yeah, exactly right. But it is going to make the cross-conference incredibly special. Of course, if we are going to have a brief recap on exactly how it works, Group A and B play each other twice within the group, and then cross-conference is only once, and that's going to be happening at the middle of the split.
But back to Snake, and kind of props to them this time around. You are correct that they played much better in this series than they did against their Game Talent series. Huge props to Tank, you know, adjusting his champion pool. Again, issues that you can't look towards the Azir, that you almost don't even need to ban it against Snake, and so that opens up a lot more punishment and a lot more targeted bans to Snake from any team across them. But, you know, pulled out the Karma, did really well to help push his team around. Crystal and Flandre stepping up back into their carry roles, and it's always nice to see Ella rejoin the roster.
Oh, I'm so happy that Ella came back, and I have a feeling, you know, that was one of the reasons why they looked a little bit better in game number 2. I just want to say that it's Ella because I've always really loved his play, his sort of disengaged play and engaged play that he managed to find as well. The fact that he plays Alistar a little bit differently to other supports as well, often able to use it more as a peeling tool rather than a diving, engaging tool.
And again, we don't know the intricacies of any of the shot calling that goes on in Snake, so we don't know if Ella plays a big role or a small role in any of that. But they did look a bit more comfortable. Obviously, Ella unlocks himself a bit more. Jay-Z, good support formerly of Energy Pacemaker, who are now known as Game Talents. He's a big hard engage style of support, likes to make those plays, but Ella is just so well-rounded. So I'm curious to see how the team continues to develop with both of these talents in the bot lane, particularly alongside Crystal, who's really coming back into his own of being that really aggressive carry that the team needs. And again, if Snake are playing only to the ceiling of tank, and if he can step up into a secondary support role and continue to empower an AD carry, it's just more threats for them.
Yeah, really beautiful to see here as well out of sort of Snake in some aspects of their play. What they need to do is just be a little bit more consistent, in my opinion, because they have shown these sort of glimpses of brilliance. Like that lane swap at the beginning executed so nicely. I mean, EDG tried to throw...
Got a full tower advantage.
Yeah, tried to throw a curveball at them, and they picked it up and said, all right, this is looking good. We'll take that from you, and we'll move it into the extra tower that we'll be able to grab. 2 towers to 0 at the very beginning, and I thought, you know, this could actually bridge that sort of Sivir Alistar problem that they may have had in the early game, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough based on the fact that EDG just played so beautifully in a reactive fashion on a macro level.
Yeah, and especially in that mid game. Again, it's these small choices where EDG, you can see that they really want to dive. Because you have to think the outer top tier tower stood for so long. EDG could have very easily rotated up there. It's a very easy objective to take down. It's going to be weaker than second tier mid tower. You can get behind it much easier, far safer. But they're like, no, we're tunneling on this mid tower, and I bet we can get Snake to step off of it. And constantly, you saw the threat of the dive go in. Clearlove even at one point getting right behind it and then tunnels out, and Flandre just takes the bait, bites off just slightly out of tower aggro, and is immediately punished. So EDG just showing that they are the veterans of the LPL, and that's how they won this game.
Yeah, one thing that I really love as well is if we have a look at this whole series, EDG played 2 very different comps. I mean, Clearlove on the Kindred, then on the Rek'Sai. The style is completely different. And there's the fact that, you know, you've got the Ashe play into the Lucian play. Ashe sort of wants to stand back, utilize like a lot of range there as well, but with the Lucian, you want to be up in their face. And speaking of which, that is going to be the man that's going to pick up the MVP. I actually thought he might have grabbed it for game number 1, but definitely well deserving here. 8-1-6, 74% kill participation, and 36% damage share is nothing to scoff at.
And again, it's just highlighting EDG's bot lane. No surprise that they're 2-0 over Snake. First game, it's MVP to Mako. Second game, it's MVP to Deft. You see this in their kill participation. EDG are all about their bot lane. Traded out their solo laners, and Scout and Mouse are doing a great job keeping up with those talents.
Yeah, they most certainly are. And got to see the crowd there just for a little bit, but I'm just really excited to see what more we have from this bottom lane out of EDG, because that is an Ashe game that we've seen. That's the first time that we've seen Lucian out of him. The only champions that he's played multiple times is Caitlyn, and it's not necessarily one that Deft had been playing a lot prior as well. So it looks like he's got a lot more under his sleeve. Deft has always been very flexible. I want the Jinx back, Frosker, and that's what I want.
I mean, Jinx was adjusted in 6.10 with her attack speed between her switcheroo on the Q and the rocket launcher. But yeah, you're correct. We've seen Caitlyn, Ashe, Lucian, and Kalista. And I had a question mark about Kalista and where she fit in the current meta. It makes sense that Kalista should be coming back, although we haven't seen a lot of her just because Sivir's also coming back again with the movement speed. But Kalista is going to offer so much objective and monster control when you already have 2 mountain dragons running around.
Yeah.
We saw the Baron damage. Can you imagine then having a Kalista Kindred composition on top of that? How quickly you would shred through those objectives. Again, vision changes. Kalista has vision on her kit with her W.
Yeah.
And then likewise, kite changes. We see a lot of kiting comps because again, the adjustments and changes to movement speed, Kalista is one of the only AD carries alongside Ezreal that does damage while kiting backwards due to her martial pose. So I think Kalista is actually a bit underrated right now, but there are certainly answers to it because Maokai is so potent and powerful in the meta.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really like about Kalista as well, I mean, she was changed, so you have to be around your support a little bit more, but what it does is it empowers your support. We've got so many supports in the LPL that are so pivotal to their teams. I mean, you're looking at players like Mako, players like Marta. We saw Road yesterday. That guy was ridiculous. His Bard and Time Kench looked fantastic. Imagine them with added tools in their arsenal to try and start off these fights,
I mean,
be a little bit more aggressive because they have the added safety. I mean, that's terrifying, especially in the LPL.
NewBee got a first-hand look at that when Deft and Mako pulled out their Alistar Kalista combo, and just some sick mechanical outplays that they were able to pull off with the Fates call. But huge props to EDG. There was a very clean game over Snake. More importantly, even though Snake didn't win here, they looked much better than they did in their first set against Game Talents. Yeah. So despite starting their LPL week off going 0-2 in their sets, still an upward trend, and that only means good things for that roster.
Yeah, and the thing that's actually really difficult about this as well for Snake is the fact that they have to come off this disappointing loss against Game Talents, a game that they were probably expecting to win, and then had to go straight up against EDG, arguably the most difficult team to beat in their group. I mean, that's just bad luck, to be perfectly honest, is the fact that they now just have this slump in momentum. We'll see whether Snake can actually do what is quite difficult here and turn that momentum around, pick up some victories moving forward, because they do have easier games down the line, and they can't let this get to them, because momentum's a big deal when we're talking about it. And if you're going to get sort of this negative time out of the way, get it out of the way early so that moving into playoffs, you're not going to be feeling it, because Snake have often sort of moved into this sort of negative situation towards the playoffs.
I mean, the question now comes, can Snake manage to scrape into top 4 so they can make a playoff run again? We will see Saint later on today as they'll face across from Invictus Gaming, so kind of a big question mark on them and where Snake actually match up in the context of their group.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at some highlights here as well, as you saw Scout just pushing Ella out of anything, as this is the first dive that EDG played out really, really nicely. Deft, watch this flash.
Initially, it looks so good from Snake. This is the perfect call just because they have the TP advantage. But again, it's just these small, over-aggressive steps from Flandre that EDG punish and then make count for so much more.
Yeah, and it's the fact that this EDG lineup are just positioning around each other so beautifully. I mean, you see Mouse go very, very deep, tries to get on top of Crystal, but they play it out nicely. You can see there's actually a lot got back here, some signs of life from Snake in this particular team fight. But EDG still, you can see, grouped all together. Oh dear, that was the problematic Emperor's Divide that Flandre was able to get himself out of. And it was a nice trade from Snake. There is still life in this team. They still look okay. And look at this, look at Crystal.
Yeah, just a question mark about that Azir pickup, though. As soon as they can shore that up. think they'll be in a much better hands.
Yeah, Crystal also spell shielded the Emperor's Divide perfectly. Pixel perfectly.
We've got some good AD carries in this league.
Damn right we do. And Crystal definitely stepping up to the plate. And I'm really happy to see his aggression, but also just happy to see Crystal stepping into the limelight one more time, because Snake just looked like a very different team when it's not Crystal having like the benefit of double Mikhails and stuff like that with Nunu's running around the Rift. If you remember back to the Barker and Beast days, it was all about Crystal and being the gigantic Draven in the front line, smacking people's heads off with gigantic axes. It's now looking really similar with the Twitch pickup. The guy looks like a true carry for his team. The Sivir actually looked very, very good as well in some of those team fights towards the end. EDG just sort of outclassing. Really love Crystal now sort of back into the forefront of this roster.
No, completely agree. So hopefully we'll continue to see Crystal on the rise. ZZR showing up a bit of his issues. Normally he's a very strong jungler. This just wasn't his series, but he's looking across from Clear Love, so not going to fault him too much on that. But overall, like you said, life still left in Snake, but EDG, they look like the monsters, and they look like they're returning to claim their LPL title.
That's exactly right. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have 2 more best of 3s. Frosker and I are going to step off. Fish and Spawn are going to take you through the next 2 best of 3 series. And the next one is, in fact, going to be GT taking on Saint. We'll see you after the break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the League of Legends broadcast of the Chinese LPL. My name's Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tyberry. How have you been today, Spawn?
Yeah, I'm going all right today. You know, it was interesting seeing EDG being able to take down Snake one more time. That was another disappointing performance out of Snake. They look all over the shop at the moment, to be honest. They bring Ella back in for Game 2, doesn't really fix any of their problems. And EDG, even though they've swapped out 2 solo laners, just going from strength to strength, picking up where they left off from Spring.
And let's talk about that match really quickly before we go into the next 2 games that we have coming up tonight. Snake vs EDG, you did mention Snake having a very disappointing performance so far in the LPL. What did you think of them coming in? Like you mentioned, they replaced Ella in the last match as well. Didn't bring too much change either.
So I'm a big fan of if a team is playing poorly, you blame the star player. Because at the moment, like there are some cases where it doesn't happen that way. You know, the star player is doing everything he can and it's still going downhill. But Flandre at the moment, for the star player of Snake, just isn't doing enough for me. I mean, you saw it in the last team fight. He hops over the wall, tries to chase down a Lucian. Lucian just jumps straight back over the wall because his hop is on like a 3-second cooldown, and they go and blow up Crystal, and Crystal's meanwhile standing there like, I wish I just had someone peel for me. So Flandre, I think, is actually trying to do too much for the team at the moment. It was my criticism of him last split as well. He's trying to dive back lanes. He's trying to be this big damage threat. He's trying to put pressure down, when in reality right now, you need to play the game like Mouse. You just need to be able to peel for your AD carry, set him up for success. You know, these consistent damage mid laners are very much in power right now. So I just think that Snake haven't got a good grasp on the meta. They seem to be confused how they're playing team fights. They're not prioritizing the right objectives. I mean, they're taking turrets over dragons at the moment, which still seems to be an incorrect decision, and they're getting made punished for it. EDG, on the other hand, they're always a team that we've complimented for their infrastructure, and they just look like they have a fantastic idea about how to play League of Legends right now. Their drafts are great, and their 2 new players look top-notch.
All right, and let's take a look at the next games that we have coming up today. First up is going to be Game Talents taking on Saint. 2 teams that have rebranded themselves. Game Talents, formerly EPA, Gimgoon up top, Wushang in the Jungle, Republic in the mid lane, Peds against Saboki in that bottom lane. They're back into the LPL, and they're going to be playing the first match today up against Saint.
Yeah, and Game Talents already beat Snake once this week in the second match of the LPL Summer, and they looked pretty good in the back to the last 2 games. Republic especially stepped up in a big way, had a great Cassinus performance. Pretty good on Victor as well in a couple of games. And this is a team that, you know, they're not going to excite you, but they play good, consistent League of Legends. And if you don't respect that, they will beat you.
And on the other side of the rift, we do have Saint, formerly HYG, a team that didn't pick up very many victories in the previous split of the LPL, but will be returning to the Rift once again, rebranded as Saint right now. They brought in Chimin as their jungler. Hopefully be able to see them very shortly. What do we expect from this next team coming up?
Yeah, I guess Saint, we haven't seen them play yet. It's going to be the first time as we take a look at Gimgoon on your screen right there. They're a weird team, Saint. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform because, you know, they've kind of, the way I said, like they went and got some good young players. I mean, they have STYZ. He's been around for a while, but is still quite young. Savoki on your screen. Otto is their mid laner. You know, he's, you know, an opinionated player, I think it's fair to say. Already had some choice words for EDG this season, but you can see on the lineup on your screen, there are also some familiar faces. I mean, Acorn's in there, March is there, Shu is there as their support. And it's actually not going to be Otto playing, it's going to be Snoopy in the mid lane.
That's right, a substitute's going to be taken to the Rift this time around. Acorn, March, Snoopy, XQ, and Siu will be playing for Saint.
And STYZ is not playing either. Okay, cool. So this is 2 players I didn't expect to see in XQ and Snoopy. So we'll see whether they can step up. XQ, of course, very familiar with Shu down in the bottom lane there, so that's no surprise. Acorn and March really do need to be the 2 players here that step up. Chimin's not playing either, so really it's just the top and the support from the starting lineup. And 3, I guess they haven't played yet, but from their listed starting 5, only 2 players playing, which is quite interesting here for Saint. So we'll see if they're able to get a good victory here over Game Talents.
And March is a player that definitely surprises me as well, because I was a big fan of when HYG last split brought in Chim, and now Saint not starting him in this game. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform.
It is really interesting because Chimin showed that, especially in the carry jungle meta, he was the better out of the 2 of them. So I wonder if this is because they want to play something like a Rek'Sai in the jungle and they think that maybe March can fulfill that role a little bit better. But this is going to be interesting to see 2 rebranded teams take onto the Rift. Saint looking for revenge after a disappointing original LPL spring split, so now in summer, and they've got a good captain and shot caller there in Acorn up in the top lane, so we'll see whether Acorn is able to direct this team as he has teams in the past. And you know, tighten up their macro performance.
Well, let's break down this game a little bit more between Game Talents and Saint here. First up, what I want to talk about is how Game Talents, they've already played a game so far this split against Snake. It was a very messy match, but they were able to pick up the win 2-1. Is this a game they're looking to try and pick up another win to continue their run?
Well, you have to. If you're in this group and you can't take out Saint, then you're in a little bit of trouble because in my eyes, Saint, they've been thrown together. They're not going to be that impressive, at least in the first couple of weeks. They need some times to go together. And, you know, Game Talents, pretty much the exact same roster. I mean, you can say, like, EPA, they struggled. But when they finally were able to get it towards the end of the split, they were probably one of the better looking teams that were going into relegation. So I think that now Game Talents are going to be able to look to make a little bit more of a mark. They already took out Saint. If they Snake, if they can pick up a win over Saint here, it will leave them 2-0 for the weekend in a pretty good position.
Well, let's see if they can do just that in game number 1 as we dive straight into Champion Select for game 1 of this best-of-3 series between Game Talents and Saint. So far, the bans have already came out. Caitlyn being taken away, Nidalee as well by Game Talents, whereas Rise has been taken away by Saint so far. Pretty standard bans coming out from here. Caitlyn, a little bit surprising. That's one that you normally see thrown at CLG.
Yeah. Well, they can't be banned here, so, you know, not all that much. Means that with priority on Lucian, maybe they're looking at for a first pick. One of the things that Lucian does struggle with in lane is the range of Caitlyn. It's also why you'll see Ashe into Lucian as well every now and again, as we saw out of EDG's first game, because he really does need to be able to get in nice and close, and Caitlyn Ashe can kind of keep him back at arm's length and trade relatively effectively.
Speaking of champions that I've been told do well against Lucian, Twitch will also be banned out here by Saint, as Karma is going to be the next ban coming from Game Talents, a champion that's been resurging in League of Legends, not only in the mid lane, but as support as well recently.
Yeah, definitely. And now it just looks like even further that Game Talents want to bully bottom lane because they're getting rid of some of their counters there. Karma has seen a lot of players at bully support so far in this split. Also saw a game in mid lane, so maybe the double whammy there.
And Rek'Sai is going to be the final ban coming out from Saint here. A jungler that has definitely become incredibly popular. You touched on him very briefly before he came into Champion Selected. The Cinderholt buffs have really helped him out.
Yeah, they certainly have. Can just clear phenomenally quickly. One thing that I will say, however, is now I'm confused why March is in the lineup, because I think that Chimin is a better Graves player than March, and he's definitely a better Kindred player, so that's a little bit strange. With Rek'Sai being taken off the board.
And speaking of Kindred, it's going to be picked up immediately by Game Talents as their first pick. Going to go over to Wu Shuang. He's going to be playing that champion into the jungle. We'll have to see what are the two picks that Saint will respond with here.
And it wouldn't surprise me if it's those two hovers right now. I mean, Azir does have some danger of being counterpicked by an assassin right now, but Control Mage is just so strong, and with the buff to the Zhonya's Hourglass, it's not as much of a risk. Lucian is just, especially with Caitlyn off the board, the best AD carry in the bottom lane, has a great laning phase, is good towards the latter stages of the games as well. So two good consistent damage threats coming through, and a lot of control throughout the mid parts of the game.
And we've seen a lot of Lucians go for very different builds. The Black Cleaver, Yoma's Ghostblade, the standard AD carry build path being picked up as well. We'll have to see if they lock this one in, which one XQ will go for, as it's going to be Victor the lock-in for the mid lane for Saint.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that we've seen be a question mark time and time again. Who is stronger right now, Victor or Azir? They do similar jobs. You would say that Victor has better upfront damage still, even though that we move some of it to damage over time. A little bit more control to team fights and sustain damage out of Azir, especially as the game progresses. For me, it's Azir kind of needs the 3 items to really get rolling. Victor's just good at every stage of the game. That's why he's so meta resilient as well. So we're going to see the matchup one more time, and we'll be able to see whether Snoopy in the mid lane is able to make it work.
I mean, Frostgrin has talked plenty about how Victor, you know, his itemization hasn't changed. Revitalize helped him out so much with that ultimate. Like you mentioned, Azir, he's going to be picked up on the flip side of the map. Game Talents throwing that into the mid lane. Echo is going to be picked up by Game Talents as well, throwing him probably up into the top lane. Still a very, very strong top laner. Very sticky and does a lot of damage, even with massive amounts of tank items.
Yeah, it certainly does, but he is very melee on the current patch, and Swain would be a way to shut that down if you are Akon and it's being hovered. Want to touch on the Swain pick a little bit. We took a lot of the extended power off his E. It no longer amplifies damage per level. It just has a flat rate there, and you put points into the Q instead. Because of it is this slow, it just gives you so much control right now. Also, waves clears very well, which is one of Swain's weaknesses that he did have on previous patches. So start with a point in E, sure, for the trading power, but max QW over E, of course, taking points in R whenever you can, has just shown that Swain right now is like so difficult to deal with. Like, he's so damn annoying.
And partnering up with him will be Elise that has been picked up by Saint. Most likely going to be going on over towards March. You mentioned that, Chimmy, you know, he's the greatest player. Possibly March could be the Elise player for the team here.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it works out. I mean, that's a lot of kill threat in both lanes. I was going to touch on the build before because you brought it up. I expect Lucian to go with a standard AD carry build here. Black Cleaver would help his team out not at all because he's got 3 magic dealers on the Rift. And that's really what it is to me. If you've got someone else that does use auto attacks, I mean, you've got a Kindred running around, you've got a Grave, something like that, sure, pick up the Black Cleaver build. It's very good throughout all stages of the game. If not, just goes for a pure IE build because it's going to do more damage and spike a little bit earlier, still, if you're lucky with those crits. So we'll see how it works out here.
We also have to see which picks Saints are going to pick up as their final pick to round out their 5-man team comp. As Game Talents, they've already completed their lineup. They're going to lock in Ezreal and Trundle. So throwing the Troll back into the bottom lane as a support champion for the lineup here.
Yeah, and this is strange, right? Because there's no huge tank that you're going to be stripping away resistances from on the other lineup. Trundle, of course, got a huge buff with the changes to QSS, but it's going to be interesting to see him in the support position. It's a good kite back peel support lane. Also gives a lot to the team fight, but once again, now that Thresh is locked in, it's not going to be something like an Alistar, something like a Braum. You're not really stealing all that much off someone if you are Trundle, so he's not going to be incredibly tanky as the game progresses.
You still have to think that that's an incredibly strong bottom lane coming in for Saint here. Ezreal, Lucian and Thresh, the law lane bottom lane, has been dominant ever since these two champions have been released.
Yeah, the wife steal, as Atlas likes to call it. It's an interesting lane because they're just good at every stage of the game. And like when you look at Saints lineup, that's one thing I will say. They're really good at bullying out lanes. They've got 3 pushing waves, in my opinion, although it is hard to shove an Azir in. But with jungle pressure, you definitely can do that. So they're just going to look to push up and try and control with what should be a pretty strong early game jungler as well, and Elise for March. On the other side, for Game Talents, if this game goes long, if they're able to get towards the 3-4 item builds, they're just going to scale so much better. So we'll see how it works out.
It really seems like Game Talents have a lot of kiting potential as well. All their champions seem to be able to kite really effectively here, but we'll have to see how they do as we go into game number 1 between Game Talents and Saints. And we are back on to the Rift for game number 1 between Game Talents and Saint here. As all 10 members are going to load up and get ready for battle onto Summer. So we'll have to see if they decide to fan out as we normally seem to see teams do in the current meta, or decide to go for a little few of those cheeky invades and put a couple of wards down here and there in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, right now it looks just 5-point defense from both teams and not really much going to be happening here. As I said, I think that standard lanes really would suit Saint here. Swain needs to be able to get farm onto himself to become that sustained damage threat and remain durable as the game progresses. And Ezreal Trundle is a surprisingly good lane. Fervor picked up for Gimgoon.
Echo. That's a lot of fervor battle on the side of Game Talents alone. Looks like he wants to auto-attack people quite a bit here for Game Talents.
It just means that he needs to dominate the early game. I mean, Grasp is so much better as the game progresses, but he wants to be able to get on top of Acorn and I guess send him back early. Acorn, of course, formerly of Blue, Samsung Blue, and then LGD, is a very good historical player. And it's actually going to be Saint going for a lane swap here.
That is rather interesting. We don't see many teams go for lane swaps recently due to the changes of Dragon and the Rift Herald.
So you still, the thing is, you can still take a turret and swap back in time. So that's not going to be the problem. The more interesting thing to me is that Swain really does need to be able to collect farm, and it's just not going to be afforded that luxury. Of course, it will punish Gimgoon a little bit for taking a laning mastery there. It's not going to really work out in his favor. Fervor won't scale the same way that Grasp does.
Well, we do see both the AD carries and supports taking away the double golems to start off their game here, as the junglers are going to get a little bit of help from the top laners here. Saint opted to start on the Wolf camp here, smited that one and did get the Wolf Spirit as well, whereas we did see Wushuang start on Gromp, as we do have the votes coming here. 70% of people think that Game Talents are going to be able to pick up this game against Saint today.
We'll see whether they're able to do that. Saint, of course, haven't taken to Summoner's Rift yet.
First game here in the second split of the LPL this year.
And this is really interesting because they've pretty much given all of the experience over to March as well. The way new jungle experience work is only the large monsters, that's red and blue buff, will be able to share experience on. Everything else you have to kind of take for yourself. Acorn yet to pick up anything, so we'll see if he starts taking the 3 little ones for himself. He does here. So looks like Saint have a pretty good understanding of how to double jungle in the current meta. And that's something that some teams have struggled with so far.
Both the top lane are still level 1 at the moment. Gimgoon and Acorn are going to start moving up towards the respective lanes to help with this 3-man push to try and take down these turrets. Gimgoon already getting some damage down to this bottom lane turret. We should see Saint do the same thing up in the top side pretty soon as Acorn. He still has yet to hit level 2. A couple more minions should be able to help him out though.
Yeah, he'll be able to get there in no time. So this is interesting. He didn't pick up the 3 minions off the creep as off the first creep wave as Gimgoon did. That's why Gimgoon's able to do it a little bit quicker. But both teams have built the wave very nicely and then tanked it off turret. Of course, Ezreal, Trundle, they both have attack speed multipliers, so they're going to be able to rip through this one. Acorn being a magic damage dealer, not going to add as much help here. And it means that a slightly quicker lane swap for Game Talents will be achieved.
Meanwhile, we did take a look at that mid lane really quickly.
Oh, this is... Alright, so this is one thing I will say. People underestimate, like, really how much damage the turrets, like, take to kill right now. They will be able to grab the dragon at the same time here, but they lose a little bit of tempo to be able to go pick that one up. Because of it is an Infernal Drake, probably will be worthwhile as the game progresses, but Infernal Drake doesn't really add all that much. People are going to be like alarmed to hear me say that, but it's a scaling buff. I mean, it's 8%, and right now 8% of a Duran's Blade of a tier isn't anything, right? So for right now, the immediate power just isn't there. That's why I like things like Ocean Drake and Mountain Drake at the start of the game, especially when lane swaps are coming out. Just being able to keep yourself topped up as you move between jungle camps is pretty massive. But in saying that, once the game gets to 25 minutes, if you have 1 or 2 of those Infernal Drakes up on a team, you're going to be able to take over the latter stage team fight. So it's all about what part of the game you're trying to play to, and Game Talents have that early edge.
And if I'm not mistaken, the next Dragon to spawn will be an Infernal Drake, as well as the Spectator was hovering over the pit earlier, which could give some incentive for Game Talents to fight for that Dragon buff later on in the game. Meanwhile, we do see Republic and Snoopy battling out in the mid lane. So far, Yazir's been doing a pretty decent job of harassing Snoopy wherever he possibly can. There's a couple of CS in advantage, but pretty even on between these 2 mid laners so far.
And you can see that right now, Saint, they go back to standard lanes. They want to be able to match it. Actually, they don't. They send the Swain up there with Shu, so that's a little bit interesting. They're going to kind of duo lane with their top lane, and we'll see if they get dove here, because a couple of members are coming up. Turrets heat up damage actually is really hard to judge in the current patch, but they do back right away.
Seal was trying to land a cheeky death sentence there, was not able to connect with anybody else. March is even up onto this lane now. Now they're going to try and go for a little bit of a brawl here. Flash coming out from Acorn. March trying to get away. He's taken out incredibly low. First blood will go on over to Echo here. Game Talents punish Saint.
And that is really disappointing out of Saint, because they don't sit on the turret. Instead, they sit in no man's land, kind of in between, and there's nothing they can do there. It's just an outright 4v3. And Wushuang had just been flying around that jungle. He was already level 5. It picked up a dragon for his team. Now they're going to be able to get a secondary turret for themselves, all while XQ is just freezing. So, huge misread here out of Saint.
XQ does have a very nice minion wave stacked up for himself, but still, even in CS between the 2 AD carries for now, Wushuang looking for a gank in the mid lane here. The Azir's going to pop the ultimate. Snoopy goes backward, tries to put some damage down into Republic, but too much damage is coming out from this Kindred.
Yeah, and Republic just does the right thing. He just flashes straight away to start that one up. He knows that he can get the ultimate back, so that's a great read on the play. And this is something that Republic needs to do. He's never going to be that amazingly flashy mid laner, but if he can just start winning the lane for himself, you know, with a little bit of help, it's going to be good news as Gimgoon gets tied up.
Lots of damage going down onto that Echo, but once again, Saint looked like they were trying to go defend that turret that was already taken down.
Well, they can't go into the bottom lane because XQ's still freezing that, right? And it's got him a 5 CS advantage so far, but that's nothing to write home about. But it's not going anywhere soon. So what it should be doing is denying one wave of farm. However, what that's cost them is 2 kills, an extra turret, and a 3,000 gold lead. So at only 10 minutes, not even, only 7 minutes into the game, that's just horrible news for Saint. They've been completely outplayed around this map.
And you have to think, with the Infernal Dragon already picked up by Game Talents and the next Infernal Drake spawning shortly, it's going to be a huge contention point between these two teams. Game Talents could possibly pick up a massive buff for themselves with 2 of those Infernal Drakes. Saint so far just dropping the ball a little bit, it seems, in this game. Yeah,
and you know, I mentioned that 1 Infernal Drake isn't that much to write home about, but if you can start stacking them early, I mean, it also is a bonus to have, right? 8% is 8%. Get that up to 16, it's going to start becoming relevant earlier and earlier in the game. So something that Saint definitely have to keep their eye on. And Snoopy here in the mid lane, he's fallen down 20 CS as well, so it's not even like their priority picks, because remember, they chose to take the Victor away from Republic, force him onto the Azir. Even that's not going their way.
Certainly isn't. Republic's been able to harass him so much this game. Wushang with a great gank there earlier has been able to shut down Snoopy. He hasn't had any impact at all in this game. In fact, nobody from Saint has been able to impact the map at all so far. It's all been about Game Talents and what they're deciding to do next. Wushang, he's taken control of Saint's jungle as well, taking away the red buff. He took away the bottom half of the map too. Cocoon goes out.
Yeah,
Wushang.
That's not a fight you're looking for, Saint. It's a level 5 and 3 versus a level 7.
Well, they're looking for it now. It's 4-on-3 for now. Gimgoon going to try and jump in and do as much damage as possible. Has to use the ultimate to get away, but Game Talents scare Saint away from their own jungle.
Yeah, they just force him out one more time. And you can see that right now, March is 3 levels nearly behind the Kindred. Kindred's about to ding over again as he takes a couple more camps. And Elise can jungle with these guys. I mean, it's not a jungle matchup issue. It's just how March read the early stages of the game, tried to go help defend that turret. Got caught in top lane for much too long. And they're even going to give away the Rift Herald. Honestly, Game Talents just own this whole map right now.
It certainly looks like it. As, like you mentioned, Rift Herald will go down shortly. Should be going over to Gimgoon. He'll be able to continue his split pushing and dominance up in that top lane. His teleport is up and available, so is Swain's up in the top lane as well. So when Dragon responds in about 30 seconds, we could potentially see a fight break out between these two teams.
If you're Saint right now and you fight for that Dragon, I think you can kiss the game goodbye. There's just no way they can go near it. I mean, 3,000 gold at this stage of the game is massive. I mean, they have some inherent power because, you know,
Public looking to put a special delivery for Snoopy over to Wushang, who picks up that kill. Swift and easy coming in from Game Talents mid laner.
All right. If you're saying you start looking towards game, no, just joking. But right now, that was just really nice from Republic there. He was just able to set up another kill for his jungle. They're just going to be able to march towards the second Infernal. And as I said, these are going to start stacking up relatively nicely, especially because the game's just been accelerated from their end. They're 4,000 gold up pretty much, and double Drake at only 10 minutes in. I mean, that's a huge lead right now.
And that's a huge change coming onto the Rift as well, as the third Infernal Drake will be coming up in the next 6 minutes. So Game Talents
talk about kicking a team while they're down, yeah. Fish. If there was any hope of, say, you know, being able to scale into this one, get it to 35 minutes, 3 Infernal Drakes while they're at their weakest probably have just dashed any of those streams right now. As you can see, Akon with the tier, he's just going to be able to sustain through. He's done a good job of catching up. I mean, it's not really his fault. He's 0-0-0 and it's just been made forfeit the whole wave. March tries and helps him push this one out because they can't afford to get frozen on again.
Saint, they've been able to stop the bleeding slightly. They're still only 3,000 gold behind, but it's still a massive deficit for them at the moment. The only upside I would have to say is Lucian has been freezing this wave forever, but it's only given him about 20 CS lead at most.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you can take that as an upside, but the way that they've had to secure that is pretty much sacrificing Snoopy's lane. I mean, putting Akon at a deficit as well. So they do have one member slightly ahead, but Everyone else on the map is getting decimated as we take a look at Kindred's jungle path, and Shu's about to die maybe.
He's going to get jumped on by Republic. The pillar's going to come down. True Shot Barrage not going to be able to clip him, but the soldiers are poking away at the Thresh. He's living with about 10 health here, but here comes Wushang. Flashes forward. Pentacu's the one to pick up that kill as the ultimate will come down from the Lamb's Respite, trying to keep himself alive. The tick damage from the Victor's not going to be enough to take him down, but they still get one kill for nothing.
Yeah, and you could see that XQ even dashed in there, tried to get down the heal, wasn't able to make it work, so Shu will fall down. He's only level 4 right now. Easy pickings for the Kindred. What we just saw there on the jungle maps, however, is how much pressure Wushang has put on the top side of that map. Every single time he's running out of the base, he's actually making a beeline for those Raptor camps, taking them away and exerting pressure everywhere else. So, you know, heads up play out of the Kindred right now. Is Akon in a bit of trouble?
He's going to get jumped on by Gingoon. Parallel Converge is not going to land onto the Swain. He's going to be able to walk away from that one.
You can see the fervor of battle doing work, Fish.
Lots of auto attacks in there.
Stacking up nicely. As once again, surprise, surprise, Wushang gets a nice deep ward.
That jungle just belongs to him right now.
Yeah.
Wushang's claimed it. He's
There's
marked his territory.
no way you can go anywhere near Kindred at this stage of the game. Already got upgraded jungler item and the Swifties.
It's 13 minutes into the game as well. Taking a look at the items really quickly. Lucian, he's still going for that Yomu's Ghostblade Black Cleaver path. I know you didn't like this too much because there were 3 ability power champions on the team. Has that changed at all now that they're behind? Now that he needs to get those items in quickly and as efficiently as possible?
Yeah, and you know, like this is one of those things that when Saint do finally get the item power spikes that we're looking at, they will be strong. But at this stage of the game, it's just how far behind are they going to be able to get there. As Acorn, it's just hard to watch right now.
Yep, but just don't even go into the jungle. That belongs to Wushang.
He got the 2 little ones. That's one thing I will say. Is 44 gold goes a long way at this stage of the game. So, you know, props to Acorn there. Able to pick those up. I don't know. I'm looking for strengths here, Fisher. Honestly, the fact that you've fallen down 3,500 gold and hasn't moved, that they just have no area for Acorn to farm now. They can't even really push towards a dragon or something like that because they've just, honestly, game talents have just taken everything away.
They have swapped back into standard lane, so to speak, as Lucian and Thresh are going to be down
here we
to
go.
bottom lane.
4-man dive into bottom lane. They're trying to stack up the wave as best as they can. Won't be spotted out by any wards. So here comes Acorn and March. They kind of know what's happening.
Savogi puts down the pillar. It's going to just be able to run away with Pentacu.
So they force him off. That's actually, all right, nice proactive play out of Saint there. Looks like they will be able to pick up a turret for themselves.
Everybody from both Saint and Game Talents are now rotating towards the bottom side of that river as well. Victor and Azir did meet inside that river and poked at each other for a little bit, but like you mentioned, proactive play from Saint, able to pick themselves up a turret in the bottom lane.
But let's look at what it's cost them. Acorn right now, we said he'd done a good job of catching up. That's now no longer true. He's 50 CS behind. Their jungler just hasn't had a major camp in so long. Sure, March is being able to pick up like minor camps, but right now, Wushang just owns any camp that he wants, and there's still no way he can fight him. Even in the mid lane, 30 CS is the advantage. And 3 assists. Like, the whole of Game Talents is just so much exponentially stronger than their counterparts, with maybe the exception of Pentacu versus XQ. But Lucian's, you know, just not going to be able to do all of that much damage. He's not going to be able to carry the game at this stage, especially against Azir, who's always been great at keeping him at that arm's length.
And doesn't even have his massive item power spike with the Black Cleaver not yet completed.
Yeah, and I'm confused about that because, you know, we mentioned that it's great. It's kind of more of a team-based item. It does do good damage because of the shred. I mean, you nearly even do true damage onto some carries at the earlier stages of the game. And sure, there's some cheap armor items like an Iceborne Gauntlet being picked up by Pentacu right now, so it will do a little bit of work. But I just feel like if you're in a position to hard carry a game, you want to have third item and Infinity Edge, throw caution to the wind and just be able to take over. Not the CDR build, although it does still have merit.
10 seconds till the Dragon does respawn as Echo, looking for a pick in the mid lane. Snoopy does get slowed down by Gingo's parallel converges. Wushang's going to jump over the wall as well.
How scary is that? They own that much of the river that the Kindred just hops in on top of 2 of your members and chases them out. Dragon is up and alive. This is the 3rd one. And we already kind of mentioned it. I mean, giving away 2 not great. Giving away a third. That's just... This game can't go late now. Somehow Saint has to have a miracle Baron play and be able to claw this one back, because if this goes late, they're in a lot of trouble.
3 Infernal Dragons in a row, and now the Mountain Dragon's going to be spawning next. This is recipe for disaster for Saint at the moment.
One thing I will say is, maybe Ezreal, he goes for something like Iceborne Gauntlet, Manamune, and then Bork build. So he's not going to have the most AD to, add 8% onto. So maybe he's not the best carry with it. Same with Azir. He's going to go for something like a Nash's Tooth. Did he? No, he didn't cleanse. That was the E. He's going to go Nash's Tooth into something like Abyssal. So once again, not a huge amount of AP, more about penetration in that build. On hit out of Kindred. So I don't know. I'm looking for bright points. As far as if you want to give 24% stats extra to a team, it probably is this Game Talents lineup, but it's still not great.
I'm taking a look at Saint for now. They still haven't been able to catch up in the top lane. Acorn still very far behind in CS. March still having a lot of troubles. Snoopy on your screen still having a lot of troubles as well. He's 30 CS down against Republic's Azir for now. Only Lucian on XQ's been able to keep up. He still has yet to complete his Black Cleaver though. Should be able to pick up.
Realistically, he kept up because he's a kill down, he's an assist down, and he's 3 Drakes down. So, you can say that he's farming on the clock. Sure, I'll accept that. But they've put so much in to ensure that he's able to do that, and pretty much sacrificed everyone else on the team.
Pretty much. Saint, though, still able to stop the bleeding slightly. They're only 3,000 gold behind. I said this about 10 minutes ago as well, when they were still 3,000 gold behind. So if there's any saving grace, is that they're not slowly getting snowballed out of control. But Game Talent still controls Summoner's Rift at the moment. They can go wherever they like and set up anywhere they like as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And I just don't know what a winning team fight for Saint looks like right now. I mean, taking away blue buff, it's not just a mana regen, and that's 15% stats. See, Republic gets chunked out a little bit.
Is he going to fight for the blue buff here? Wu Shuang able to snipe that one away, or smite that one away, I should say. Spencer gets a little bit of chip damage down onto both the Elise and the Victor as they're going to run back towards their towers into the defense of their side of the base. The rest of the team coming in from Game Talents can group up in the mid lane. Gimgoon once again using the parallel conversion, trying to look for a pick in the mid lane. Not able to find one though.
So they have pretty good anti-siege here, Saint. I mean, they have the wave clear out of Swain. Oh, they got a red buff. They have the wave clear out of Swain, out of Victor. I mean, even Lucian's culling is going to come in handy there. They don't really have that much else. 24% bonus stats as now March caught out a little bit.
Pillar's going to come down. Wu Shuang jumps over the wall trying to look for the Elise. Not able to find him. Has the Swain looking to try and lock down Gimgoon or Wu Shuang. Not able to get either with his W
Did
there.
you see the split? That's just so frustrating. I mean, Acorn's like, I think I've nailed 2 of them. One hops over the wall. One just waits it out because Gimgoon's tanky enough. This is really nice play, actually, out of Game Talents. I mean, we criticized their win over Snake. It actually looked more like Snake were playing very scrappy League of Legends, and that was into Game Talents' hands. They were able to take them late and, I guess, win a couple of those games. But right now, they've just controlled the pace of the map. And you got to remember that Saint were the ones that elected into this lane swap. They thought they had the answer with the freeze and the 3-man defense, but it didn't turn out to be the case because they executed abysmally on it.
They're also the ones that picked up the Victor first instead of the Azir, so they knew what they were getting into. They're just not quite happy with the outcome, it seems.
Well, when you think about it, Victor, Elise, that is just so much kill threat on a mid lane Azir. But March has never been in a position to be able to go anywhere near mid lane because if he ever gets counter-ganked, if Wu Shuang's anywhere near that guy, he would just explode. The 201 Kindred already picked up the Hurricane as well.
Wu Shuang's been controlling not only that mid lane, but also the rest of the jungle this entire match so far. Snoopy going to take so much damage from the poke coming up from Republic, and PentaQ knocks him away from that mid lane outer turret.
And there you go. You clear one wave, but they pretty much make him pay with his life there. Has gone with a perfect X-Score upgrade. I actually like it when Victors do this when they're behind. We've seen it more and more, but it just gives you that utility that you won't get from other items. But he's heading back to mid as quickly as possible, seeing if he can clear out on what is a cannon creep wave. Looks like Game Talents in a position to be able to challenge for this one.
XQ going to use his ultimate to try and clear out the wave as much as possible, but that tower should be going down as Wushuang jumps over the back lines, hops in and out as quickly as possible. Turret's going to be put down by the Azir. March.
Flash pillar.
He's going to get cut off in between the turrets here, taking a lot of damage, has to repel up into the air with about 10 health remaining. Wushuang trying to jump in there. March going to live with a sliver of health. True Shot Barrage is available from the Ezreal. He might be able to snipe him off if he decides to use it. But for now, he's going to be able to get away with about 10 health there coming in from March.
But they shorten the lane. They put up the Azir turret straight away. They're looking to siege in more. They're not done yet.
Gimgoon was looking to try and jump in onto someone, put the parallel convergence behind the turret. Another pillar is going to come down. Snoopy once again taking so much damage coming in from the soldiers. XQ flashes in with a hook. Wushuang's been taken down. He couldn't use his ultimate. Now Savoki, he's going to get jumped on by the remaining members of Saint. They find one kill, but XQ has to flash away with 10 health. So does Acorn, getting over the thick part of the wall. But Saint, they find one.
Yeah, so they get a kill. They lose 2 turrets. And, you know, that was a perfect storm of things to happen for Wushuang to fall down without using his ultimate. So, you know, got to give a little bit of credit to Saint, but the ship is starting to sail already, Fish. Dragon is going to be real available now. As you mentioned, it is a Mountain Drake. You don't want to give that one over because that means a very quick Baron to Game Talent if they are able to pick it up. But it's at least not going to be a perfect game kill-wise because they do pick up the jungler.
March is going to look to actually try and start on that Mountain Dragon. Instead, Saint wanted to try and take an objective for themselves. They should be able to pick this one up.
Well, they have to grab it because if the 4th Dragon goes over already, that is such a huge Infernal Drake, but they're getting flanked.
Teleport's coming in behind the rest of Saint here. Here comes Republic jumping straight on towards March. He's incredibly low. Wushuang, he's there to pick up the kill. XQ being jumped on by both Republic and Gimgoon. They take him down. Now Acorn, he's been jumped on by the Echo. Here come the rest of his team. There's nowhere for the Swain to go. A double kill comes onto the Azir. And Game Talents, they pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, and once again, you know, Saint, they're desperate. They go towards the Dragon. They try and pick it up. But there's just nothing they can do. And in response, even though they grab the Dragon, they're going to give over the Baron.
That's right, the rest of Game Town's working to try and take down the big purple worm. Don't have that Mountain Dragon to help themselves out, but they don't bother about that too much. As this should be going down on towards Game Town's. Kindred picks up that one, and now they have a massive gold lead. 9,000 gold in the lead. The Baron, 3 Dragons as well, and 7-1 on the kill board as well.
And let's get realistic. This game has been a one-sided affair since that lane swap came through. Ever since they sent Swain to the top lane with Thresh for some reason, and, you know, marched March up there as well on the Elise. And they just haven't been able to get back into the game. But the control and I guess patience that Game Talents is demonstrating for what was a disappointing EPA lineup last year is very impressive to watch. And we already mentioned it once, but if they're going to be able to pick up 2 victories on the same weekend to kick off LPL Summer, that's a great news story for this team.
He did mention that some of the criticism we had was they were a little bit sloppy in the game of Snake. Might not necessarily be them. It might have been Snake playing a bit scrappier, but this game, a lot cleaner coming from Game Talent so far.
Yeah, this is just them dictating the pace of the game. And, you know, they had good reactionary play to the lane swap. Have to remember that it was Saint that initiated it, but they knew exactly what to do as XQ was freezing out that lane. And, I mean, PentaQ's even caught up now. There's just no advantages at all to speak of.
Game Talent's currently splitting up 1-1-3. They've got the support AD carry and jungler down in the bottom lane. Top laner and mid laner splits up into their respective solo lanes for now.
These pillars from Savoki to be able to set up a siege, by the way, have just been amazing. Every single time anyone walks near the turret, he gets it just off the wall, ensures that they're not able to walk through there as a duo. Someone has to take the damage that's coming out of the Azir, coming out of the Ezreal. And now Wushuang just cheating between waves, being annoying.
He's not only trying to control Saint's jungle, he's trying to control the base. He just hopped in over the base gate, trying to get in between those 2 turrets. The mid lane inhibitor turret has been taken down. Republic and Wushuang looking to try and take down the inhibitor as well. They will be able to pick that one up as Savoki's going to jump in. Wushuang be caught by a hook once again, but they turn and take down the Thresh. Now looking at the remaining members of Saint's lineup. March, he's going to get jumped on, has to flash away as he's low on health, and they take one down. They take down the bot lane inhibitor as well. The top lane inhibitor is getting worked on by Wushuang and Gimgoon as well. Game Talent's looking to storm into the base here.
Yeah, they're looking to take all 3 inhibitors and close this one out by 30 minutes. Saint can try and clear the waves, but right now it's just not going to be enough.
It looks too difficult for them. They're just conceding their Nexus turrets as well. Savoki puts the exhaust down onto the Victor. Acorn, he's been knocked down by the Convergence. He gets taken down as well by the Ezreal. XQ trying to do whatever he can to save his Nexus, but it's not enough. Game Talents are working onto the base. They're going to be able to take down Saint in game 1 of this best of 3 series.
A comprehensive shellacking there, Fish. Out of Game Talents onto Saint. I mean, Saint from about minute 3 just looked like they weren't in that one. The Kindred picks up the early Infernal Drakes, gets number 2, gets number 3 even, and was just able to control the jungle from minute 1.
Let's start at the beginning of this game here. You mentioned how the lane swap was initiated coming in from Saint there, but they couldn't do anything with it. Game Talents reacted fantastically, and that's where they started their lead.
And it didn't make sense to me because of this. I mean, they swapped back with the Thresh Swain lane into double range. Swain wants to be able to bully the melees, and time again, this Azir was just able to set up plays, delivering the mid laner over to his jungle.
And that was actually the second gank we saw coming in from Wushuang into that mid lane. 2 times Azir during the laning phase was able to set up the pick for his team there. And that was another big decisive point. From the very start of the game, lane swap or not, it just looks like Republic was outclassing his opponent in that game.
Yeah, he certainly was. Snoopy wasn't even the mid laner we expected to see. We expected to see Otto, formerly Tiangun. So that was a little bit confusing there. I mean, the Saint lineup in general, no Chimin, March playing. Across the board, they weren't necessarily the people we were expecting to see. But, you know, they're not able to pick up game number 1, and Game Talents just beat them everywhere.
Disappointing game 1 for coming in from Saint here in the summer split of the LPL. For now, though, we're going to go into a very short break as we wait to get into game number 2 between these 2 teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, as we're going to take a look at the MVP really quickly between Game 1 of Game Talents and Saint, and that goes on over to Republic in the mid lane on his Azir.
50% damage share. What the heck, Republic?
That's a lot of damage.
I guess he was the only one in the game that actually had someone to hit a lot of the time because the rest of Saint were running away. Snoopy was just sitting. Snoopy was there in the mid lane just taking it. I mean, he was a little bit of a punching bag as that game progressed, but overall, I don't even know if you can give an MVP. If you can, maybe it's whoever was shot calling for Saint and delivered that tasty platter of a Thresh Swain top lane into their hands of Game Talents. But, you know, a good overall game, and he had some pretty flashy plays in there, Fish.
I think this was the second gank, actually, that we saw coming from Wu Shuang. He was able to get the delivery system coming in from the Azir there in the mid lane. So, congratulations to Republic in the mid lane, picking up the MVP.
Yeah, he actually, the way that I think about Republic as well is that he's not going to be that flashy mid laner. He needs to be the consistent player. And the good thing about this game was every single time that Wu Shuang went for a gank, he served it up to him perfectly. And he was able to put out that consistent damage that we wanted. So as you take a look at the young man on the screen, you know, he has to continue to do good things like that. Be that rock that his team can rely on and everyone can rotate around.
And we talked about Wu Shuang. He picked up the MVP due to that 50% damage share that he had for his team there. One player I really thought, who really impressed me and I really want to talk about was Wu Shuang on that Kindred. It felt like he was controlling the game, controlling the jungle very well for Game Talents as well.
Mate, you give me any level 7 or level 4 advantage in the game, I'll control the jungle in a similar way as well. As I said, that was really, in my opinion at least, that wasn't Game Talents playing a superior game. That was Saint making a monumental error at about minute 5 and just delivering it over to them. As soon as they went down, took control of that top side of the jungle, there was just like, there was 3 camps that were takeable, and one of them was a blue buff for the Elise. Nothing else was ever going to go in their favor because they chose to deep freeze bottom lane. That means you give up any invasion into the bottom side of the map if you are Saint. And then top side of the map was just a wash in favor of Game Talent. So realistically, March had nowhere to go. He could skate Gromp, Wolves. That was it. The rest of the map did not belong to him.
Well, let's take a look at that a little bit more coming in from Saint here. What do we want to see them change here coming to this next game? What do they have to swap out in Game 2 against Game Talents?
If you get 3 pushing lanes, don't lane swap. Like, it's just not worth the risk. There's nothing to be gained from it. I mean, when you have a look at it, they had a Lucian, they had a Victor, and they also had the Swain. They should have taken standard lanes into that and just tried to body Game Talents.
Well, let's see if Saint are able to do that. Now they're on the blue side in game number 2 of this best of 3 series against Game Talents, as bans have already gone underway between these two teams. Kindred and Rek'Sai are going to be taken away by Saint this time round, as Rise and Nidalee are going to be the bans so far from Game Talents.
And this is confusing. I mean, you're on the blue side and you have to double ban jungles away from Wu Shuang because you're just not confident in March's ability to pick them up. Kindred especially is just so dominant because of a neutral control on the current patch.
Looking at the lineups really quickly, no changes from these two teams so far. You mentioned March, he's still in the jungle. Snoopy, he's in the mid lane. Saint, game 1 of the summer split of the LPL. Like you mentioned, running 2 of their starting 5 roster players.
And they banned Lucian as well.
Lucian and Caitlyn going to be taken away, which means that Twitch is left open, which was banned out by Saints previously. Now the option of picking this one up.
And this is just confusing. I mean, you've pretty much emptied 2 champion pools, jungle and AD carry, into B tier, whilst leaving up the pick of top lane and mid, and they're the areas that you really struggle. I mean, the Lucian didn't look like a problem at all. Interesting pick ban so far from Saint.
You know, all we really saw XQ do on Lucian in that previous game was
farm.
Just farm, like sit in the bottom lane. We saw the heat map come out halfway through the game. There was just a blimp on that bottom side of the jungle close to the inner turret where Lucian was standing for a good 15 minutes. I mean, if he's going to do the same thing, Twitch...
I mean, Twitch is available, but PentaQ showed pretty good prowess on the Ezreal. I don't think that he's going to be all that mad being forced into that. Savoki's Trundle was very good, and Trundle can ruin Twitch's day. Really makes it hard for him to navigate team fights because, of course, he doesn't have gap closes. He just has a quick walk.
Twitch is that first picker coming from Saints so far. We have to see what Game Talents decide to respond with their next 2 pickups. Azir is still left over. Invictus still up and available. These are two champions, I believe, that are almost 100% picked and banned so far in the early phases of Summer Split of the LPL, as Karma and Azir are going to be locked in for game talents.
Yeah, so some good wave clear out of the first couple of picks. Also a bully lane down there in the bottom that Twitch is going to have to be run into. March insta-locks Elise. It's like, I had a bad game first time around. I want to redeem myself.
Picks up that champion, even with the likes of Graves still left on the board. Well, a lot of junglers actually being banned out, like you mentioned earlier. Kindred, Rek'Sai, Nidalee taken away. All the really S-tier S junglers have been taken away by those bans. As Echo's going to be locked in by Saint here. They look to try and throw him up into the top lane and show Gimgoon what Acorn could do on the champion.
Potentially, MSI showed us that Echo was quite a good counter pick to Azir. So we'll see whether that is going to be maybe Snoopy taking into the mid lane. I expect it to be top, definitely, but you do have to respect the power of flexes in the current meta.
We're still waiting for Game Talents to pick up their next two picks here. They've already shown their mid laner and possibly their support in Karma, as Lee Sin is going to be the lock-in for Wushuang in the jungle, as Fizz is going to be the pickup as well. That could definitely be flexed to mid or top, but should be going top lane here with the Azir pickup.
Yeah, it certainly should be. So, you know, we're going to see another carry Fizz top lane. Also with an Ignite here for Gimgoon so far, so he wants to kill Acorn up there. Acorn didn't have the best game one. And wow, that would really be something. This team composition would have very low wave clear. Of course, you get some out of your Elise because of the Spiderlings. You know, Hurricane on Twitch, that's going to help you out a little bit. But with what is an Azir, most likely Ezreal composition coming out with a little poke, this could be quite oppressive if game talents do get ahead. Saint, of course, have great snowballing potential still and fantastic team fight. So we'll see whether they're able to make that work, especially if they lock in a Janna.
Janna and a Cassin in here. It does look like Snoopy wants to show Republic how to handle this champion. It was Republic that played this in game number 3 against Snake. And now it's going to be Snoopy taking up against Republic in game number 2 against Game Talents here. As Game Talents only have their 80k left to pick up.
Oh, Civilcom. All right, cool. That would be interesting as well. The reason being is that maybe not the kind of champions you'd expect to synergize well, but the thing that I love to mention is that Azir shoves your front line onto your back line, and Civ is able to make full use of that with the AoE crits from Ricochet. So I do like the two champions together. Also means that even though they've got lower damage coming out of jungle and potentially top lane, I mean, Fizz will be able to delete someone, but no AoE damage. They will not lack for damage as this game progresses against a Cassin and Twitch. So they scale equally as impressively. And we'll see whether Game Talents are able to make it work for 2 games in a row, or whether Saint can hit back. They need to, because that was a very lackluster performance first time around.
And you know what? If you covered all the names in this game and showed this to me 2 months ago and told me this was an LPL game, I wouldn't believe you. Janna and Karma being picked up as the 2 supports here, with all the supports in the world left up and available for these 2 teams.
Yeah, and you know, you have to have a look. The fact that Janna is going to be able to hard reset a team fight, and that's what they need out of Saint. No one else is going to offer that from a support position. And Savoki's just a lane bullying AD carry. They want to keep this Twitch down. So even though a little bit peculiar in what we expect to be initiation, they certainly fit in the current meta.
Coaches are going to shake hands as we glide onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2 between Game Talents and Saint. And we are on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between Game Talents and Saint here. As we are back up, and it is Game Talents currently 1-0 in the lead of this best of 3 series. A very clinical game 1 from the side. Saints really have a lot of cleaning up to do in this game number 2 to try and contest Game Talents in the early game and try and get their foot in the door in the LPL Summer Split.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, more than anything, they just need to go away and prove that they can actually put on a good performance, because that was very disappointing, especially when you have pretty experienced members
Gimgoon's going to continue with his fervor
So
of battle.
further on Fizz, I don't mind. Because, you know, with all the auto attack resets and the like, you're able to stack it up quite quickly. Fizz also has Ignite, so he's looking to kill Acorn this time around. Double wind speaker support. That's interesting.
Both supports able to dish out a plenty amount of shields to their teammates.
And it's a heal out of the Janna versus AoE shield, you know, just get it across everyone. Nice Aegis there to be in effect. And it's going to be a lane swap one more time. And we saw how well this worked out the first game for Saint. So we'll see whether they can replicate that success.
Replicate the success
Of the 27-minute loss.
Don't think that's one they're going to try and imitate again here, Spawn.
You know,
Or one that they want to.
it's up to them. Man. They can do whatever they want.
Saint so far, though, looking to try and push Wushuang and Gimgoon off of these double golems here. Lee Sin trying to stick around, does get the smite off, picks up the big camp. Immediately popping a couple of potions to try and keep himself healthy.
But can
Savoki.
March even get the big camp? Like, this is the thing. They've traded again, and he will be able to pick it up, but they're in trouble.
Lots of damage going down onto March. Exhausted already. The Elise has to flash over the wall to try and get to safety.
That is so telegraphed out of this Saint lineup. I mean, they start on top of 2 wards, and they're still being pushed around here.
Savoki heading insult to injury, picks up one of the small raptors as well. March was able to hit level 2 of the other small raptor, but he's still playing unused. Savoki is able to knock them out of the jungle one more
Just
time.
leave the bottom side of the jungle. I mean, you've already lost to the lane swap because of that. You're behind in tempo. You have less major camps. Your top laner still hasn't picked up anything, but they were persistent with it, and Savoki just bullies them off. I mean, that is a huge advantage already for Game Talents.
On the flip side of the map, Gimgoon and Wushuang, they were able to just run away from the red buff, took only these small raptors.
Got the whole raptor camp and the small area of the red buff. So they got the 2 little sentinels and they got a whole raptor camp. So right now they are so far ahead. Pretty much a major camp up. And there's just no access to that bottom side of the map again. I mean, Acorn's going to go back up into top lane, level 1. And Wushuang's just going to continue to fly through this jungle as only Lee Sin can.
He's picked up level 3 on the Lee Sin as well, so a little bit further ahead than March at the moment. He's going to be able to move in towards his side of the jungle instead. Looking to try and pick up some more camps for himself as Snoopy. He's been pushed in towards this mid lane so far by Republic. A little bit of a repeat coming in from the last game.
So let's have a look at what's left available for the jungles. I mean, Lee Sin has a whole raptor camp pretty much to be able to pick up. He has a whole red buff and he has a little Krug. On the side of the Elite, she's got the red buff and the small Krug. That's all she has available before she has to join this push. So Wushuang should be able to come out pretty far ahead in this. Not to mention that they also have similar tempo on the turret. So even though Saint going to be able to charge this one down, see whether they are able to get back for what could be a quick dragon, or whether they just decide to push through and try and take a gold lead.
Saint to take down the turret first, looking to try and continue pushing for that second turret. Wushuang, he wants to try and take down the dragon here. Another Infernal Drake spawning here for game 2 between Game Talents and Saint. There's Gimgoon working to try and take down the bottom lane outer turret. Saint already working to try and take down the top lane inner turret. Savoki and Wushuang trying to take down the dragon by themselves.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage at this stage of the game, however, Fish, so they need to be careful. They call in your little friend in Fizz for some support. Looks like they will be able to take down the dragon, and they don't even lose top lane turret for it. Only a little bit of damage going across. So once again, Game Talent's just a huge advantage in this early game.
The lane swap not going so well for Saint. Once again, second time in this best of 3 series they're going for the swap. Second time it's Game Talents who react to it fantastically. Next dragon to spawn will be that Mountain Drake. So once again, these tempo style dragons coming up for Game Talents.
Yeah, and one more time, you just can't afford to lose it. So this time around, they haven't made the mistake of going towards a weird 2v2 lane. Looks like they're just going to go for a standard lane swap, put as many people in there as you can, shove it out. You can see that PentaQ kind of knows they're down there, so he's doing the same now. He's shoving out his lane. And we'll see whether they're able to get a somewhat even early game. Because even though right now Wushuang is pretty much 2 major camps ahead, gold pretty equal across the board.
Taking a look at that mid lane really quickly. Once again, Republic able to bully out the Cassidy a little bit. Cassidy's already gone home and picked up the Negatron Cloak for himself. Should be going for the Abyssal Scepter to give himself a little bit of magic penetration and magic resistance as well to resist some of the damage coming out from Republic. But
Also
Saint
gives you cooldown, right? So like one thing that is really, I guess, important on Cassidy is he gets 20% cooldown reduction pretty much for free off Abyssal and Boots right now. And then you can go towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, get a luxury Lich Bane, and you kind of have it without having to invest into your mana items, which means that you can still get your Rod of Ages in there. So I think that new Cassidy does have some interesting build paths you can go. You still want that 3-item core of Roar or Abyssal as well as the Zhonya's, but after that you can really open up the build path to some interesting things.
Meanwhile, away from the isolated mid lane, both Game Talents and Saint looking to continue pushing towards the outer side of the opposite lanes.
This is twice that Saint have actually stuck around. And it's for quite minimal advantages, because another creep wave will march up now, but I don't think they're going to be able to secure the turret, although they're sticking around for it.
Getting lots of damage down on towards it. Like you mentioned, that second wave has collapsed. It's below half health now. Karma is in the lead to try and get towards this turret to push them away. They get a significant amount of damage on towards this turret, but not able to take it down.
So actually, that turned out better than I thought it would. Thought that Karma would just be able to speed PentaQ off the platform and be able to get there. But instead, they actually get pretty significant damage onto the tier 2 structure.
And although it does look like Game Talents are the ones that are slightly ahead in this early game so far, they're only about 600 gold ahead of Saint for now. Not a massive gold lead only 7 minutes into this game.
No, definitely not. And you know, when you have the likes of Cassidy and Twitch, champions that don't necessarily have the best laning phase, you'll probably take that, especially after you watch game number 1 between these two teams. So Saint doing a much better job this time around. Although, once again, it's a level 6 Lee Sin, stalking out the jungle.
And we touched on Cassidy's items earlier, the Negatron Cloak pickup. We look at the other items for the Twitch as well. He's looking towards that Yomu's Ghost Blade very early on, as he was looking towards going towards the Rift Herald there. Nobody from his team to help him out. He did mention Elise as well. Wushuang, he's been waiting inside of March's jungle, deep inside of enemy territory. He's level 6.
Here we go, Submarine.
Submarine coming in from the Twitch onto Republic here. There goes the slow coming down. This is going to knock him backwards, though. XQ takes the turret here. Lots of damage down onto the Twitch. Wushuang picks it up with one proc of the Q as Siu, he gets knocked in towards the team. Has to flash away. Kim Goon's here as well. Puts down the Ignite and some damage onto the Janna, but he's going to live as Kim Goon getting jumped on by 3 members of Say. A double kill onto the Elise. They trade it 2 for 1.
So an overreach there out of Game Talents. They try and bite off a little bit more than they can chew. Probably should have just taken the free kill onto the Twitch, but instead they don't go for it. As we take another look here, great scoop by Republic one more time. He's however, and can't get much more out. And after this, they could have just successfully disengaged. Instead, they go for the play onto Shu. Very hard to tie down Janna. And the rest of the team just keeps funneling in and gets made punish.
March shows up right on time as well to get that Cocoon and to be the extra backup that Saints really needed in that mid lane. And just like that, even though they picked up 2 kills for 1, Game Talent still have a very slight lead with Savoki down in the bottom lane. Oh, sorry, PentaQ, who was down in the bottom lane, pushing it out as that fight happened.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, it was PentaQ that stayed at home this time, so he's got the big CS advantage over the Twitch. You know, Siva able to mow down those waves. And, you know, we already mentioned it, but Wushuang's still a little bit stronger than his counterpart, has got completed jungle item. So he's going to be able to continue to own this bottom side jungle.
It's not just the minion advantage that we saw coming out from that Twitch. It's also the experience advantage. Is now Acorn looking to try and jump off the 3 members. The collapse is coming in. Snoopy, the level 7 Cassidy, trying to jump onto the remaining members of Game Talents. Still going as aggressively forward as possible. Is able to slow down the Karma, but not able to get a pick out of that.
Yeah, so in the end, that's a good collapse out of Saint, but nothing really happening there. They do burn Snoopy's teleport, although they still want more.
Savoki going to get jumped on here. The flash forward from the Elise, not going to get the Cocoon off, as Savoki's able to dodge that one. But that does mean Saint have control of the blue side of Game Talent's jungle.
Better ideas this time now for Saint, right? They try and make the proactive play. They teleport in. They stick with it. They force them right back to their turret. Remember, that turret is quite low.
Yep.
So they should be able to push up here. 20 seconds until Dragon. They'll get the hard reset they're looking for and then try and reconverge on that and not give another way to Game Talent. So much better play this time around. I mean, they're still 1,000 gold behind in this early game, but it's definitely not the same kind of deficit that they're at in game number 1.
Dragon has final respawned here. The Mountain Dragon is up and available. Wushuang, though, he's on the other side of the map right now, taking away the Grob from March. He's still trying to stick to his guns, do the same thing he tried to do in game number 1, which is take away as many jungle camps as possible from this Elise.
And look, Elise got 2 kills, but he's still down 12 CS. And that's pretty much all jungle monsters right now for Wu Shuang. So he's still quite strong. See whether he goes continually aggressive. I mean, with the amount of magic damage on the enemy team, wouldn't be surprised to see a Hex Drinker pick up. Will continue the aggressive build path and allow him to dominate. I mean, we saw some unique builds out of MLXG at MSI when he was picking up the Lee Sin. Pretty much the pseudo bruiser builds with things like more of Malmortius and Black Cleaver being picked up with GAs and Deadman plates in there to give a little bit more survivability.
Have to see what Wu Shuang picks up in combination with his Warriors Enchantment jungle items so far. We'll have to see when he goes back to base, what he decides to build. We did mention the Dragon did respawn earlier, but none of the teams trying to contest it just yet. Just letting it sit there and brew for a while, it seems.
Yeah, maybe waiting for top laners to have teleport pack available. You can see that Acorn doesn't really want to show himself on the map right now. That puts him at a huge disadvantage because he's down once again about 30 CS.
March did look like he was trying to catch out Savoki towards the blue side of Game Talent's jungle. Did miss the Cocoon one more time, but he's going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler, giving himself a little bit of vision here towards the Dragon Pit. Helping Saints out a lot if they decide to contest for the Dragon buff anytime soon. Acorn's teleport is back up soon, like you mentioned, so could be a good time for Saint to look for that.
XQ runs past the Lee Sin, who is waiting in a warded brush. So they were potentially looking for the pick there.
XQ's really far behind. He's level 6 on this Twitch.
Yeah, to the level 8. As I said, you know, just all that extra farm that PentaQ was able to pick up. Now collapsing onto Savoki, but here comes Lee Sin.
Cocoon's going to go in. Savoki taking a lot of damage. He's not going to survive this as March picks up the kill. But there goes the Rat. Going to get taken down by Wu Shuang. Teleports are being procced left, right, and center. March, he's going to get jumped on. PentaQ actually has to flash away from Acorn and Snoopy. They're trying to stick to him like glue. They're going to be able to take him down. The ultimate does come out. Wu Shuang has already picked up a triple here. He's looking for more. Stu, he's trying to run away. He's behind the Dragon Pit, looking to try and take down Stu, and he's going to be able to do just that. Slows it down, hits him a couple more times. Janus tries to run away, but Wu Shuang will be able to pick up this kill. Oh no! He was waiting for it. The tornado comes out.
Alright, so he got the double in the end, but you know, that was great Lee Sin play. He waits out the exhaust, is able to pick up a kill pretty much by himself as Gimgoon and Acorn stalking each other on opposite ends of the map, and that was a immediate assassination of the Twitch. That's what happens when you're this far ahead on Lee Sin, so credit to the Lee Sin main right now, running around the Rift, putting on the style points. I know that you're waiting for SOFM to get off the bench and Snake and do something similar, Fish, but right now we're just seeing that a dominant early game jungler can really take it over. Let's take another look at this. So they get the jump onto Savoki. Good Cocoon, and the amount of burst damage that comes out of Elise is huge, but look at that. He's just deleted. And from there, on the back end of the fight, he just stalks out member after member. This is what I was talking about. Flashes over, gets the slow, nails the Q, and then waits out the exhaust to be able to retake it back in and pick up March. Meanwhile, on the top end of the fight, Republic and Acorn were doing their best to be able to win out on that one. And I mean, we saw the end of this one. Shu just leads him on a happy chase and gets the outplay at the very end. But still pretty decent play.
As we go back onto Summoner's Rift. Lots of damage being put out by Saint there in the mid lane. One thing that really stood out to me in that was the fact that with Savoki taken down, PentaQ was just jumped on by Snoopy and Acorn. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, so that is one thing that is always going to exist. I mean, Siva, very low mobility apart from the movement speed that she's able to grab, especially with no summoner spells. And good luck trying to outrun something like a Kassadin in any case. So you can understand it as now he's just showing off. But actually goes for a little bit more of a tanky build. Acknowledges as how much magic damage is on the other team, going towards something like a Spirit Visage.
On the flip side of the map, March picked up the Luden's Echo in the jungle, so he's going to need a little bit of ability power from that item, a little bit of extra damage on that Elise as well, and does have the Giant spell to give him a little bit of tankiness too.
And here we go.
Acorn going to get jumped on by Wu Shuang here, puts a little bit of damage down with the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Ultimate does come out from Acorn, gets the shield for himself, but here's Savoki to tether him and slow him down. PentaQ's here as well. They're going to be able to take down Acorn, and Game Talents pick up a kill.
Yeah, so nicely played there one more time, but this time it is actually Saint that have the rotation on the top side of the map. They understand Gimgoon has no wave clear, didn't even go for a Barmy Cinder, so they'll trade the life of their top laner for a turret, and that's worth.
And on top of that, Dragon was not taken after that previous fight, which means it's possible that Wu Shuang could take away the Mountain Dragon for himself. He's already working on it. Republic and Savoki looking to take down the mid lane outer turret. They take that down with ease. And it's going to be XQ that returns to try and pick up the remainder of the minions crashing on towards his side of the map.
So in the end, Game Talents take a lot more than just one kill. They get the mid lane turret, you know, they push this wave into the bottom. They also pick up the dragon, as you mentioned. So still a good news story. Want to be able to take away the red buff as well. And this team is unrelenting in their pressure today. I mean, looks like they've gone away after night 1 of the LPL, done some soul searching, and come back and said, we want to be able to dominate the flow of the game.
They made a couple more mistakes in this match against Saints so far, but they have a much greater gold advantage in this game. They're 4,000 gold ahead of Saints just 16.5 minutes into this matchup. They picked up 2 dragons for themselves. The next dragon to spawn will be another mountain dragon, so Game Talents are looking to try and put on even more pressure in this match.
Yeah, they certainly are. And with a couple of mountain dragons, Baron would certainly be an appetizing meal to look at. XQ finally able to pick up a buff for himself. Does also have that Yomu, so early spike for the Twitch. See whether he's able to make any plays with it.
On the flip side, Pentakill looking to try and pick up his Essence Reaver. Does have all the components ready, but hasn't quite completed it just yet. Went for his Swifty Boots first. Now he has picked it up as well as the Zeal item.
Whoa,
so a big spike for him.
Yep.
As we take a look at the mid lane as well, Republic does have the Snatcher's Tooth as well as the Negatron Cloak. So nice pickups coming in for the Azir, looking to pick up his Negatron Cloak. This Spectre's Abyssal Spectre. Can't do English today.
That's all right, mate. We understand. It's one of those things when you're born and raised speaking English, sometimes it's a little bit hard. Make no mistake, guys at home. See, it is his first language. don't let him fool you. But you know, this game has normalized a lot. There are big CS discrepancies in all the lanes right now for Game Talents, and that's why they do have the 3,000 gold lead. But this time around, maybe the scaling is on Saints' side.
Ultimate coming up from Pentakill here. Whoosh looking to try and get a kick off. They are able to kick the Twitch backwards, but he's spotted out by the E coming in for Lee Sin. Getting taken down incredibly low. Savoki taking a bit of damage, but Saint, they're definitely losing this fight as all the members are now collapsing. Great ultimate from Republic to keep people at bay. As Acod, he's now trying to run away to Slippery Echo, trying to get as far away as possible from the rest of the members of Game Talents. As Gimgoon, he's going to chase him down, as well as the Lee Sin. Getting lots of damage down onto this Echo. He has to flash over the wall, trying to get back in towards the parallel convergence. Jumps onto Pentakill, but it's not enough. The Sand Soldiers will poke him out. That's 2 kills for Game Talents.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now they look towards the Rift Herald. So once again, they've got this objective focus play in mind, where even when they pick up a kill, they want to turn it into something straight away. That was a little bit better play out of Saint, but you know, XQ caught the fish in the end, and that's not what he wanted. Deleted off the back end of the map after doing so much to live through Wu Shuang's burst. And this is actually starting to get really impressive out of Game Talents. And Snake's no longer playing sloppy League of Legends. I mean, their goal's not necessarily where they would want it to be, but time and time again, GT is just able to get their player.
That was a 19-minute Rift Herald as well. Now that the last 20 minutes in total, Gimgoon has a massive buff all the way to 40 minutes in this game. As Snoopy, he's going to get jumped on now. Wushuang is behind him, lands the Sonic Wave. We're not going to follow up with the Resonating Strikes. They just trying to take some damage onto this tower instead.
Yeah, he was looking for the kick. I mean, Rift Herald and Kassadin's always going to be a slippery sucker to be able to get your hands on. So instead, they'll just take away some of the damage on that turret and a major camp one more time. But once again, this Game Talents roster, they're pushing the envelope every single time. They understand that they're the team with Lee Sin and Fizz, probably not 2 of the better scaling champions in their role right now, but are definitely strong at this stage of the game. So they just want to keep building on this lead, because if you go into a late game with a 6,000-7,000 gold lead, doesn't matter how weak your champions are, you're still going to be up until items are normalized. And right now, it doesn't look like Saint are going to get towards that stage of the game.
And speaking of where they are strong, let's take a look at those items quickly. The Abyssal Scepter already picked up by the Azir in the mid lane. Got it this time.
Yep.
2 Spirit Massages picked up by the side of Game Talents as well. Gimgoon and Wu Shuang have picked those up as well. So lots of tankiness to magic damage on their side, which is quite effective against a team with 3 magic damage dealers.
Yeah, completely agree. Actually, their item builds are really nice at this stage, and it means that early penetration probably needs to be looked at out of at least the Kassadin. It's not going to be able to come through all that easily, however, as he is 50 CS down and hasn't really snowballed any of those kills. And they would kill right now to be able to redistribute some of March's gold, because he's got the Abyssal Scepter, but not really who they want to have it.
March is going to get kicked back by Wushuang there. He's able to repel over the wall, but does get tethered down by the Karma. He's going to get taken down. Savoki picks up that kill, and that allows Game Talents to put some work onto this mid lane inner turret.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a shake of her head there. They will be able to pick up the mid lane turret. And once again, this team, lanes are just prepped already. They pick up one kill, transition it into a gold-based objective, push that lead even further out. Now it's 5,000 gold. Dragon going to be available in about 50 seconds. And honestly, their vision control has been superb. Their skirmishing has been great. And they just look like so much more improved than what they did on night number 1. Like, I cannot stress that enough. This was a team that Snake, who were looking pretty ordinary, took to the limit. This time around against Saint, they look much more refined. And
if they're able to pick up the win here and pick up the best of 3 series 2-0, it'd be a very impressive week 1 for Game Talents. Formerly EPA pick up two wins.
I mean, they only had 3 the whole season, Finn. The fact that they would have 2 in week number 1 would be fantastic. But yeah, I agree with you. And it's actually good to see a young team. Like, we're used to teams like Snake and QG bursting in through the LSPL. People kind of forget about the likes of King and Garmty that were relegated relatively quickly. But this time around, EPA came in, they defended their spot, and now they're improving and starting to take those steps, and they are a young team. So credit to them. New brand, new season. Looks like new life has been breathed into it.
Saints, on the other hand, first game back in the LPL in Split 2, the summer split here, and they haven't been able to impress at all. 2 players of their starting 5 only playing here with 3 substitutes coming in.
Yeah.
It's just looked like a disaster so far.
Well, it was a complete roster overhaul, right? So we were expecting Otto and Chimin to play, maybe even STYZ to play. They went with the starting lineup that you can see with XQ, Shu, and, March. Snoopy on your screen as well. So I think that they're going to have to do what RNG, I guess, fell into, and that is find the right mix of players and kind of decide where they want to put their strength right now, because Acorn, he hasn't had the best series for himself. Snoopy's definitely not lived up to anything right now, so we'll have to see how it works out. And even March, even though he has like a promising scoreline this game, 4-2-0, really was a double kill off a mistake of Game Talents that set him up for that success. So you're right, disappointing first game for the team, but is very early in the season. Of course, only day number 3. And they have some time in a long LPL season to get it together.
And Saint with a team, 2 games in a row, came in here with a strategy. They tried to do the lane swap. 2 games in a row. Game Talents are the one that come out ahead from that lane swap. So just not quite working out for them as XQ looking to try and submarine onto Savoki here. Pops the Yomu's Ghost Blade. Had that Hurricane as well. Lots of damage down onto the Karma, but the ultimate from Sivir and the Flash saves him.
That's a better play. So that is straight up a good play there. They're able to get the shield onto their Twitch, open up with the Yomu's as well as the ultimate, burn an ultimate and a summoner spell. So that's really nicely done there. See whether they're able to utilize that, now that there is no on the hunt. Look for a team fight or something. Gimgoon and Snoopy have a little bit of a biff.
Might be a brawl in the mid lane though, as the Q is connected coming from Wushuang. Good ultimate from Siu. Knocks Wushuang back after he tries to go forward with the W. And here comes more teleports into mid lane. Both of the top laners coming in towards the fight.
Fizz
both
cancels.
of them cancel it.
No, so Snoopy came through. Fizz actually cancelled, so Gimgoon going to have the advantage in that respect. And Snoopy just has to run back into that bottom lane. So the game of chicken won by Game Talents there. Awesome ultimate out of Shu, however. I mean, you called it out there, but stops the Lee Sin in his tracks. Means that he can't flash behind the Twitch. Looking for that insect one more time.
And still overall 5-8. 2 Game Talents at the moment with a nice score for themselves. They're 1 tower ahead of Saint as well, with 3 dragons to their name, and they're about 5,000 gold up here. Just 25 minutes into this game, with the Locket of Iron Solari being picked up by Savoki as well, and the massive item spikes coming in onto PentaQ is going to be massive as XQ now. He gets jumped on. PentaQ picks up that kill for himself. And Game Talents look to try and steamroll down that mid lane.
So they try the same play one more time, but this time they don't have the backup needed. Meanwhile, Acorn is in a lot of trouble.
Looking to try and put some damage down onto this Echo. The Ignite's been put down by the Fizz. Tricky plays coming in for Acorn. He's going to keep himself alive. The last tick is not enough to take him down. But still, Gimgoon really impressive down in this bottom lane as Game Talents looking to try and take down this mid lane inhibitor turret. Take it down with ease. NewBee has to jump away, and they're content with just the tower for the objective.
Yeah, they certainly are. So now they'll back away on the side of Game Talents. I mean, they don't want to push their luck. We already mentioned, but there is some good snowball potential on Saint. If they ever do start winning a team fight, the resets will come out of Twitch, can go back into stealth, start chasing you down, as well as this Kassadin. So I like the patient play out of Game Talents. As I said, they look a much more refined team tonight.
Certainly
But that
do.
was just an outright mistake. I mean, if you're a Twitch, you have to really have your flanks water before you try and make such an aggressive play. And the Lee Sin was just ready for him this time around.
Excuse me.
And they've been spotted again.
He wants to do it one more time here. Republic's going to get jumped on. Pops the Emperor's Defy. Keeps himself alive for a while longer. Here comes a teleport to the mid lane, but XQ, he's already taken down. Gimgoon working towards the back line. He's on top of Snoopy can't deal with 4 members of Game Talents as Gimgoon still chasing down Acorn and March here. That's 3 kills already for Game Talents so far. They're not done yet. The Fizz, he's still diving into the back lines here, but slowly Acorn should be able to run away.
Yeah, he's able to get out. And, you know, XQ right now is the embodiment of if you don't succeed, try again. But if you don't even sweep the mid lane before you go for it, it's just not going to work because they spot the rat going into stealth one more time, kick him into the Azir wall and delete him. And that's a 5v4 after that point. I mean, it's just not good enough play out of the AD carry of Saint.
Now it's a 7,000 gold lead for Game Talents at the moment. They've already taken down that inhibitor. 2 inner turrets left available up on the top and bottom side of the map with Dragon respawning in a minute. This is going to be a difficult mountain for Saint to climb if they want to get back into this game.
Well, it was only a 3,000-4,000 gold lead before those 2 plays just came out. I mean, they were slowly losing control of the map, sure, but they didn't need to make 2 such over-aggressive plays without setting up. I agree with the ideal behind the plays. I mean, you want to look for picks with the Twitch, now that he's got the Hurricane and the Yomus, but you need to at least sweep for vision. This looks much more promising this time.
He's looking for it again onto Savoki. Gets a little bit of damage down, but not quite enough. The Solari and Shield coming out from Karma will be able to keep Savoki alive. But still, Saint looking to try and get the submarines play with XQ. Not quite able to find it then again.
Yeah, so this time at least they walk him underneath. You know, they light up the Karma one more time. You want to go for the support. Able to get rid of the ultimate out of Siva. I mean, you can look for it again as soon as the Twitch has the ultimate back available. So that's a better play this time around, but... Oh.
Wushuang with the kick back here. Still, he's stuck between a Lee Sin and a wall. He's going to get taken down by Savoki. Teleports already being channeled by Game Talents here. They're looking for more. Fizz is not going to connect his ultimate. Well, Wushuang jumps into 4 members, jumps immediately straight back out. Republic trying to jump in with his soldiers. Not quite able to land onto the remaining members of Saint. They're trying to hold their ground in between the jungle and their turrets, but they will lose their support.
Yeah, so their Shu just makes a mechanical error. I mean, you should be able to tornado him off, and if you can't get the tornado, you should at least be able to monsoon him back. Instead, gets kicked into the team, and that's probably going to mean Baron picked up right now for Game Talents.
Game Talents do have the Mountain Dragon, 2 Mountain Dragons to their name, so this is going to get taken down incredibly quickly. Wushuang able to snipe that one away. That's March. He's going to get taken down as soon as he comes back from Repel. This is a slaughter coming out from Game Talents. They take down Acorn as well. And now they're going to recall with a massive gold lead for themselves and look towards Saint's base.
Yeah, and you know, they get caught between, do I go for a steal or do I back away? They definitely weren't looking to fight that one. 2 members get picked. That's going to be a 10,000 gold lead now and a Baron buff with mid inhibitor already down. Game Talents now looking to pick up another Dragon just for good measure and then march it down bottom lane.
The Ocean Dragon will be the 4th Dragon being picked up here by Game Talents. Just 13 minutes into this game. The Elder Dragon's going to be the next thing to
That's
spawn.
actually a creepy symbol. Like the other symbols, I'm like, yeah, all right. Like I understand exactly what they mean. Good clarity in game design. The Elder one's just like, it's a stuff of nightmares. I don't know if I like it that much.
I think Rusty says it's big. It's just so big.
Yeah, it is. It's huge.
Every time I see Rusty playing a game with Elder Dragon, he just says, it's too big as Republic. He's going to get jumped on by the remaining members of Saint here. They shut him down. March almost gets taken down in return. The Game Talent's not too fussed about losing their mid laner just yet.
Yeah, they certainly aren't because, you know, mission already accomplished. They've pushed up mid lane. Now they're pushing up bottom. They take a turret for it. Wushuang, I don't think I agree with your decision making right now, but that's all right. You're very tanky. looks like they'll be able to break the base in a second area.
We did do his job, able to stop them from getting down towards the bottom side of the map fast enough. XQ popped that Yoma's Ghostblade looking for something. Pinkboard actually coming down for Savoki. He doesn't want to get jumped on by that Twitch anymore.
And you can see how scared Savoki is of Twitch. Turns around, puts a pink ward directly in front of him. And they're just going to look to continually push in here.
Going to try and get some damage down on towards these inhibitors. Gimgoon and Wushuang able to take down the top lane inner turret as well. Submarine coming in for Twitch one more time. Sweeper Ward.
You're just going to kill him.
They're looking for it. XQ take a lot of damage. Savoki, he picks up that revenge kill down in the bottom lane. They get 2 for Game Talents, and now it's turned into a 3-on-2. Snoopy has to run away. Wushuang not able to land that Sonic Wave. Republic trying to get some damage down onto Snoopy here. The Fizz is going to come in. Acorn has to ultimate back out of the fight here, but now the Nexus turrets, they're already being worked on by Game Talents here. They take 2 picks into the bottom lane and use that to take another victory off against Saint here. They pick up the series 2-0.
And 2-0 in under an hour. I mean, 27 minutes, 31 minutes. Game Talents absolutely decimate Saint in their first LPL Summer matchup, but, you know, that was a much more competitive game, but Saint just rushed it. XQ time and time again were looking for those aggressive plays on the Twitch, but they just didn't set up enough in advance to be able to, I guess, facilitate success for it.
And let's take a look at this game one more time from the very start, the same way we did last game. Once again, it's Saint that started the lane swap. They're the one that initiated that strategy. And once again, it's Game Talents who are the ones that come out ahead from that strategy and able to pick up a massive lead early.
So this time they got chip damage on the 2 outer turrets, and that should have been a good thing, because what they were trying to do is trade out these neutral objectives for gold-based objectives. Okay, cool, we'll give over an early Infernal Dragon. What we're counting on is if we get 2 outer turrets for it, that's 2,000 gold that the other team doesn't have, and it's worth more at that stage of the game. We'll snowball our lead. What in reality happened, however, is they were losing kills as well at the same time as the Dragons, and these big CS discrepancies started to build up. And you can't really game plan for that. You have to think that you're at least going to be able to go even in farm, and 2 games in a row, Saint weren't able to accomplish that.
2 games, Saint not able to accomplish it. 2 games at the very start of the LPL. Saint once again not on the scoreboard, but Game Talents coming back in look very strong here. Not as impressive in Game 1, although they picked up a much cleaner victory, but Game 2 really showed their prowess, setting up more plays for themselves. And one thing I really want to touch on from the side of Saint, they went with the Twitch pickup very early into their drafting. The first pick for them was Twitch. They used that submarine so often, but were only successful a couple of times with that strategy.
Yeah, and it's because he was behind, right? I mean, if that's a 4-0, Twitch stealthing on top of your support and lighting him up, that's a fantastic play. When it is a 0-4 Twitch with 3 wards spotting him out before he can even get in position, and there's a Lee Sin to be able to keep him visible the whole time, I mean, it doesn't look as impressive. So not all the blame can be on XQ. The whole team needs to do a better job at controlling vision. But that's what impressed me. I mean, GT, they ran teleport on Azir. You should get punished for that, especially when the other team is running Elise. I mean, you should get destroyed. But Republic able to hold down that mid lane versus Castanet. Their vision control into the bottom half of the jungle. Wushuang going massive one more time. Like, that is something that you should be able to control as Elise. Lee Sin should not be able to walk into your jungle in that manner. But, you know, the early advantage, it allowed them to be able to set up these plays time and time again. So this was a team effort out of GT to be able to control Saint and not allow them into the game.
And let's talk about Wushuang very quickly here. 2 games in a row, able to control out Saint's jungle. Very deep and very aggressive with his champions there. All the S-tier-S junglers have been banned out in the game number 2 here. Rek'Sai, Kindred, Nidalee taken away. He just picks up Lee Sin and says, yep, I can play this champion.
Yeah, well, it is a champion that he was known for. So, you know, I'm not surprised there. And a lot of people have a pocket Lee Sin. I mean, we see it come up with Swift. People even like Spirit in the EU LCS. I mean, Dardoch in NA LCS is also a great Lee Sin. And there's MLXG, you know, Clear Love. They're all Lee Sin players as well. So the fact that Lee Sin is starting to see a little bit of play is fantastic. And he showed that in the early game, Lee Sin jungle is incredibly healthy, quickly, and is he's a kill jungler, right? You are looking to set up those kills for yourself, and then you snowball it into those good things like vision control. So he played it very impressively. The thing about Lee Sin is he still has like a 25 to 35 minute dip where you just can only look for the kick that will win you the game, and he doesn't do as much damage. But if a game goes between 25 and 30 minutes, like, he's one of the best junglers still because of his early game damage.
So let's look forward into the summer split of the LPL here for both Saint and Game Talents. What can we expect coming out from Saint moving forward? Because they showed they had a strategy set up for both games here against Game Talents, but once it faltered, it just looked like they stayed and been a little bit too defensive and just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, well, any team that has Akon on it is going to have a plan, right? I mean, he was the analyst for LGD, and even though they weren't executing, they definitely had plans as well. He was a top laner for LGD before that, and Blue, who was a very smart team. So Saint they need to find a starting 5 that work for them. And be able to move on from there.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP for Game 2 there. It's going to be going on over towards Pentague there. 25% of the damage share for his team, which is really that 80 carry they needed.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, he was able to push out waves incredibly effectively and just saved his team with his ultimate whenever Twitch was trying to stealth in on top of them. So I think that's a much deserved MVP there. I mean, there wasn't really all that much to that game apart from the strangulation that they just put on all 3 of the lanes simultaneously. For me, Gimgoon is another player that has to have mad props for both games. I mean, able to get huge farm leads twice over Akon and have great effectiveness in the team fights and skirmishes that were happening around the map. So I honestly think the whole of Game Talents just outperformed their counterparts, and that's why the games looked easy.
And Game Talents moving forward from the rest of this match, we saw in their game against Snake a couple of days ago, it just looked like they were very sloppy, very messy. Snake were able to play a very attrition-style game against them and picked up a win, but it was still Game Talents that picked it up 2-1.
Yep.
Moving forward, what can we expect from them? Because they looked a lot cleaner here against Snake.
They did look cleaner. I think what you have to do is you have to say, against a middle of the pack team that Snake is proving to be, we were a little bit sloppy and we need to be able to beat them consistently. Against Saint, who might be a lower tier team right now, we haven't really seen all that much. They can turn it around definitely. We looked good. So from there, you have to start building. Okay, why are we not able to execute the same clean style of League of Legends? Like, is it the pressure from our jungler? Like, do we need to get those early pressure picks? So when we have a look at it, I think that he picked up Graves, Rek'Sai. The Kindred and Lee Sin looked fantastic this time around. So out of Wushuang. So I think that, it's going to be something that they look at and they continue to adjust and fiddle with. And starting off 2-0 is a fantastic thing for a young team. Hopefully they continue to build in confidence and just get better and better. And
that's something I want to touch on as well, because we mentioned how in the previous bit of the LPL, they only picked up 3 wins in total.
Yeah.
Now 2-0. What is the big change coming in for this previously EPA lineup, now Game Talents? Is it Wushuang, the big change coming from those? Pentague and Savoki doing all the work now?
I actually have no idea. I actually think Republic was a liability last split, and he's had a really good first couple of games. I mean, even game 1 tonight, I mean, he looked very impressive there, doing a lot of the team's damage. So I think that they just need to get more consistent. As all young players, you have flashes of brilliance that will win you the game, but then you also have moments that will cost you the game. And they just had too many moments where individuals were costing them games and they weren't able to get it together as a team. 6 months playing together, that's a relatively long time. Now into Split 2, they're looking to take that next step as a whole lineup, and I think that no individual should be held accountable for their poor first split, and everyone should be given credit for them slowly getting better as a team, because they made their way through the promotion relegation with ease. Both LPL teams actually did. So this wasn't something that we were necessarily not expecting. We knew that they were better than their counterparts coming through the LSPL.
They certainly were, and we saw in that game how they're able to do just that. One thing I really noticed coming in from Game Talents as they move forward is they've really adapted to the meta nice. We see them always picking up these very meta champions, having a couple of pocket picks like the Caston, like the Lee Sin. Savoki's still being Savoki, I'll give him that. He's still
the Trundle running around. Yeah, that was a little bit weird. I agree with you, though. The priority on Dragon is there. They understand that if you lane swap away from them, you need to be able to take a 3-minute Dragon. They're calling in the right people. They're not giving up too much tempo when they do it. I mean, they took about 3/4 health chip damage, but for an early Infernal Drake, a lot of teams will be like, we're happy with that trade. We want to keep doing this. So I agree with you. Their read on the meta right now is fantastic, and they seem to have that flexibility out of Gimgoon and Savoki especially to just be able to play whatever the hell they want. I mean, we saw the Fizz come out with Ignite, and he was never punished for not taking an escape summoner. So I just really think that Game Talents, maybe it was a week thing. Maybe they just had a ripper week for themselves and they'll go away and, maybe go back to some of their old form. But right now, it just looks like they're very comfortable with their game plan and they're able to execute it twice in 1 week.
Certainly, out there, a very impressive game there against Saint here. And just move back to Saint very quickly, They only played 1 game this week. Now, only games against Game Talent team that's been playing really well. Could that be a saving grace for the lineup? To get a little bit more information. They're trying to adjust themselves nicely moving into the next week of the LPL.
Yeah, look, I don't think Saint were fooling anyone. I don't think they were we're going to come in and smash all these individuals. I mean, their lineup is chaotic at the best. They're running an 8-person lineup, as we keep talking about. So I think that this is a team that will go away and they'll be like, we didn't perform week 1, but we have some language difficulty. We're trying to integrate young players with some veterans in the lineup as well. And I think that they just need time to be able to get it right. It's what I used to say about LGD as well. They have to view this as a 10-week, very long season that they're going to go through. I mean, they play 15 best of 3s. The race hasn't even begun yet in a lot of ways for this Saint lineup, and they're just going to look to incrementally get better as the split goes on.
Well, that was Game Talents taking on Saint there, and it was a 2-0 victory for the team there. Next up, we're going to have NewBee taking on IG. We already broke down Game Talents and Saint quite a bit there, but now 2 very well-known teams in the LPL. NewBee, formerly of Chaogu, will be taking on IG coming up very shortly, but we're going to go to a very quick break first before we get into the third and final match of tonight. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm still Matthew Fish-Stewart, and still joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberia as we head into the third and final game of tonight between NewBee and IG. And this is going to be a pretty exciting match, I feel.
Yeah, this should be a slightly longer series than the last one we saw. I mean, we've seen NewBee once already. This LPL Summer, they went up against EDG and unfortunately lost that one 2-1, but they had a pretty impressive game 2 where they were able to come back from a huge deficit. That's what I want to kind of hit on. Like NewBee, formerly QG, team that used to like to take a late game and team fight. And, you know, with the addition of Happy, previously TNT, previously Peko, previously whatever the heck else you want to call him, but Happy now, is a late game team fighting AD carry, not much of a laner. And, you know, Dade has always had the same said about him, although he puts on extreme pressure during the laning phase. So I think that this team should be I don't want to say an improvement because I did like Doinby and Uzi version of QG as well, but this is a team that feels much more thematically correct for the NewBee roster.
And let's take a look at NewBee before we dive into the roster of IG here. The only change they've really had is now that they have Dade in the mid lane over Doinby. And you've said that recently Dade has been playing pretty well. He played pretty well in that game in the series against EDG despite the loss.
All right, so I'm going to start this off with I am probably one of the biggest Dade fans in the world. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But if you put Dade next to Doinby in every way, he should be an upgrade. Dade can play control mages. He's a good team fighter, and he also has the assassins. In saying that, Doinby was playing fantastic League of Legends before he did leave the QG roster. So I think that when you compare these two players, it's whether Dade can do for the team what Doinby was able to. And, you know, Dade, he played on the blue lineup. He played with some pretty aggressive junglers in his time as well. Blue were a pretty up-tempo team that wanted to team fight upwards of about 17 to 25 minutes into the game. So I think that he should be able to mesh very well with this lineup, and that's why I'm excited to see them. I also think that you do have to mention the fact that Happy is back on the lineup. Uzi was pretty much playing all the games towards the end of the split. And even though a lot of QG people wanted to say that Peko was still the starting AD carry, Uzi definitely earned that spot by the end of it. And I think that Peko has huge shoes to fill because they pretty much let Uzi go because they knew they had Peko still waiting on the team. And that he now has to prove a lot of haters wrong. Because if NewBee don't get better after they get rid of Doinby, after they get rid of Uzi, then there are big question marks about the roster changes that happened on this team.
And Peko did play pretty well when he played those matches for Chaoku last split. We have to see if he can continue doing that for NewBee this split coming into their second match as well up against IG, who I want to dive into now. They still have to tie the likes of Kid, Rookie. They've got a little bit of rain, a little bit less time now, but they've got Tabe in the support position this time round. Going to be helping out that shot calling, and he's returning to the support.
Yeah, and you know, Kitty's unfortunately not going to be playing from what we've heard, although tonight proving anything that you can just play whatever roster you want right now. But Tabe historically played with people like Uzi, a very aggressive support player, kind of lets you go as an AD carry and then will follow up whatever you want to do is the way he kind of explained himself. I got to spend a little bit of time with him at Worlds in 2015. But I think that Tabe is interesting because he doesn't bring anything mechanically to this team. So he better be a bloody brilliant shot caller still because he was exploited in their semi-final.
Well, let's dive into the team lineups between these two teams for now. As we take a look at NewBee, there's going to be V up in the top lane with Swift in the jungle. Dade will be in the mid lane. Happy, formerly known as Peko, formerly TNT, and Sponsors, formerly whatever the heck else as well. And more will be the bottom lane support backing them up.
Yeah, and we'll see their stats up on the screen here, especially Happy's is the one that you want to keep a look at. Pretty big KDA, good kill participation, as well as damage share, and everyone on this lineup will get towards the 70 to 75% kill participation as this split goes on, because they really are the quintessential team game players. The fact that Dade has 32% damage share in 2 losses and a win for a mid laner that played a couple of Cassin and a Viger and a Victor game, pretty much all scaling, is damn right impressive if I say so myself, Fish. But, you know, they still have the same weaknesses as ever. Still have V, who is somewhat of a liability in the top lane. Moore needs to step up his work as a support player as well. This is a team that can be great at times, but has proven they're also very inconsistent.
Team that is very scary to fight head-on 5-on-5 and also very scary to take on the later the game goes. And the team that's going to be challenging them tonight will be Invictus Gaming. Their lineups will be coming up on your screen very shortly, but NewBee...
Dade's haircut, by the way. Like, I don't like to go on tangents very often,
the
but
Atlas haircut.
he puts Atlas to shame at the moment. Like, that is a good haircut.
Well, Atlas, if you're listening to this, fix it, because Dade, he's one-upping you here in the LPL. You need to get that hair game on point as we take a look at Invictus Gaming here. Take a look at their lineup. Nothing too surprising coming in here. They've lost time, but they've got Rain back in their lineup to tie up in the top lane. Kid will be in the jungle. Rookie moving in towards the mid lane. The star mid lane AP carry for the lineup as Rain and Tabe will be in the bottom lane with Kitties as their substitute.
You don't escape that easy. You also probably need to lift your hair game at the moment as well, Fish. Side's getting a little bit long for my liking there. But as we move through the... this team's really all about Rookie. And, as we mentioned, they haven't played yet. But if Rookie can get rolling, Kid's shown that he is a pretty good jungler. Rain, inconsistent AD carries, Zatai, always going to be that wild card. The one staple of this roster is their mid laner Rookie. And he's all kinds of brilliance. Has been ever since he left the Arrows to come over to China, and I think that it's a team that continues to build around this one superstar player, and he does good things for them.
I think I'm just going to quote Rusty one more time, as I will probably do so throughout the rest of Summer Split. Whenever Rusty watches Rookie, just goes, Rookie is just a god, and that's pretty much how he plays the laning phase. Rookie's really aggressive, always tries to come out ahead wherever he possibly can, and he's really been a huge backbone for IG.
Well, we'll see how it goes, because actually, typically, that's how Dade would play the laning phase as well. Stand on your melee creeps, make sure that they're on their ranged and pressure them up as much CS as you can. Rookie does it in a very unique way because that's how he lanes in control mages, which is hard to do. But if Dade gets something like a Cassin into a Victor matchup here, I'm sure that he'll be more than comfortable. And even his Viger was pretty damn impressive when he was playing it against EDG. So, I think that this NewBee lineup is, as I said, the sky is honestly the limit for this lineup. They could be as good as they want to be. They just need to pull it together on a team fight level.
Well, we took a look at that mid lane matchup between Dade and Rookie there, but let's take a look at the rest of the map as well. Where are the interesting points in the contention? Is it the bottom lane with Tabe being there? Is it Zatai and Kid going up against V and Swift? What are we looking at between these two teams?
I look at Zatai and V, honestly, because I'm kind of looking... This game should be NewBee as a favorite, so I'm like, where can they get an advantage from? Rookie is one of them you have to hit, but Zatai should be the other area. I mean, carry top laners are coming a little bit more into vogue as we jump into Champion Select. So Zatai needs to do a number on Swift this game.
Well, let's see if he can do just that against NewBees. A little bit of changes into their lineup as we are into Champion Select, and the picks and bans are already underway. LeBlanc and Azir are being taken away by NewBee, already targeting out two champions away from the star mid laner of Rookie, as Rise and Nidalee will be IG's bans right out the gates.
And maybe looking to force him onto that Victor, as we mentioned. Get the Cassinan matchup in your favor if you are Dade. It's something that we know he likes to play. Of course, Rookie is no slouch on Victor, so that is a dangerous game to go towards.
Echo is going to be the final ban coming out for NewBee, and Victor is IG's immediate response. The two very heavy control mages have been taken away by both these teams.
Actually, the mid lane champion pool's been gutted completely, so I'm actually really interested to see what they go towards here. In regards to tier 2 picks.
That also does mean that the jungle pool has been left wide open by these two teams. Only Nidalee being taken away by IG. That does mean that V can pick up Kindred as the first pick for the side of NewBee, which should be going on over towards Swift. As IG do have two picks of their own coming up. We have to see what they decide to pick up for their team.
Yeah, and that's interesting, only banning one of the S-tier jungles. I mean, Rek'Sai is also seeing a lot of play, and I wonder if Kid is happy to default back to that. And wow, Caitlyn.
Insta-lock of their Caitlyn and the Maokai coming in for IG here. So the very beefy, tanky top laner coming in. And the AD carry we saw banned in a couple of the games in the last matchup between Game Talents and Saint, coming out here for IG in game number 1.
Yeah, banned both times by Game Talents, not wanting to give that one over to Saint. Caitlyn's just really strong at the moment. I was a doubter going into MSI. I mean, I was questioning a lot of the champions that were coming in from the bottom lanes from other regions, but definitely showed that she is very strong at the moment and has that bully potential in the bottom lane to get rid of the likes of Lucian. So you can see that already Happy has to hover his Ezreal, because it's very, very difficult to play Lucian into Caitlyn.
And Lucian is probably the S-tier AD carry at the moment. Lucian, Ezreal, the two most popular picks in the current meta.
I would say Caitlyn's as strong as them. I think that it's a little bit more niche, has a little bit of a dip, and you go double Zeal items there with Hurricane and rapid fire cannon coming out, but definitely no slouch throughout the early mid parts of the game.
And as you mentioned, it's going to be that Ezreal going to be picked up to go into the bottom lane against the Caitlyn. Trundle also been picked up by the side of NewBee. That could be a flex pick between V and Moore. We've seen it played as a support already today, but we see it very commonly up in the top lane as well.
Yeah, especially when it's against something like a Maokai. You should just be able to bully that lane completely and take it over. So not really surprised to see that there. This is what I was interested in, is do they leave Karma up? Because Caitlyn Karma, in terms of shoving, is unrivaled as a bottom lane. Like, there is no way you get out from underneath your turret. They don't go with it, however, and I wonder now whether Moore picks up Karma, because one thing that Ezreal can rely on is if Karma empower Q's the backline, then he can pick up the CS for himself and kind of equalize that shoving potential.
They didn't even go with the Rek'Sai pickup either. Instead, they went with Graves, so Kid going back onto that champion that he was very happy with picking up throughout the spring split of the LPL. And Brom, it's going to be picked up by Tabe here. Feels a little bit more LPL-esque. He did play that in his in his quarterfinal match.
It's the only champion we've seen him play still.
Yes.
So that's good, Tabe, continuing to show that flavor.
We have to see what NewBee decide to pick up as their final two picks. They're missing either a support and a top laner or a mid laner. It does look like they're going to solve one of those problems by picking up Bard as the support champions go with Ezreal, which means that Happy will be picking up the mid lane champion for Dade here, blind into the matchup against IG.
Yeah, and you can see that they're spending a lot of time thinking about it. Twisted Fate has always been a Dade special. Gets locked in.
Does get locked in, so Dade's going to have that champion in that mid lane to impact the rest of the map. We'll have to see what IG decide to respond with to give over towards Rookie to deal with this Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah, you know, Lissandra makes a lot of sense, can run teleport as well, also has some serious kill threat when you look at the 2v2, although it goes both ways because Twisted Fate Kindred also has kill threat wherever they want to go. This is interesting because they pretty much decided with their last two picks that they don't have enough engage fish. So they go with the Bard, who's one of the few ranged supports that adds engage to the table with that Tempered Fate. And lock in Twisted Fate, as soon as he gets that Zhonya's Hourglass, going to be able to make plays around Summoner's Rift as well. So, you know, NewBee actually round out their composition quite nicely. They've got a great 1-3-1 split push. They've got a good core group of 3 as well with some wave clear. However, in saying that, match quite nicely on Invictus Gaming lineup as well.
They're going to pick up Lissandra as that final pick for Invictus Gaming. Rookie's going to look to try and take this one into the mid lane to battle it out with Dade on his Twisted Fate. In fact, Rookie's going to pick up Teleport as well. So 2 teleports on the side of IG. NewBee, on the other hand, only have 1 up in the top lane on V. Dade's going to be relying on his Destiny to try and get around the map a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and you know, that makes sense. And I think that even though they have the answers for 1-3-1, they don't really have the recipe to win it on IG's lineup. They've kind of taken the quintessential teamfight comp and said, if this game gets to 30 minutes, then we're going to win. It's interesting in doing that because NewBee is kind of the team that likes to get there as well.
Yep. We'll have to see if NewBee can do just that. As we round out the team comps coming in from the 2 teams. Trundle, Kindred, Twisted Fate, Ezreal, Bard up against the Maokai, Graves, Lissandra, Caitlyn, and Brom after a rather interesting pick and ban fees with, like you mentioned, mid lane, champion pool gutted. And the coaches will shake each other's hands as we go into game 1 between NewBee and Invictus Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Summoner's Rift for the final best of 3 of the night and the first game between NewBee and Invictus Gaming. All the champions are loaded and onto the Rift. We have to see what these 2 teams are going to bring out against one another at level 1. So far, what we commonly see between all of the teams in League of Legends is the 5-man fan out. Everyone just trying to grab vision wherever they possibly can.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of blind lane swaps, however, today. So we'll see whether that continues or whether Bard Ezreal is confident going up against Caitlyn Braum.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly here. Nothing too surprising coming out from these 2 teams. Pretty standard Masteries coming out left, right, and center.
Yeah, Definitely. I mean, Kid going for Strength of the Ages makes sense on Graves, right? Wants to be that pseudo bruiser in your front line. And they've kind of got 3 of them. I mean, Zatai is just an outright tank right now. But when you look at Kid, Rookie, and Tabo, they can all kind of flirt in that mid to high range.
Gimgoon's no longer in this game, so no more further battle up in the top lanes. We take a look at the fan votes coming in here. 52% to 48, very close between NewBee and IG here. And that should pretty much sum out the entirety of this series. It should be very close games between these two teams.
Definitely should. And, you know, there should be a slight advantage on the top side of the map if you are IG, because Zatai should be better than V. Rookie should still be a little bit better than Dade in terms of consistency. But on the bottom side of the map, there is a huge advantage. Happy and more over Rain and Tabe. And, Rookie just cops a red card.
Straight into the face coming in from Dade here. Turns it back around, though. Gets a nice Q off onto Dade and gets a couple auto attacks there. So already doing pretty well into this lane. So you take a look at the top lane as well. Standard lanes are coming out from these two teams. So it's going to be 1-1-2. Support and AD carry down in the bottom lane. This is something we kind of expected with the changes to Dragon especially. Meanwhile, Rain taking lots of damage down in that bottom lane, but more. He takes the worst end of that, getting chunked down to below 100 health there. As Happy just has to sit there and watch his support get chunked out by Rain and Tabe.
Yeah, but the difference is that he has 3 potions versus just the one of the AD carry. So Caitlyn going to rely on auto-attacking some creeps to get the health back up. Also, is some form of sustain in this bottom lane of Bard. I mean, it costs him a little bit of mana early in the game, but he should be quite happy drinking some cups of cocoa, running around and having a good time. He's just copying poke left, right, and center. Like, you can dodge out of those skill shots more.
Seems like he doesn't want to just yet, as Dade and Rookie still going back and forth in this mid lane for now. Just poking up between one another. These are the 2 star mid laners for the teams that we certainly expect to see a lot of action take place between one another. Here comes Kindred jumping straight onto Rookie. He's going to get stunned out by the cards coming in.
Oh, that's a big damage.
Lots of damage onto Lissandra. Has to flash away from the final proc of Kindred. Will live to tell the tale, but great gank coming in from Kindred.
Yes, certainly is. Gets rid of the flash already. That's a return gank if I've ever seen one. Twisted Fate does have the lockdown potential to go with it. And this is a beautiful thing of watching like masterful Twisted Fates players, is how quickly they pull the appropriate card. Dade first rotation's a yellow on a second tick, which is not easy to do. So really nice gank setup there. Also looks like he's running movement speed, because he's like booking it around that lane already. So I'd love to be able to check out his runes there after the game, but quite interesting out of the mid laner. Rookie with the teleport back, however, will be able to maintain some of that pressure that he's grabbed early on.
Kid's going to have his work cut out for himself, as he's just been farming out the jungle wherever he possibly can. Swift already impacting his mark on Summoners Rift so far with that great gank in the mid lane. Like you mentioned, have to see if he goes back in towards there anytime soon, as it's just fairly even between these teams all across the map. We see V up in the top lane on Trundle, slightly ahead of Tatai in terms of the damage trade there. You can see the Maokai hanging as far back as possible, trying to avoid as much damage as possible.
Gank here, potentially, was Swift. He wanted to make sure that Kid was nowhere around. Has been spotted by a ward, so this is now a potential counter gank for IG, but Kid completes the recall. No, he doesn't. He stayed.
Tatai going to take a bit of damage. Actually flashes away. They knew Swift was there, so a little bit of a misplay coming in from him.
Yeah, 100% was, and Dade had kind of disappeared into Fog of War. They weren't confident that they knew where he was, as my co-caster dies to the left of me, but that's all right.
I'm okay.
You're all right? You're back? Good.
I'm back.
All right. Yeah, so Dade disappearing into Fog of War probably was the other thing that they hadn't taken into account there. So they do just burn the Summoner spell nice and early, and early advantage here right now for NewBee in everywhere but bottom lane. Like the one lane we said they should have an outright advantage, Fish, not going well at all.
Tabe so far able to show that he's able to hold his own against Happy and more, putting down a lot of good damage and helping out Raid to be able to use that Kaelin range to his advantage. Look at all this hot cocoa.
So much cocoa.
Happy is one happy AD carry at the moment.
Certainly is. Going to wait for the next one. Oh, there it is. Evolved cup of cocoa. Now full health.
Rain just looks at him. Didn't I chunk him out? How? Not good.
I think he figured it out. I reckon he knows that there maybe were some shrines put down.
Meanwhile, Tatai still not having too much fun up with this top lane. The Maokai taking a lot of damage.
Here we go. Magical Journey going to come through potentially onto Rookie.
Doesn't have his flash available just yet. Dade already put out the blue card, so doesn't have the stun up and available yet. Kindred actually going to run away, so Rookie holding this minion wave quite nicely in the mid lane to avoid the return gank.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is one thing that we always compliment Rookie on. His wave manipulation is fantastic, and the fact that Dade kind of has to stay at max range means that he can't really shove that one into the advantage that he would want to. So it does allow Rookie to get a slight CS advantage at this stage of the game.
Now it's going to be the jungler and support from the side of IG that make their way towards this mid lane. Tabe and Kid looking to try and see if they can make some action happen against Dade.
Moore might be in trouble here.
We could see Kid jump over the wall. There he goes. It's going to be the claw coming out from Lissandra as well. Magical journey all the way down towards the other end. The red buff's going to get him to safety.
Got the max range magical journey out of that one. So that's nicely played out of Moore, showing that he is no slouch. And Dade going to be able to clear out the minion wave and maybe look towards the tie in the top lane. Very low on mana, so we will have to recall.
You see how experienced these two teams are so far. Each one of them escaping death wherever they possibly can, knowing exactly what to do at exactly what times, mirroring each other with the counter ganks and the ganks as well. And this is exactly how we expected this game to start off. 7 minutes in, nothing too much has happened. They're both very content with farming it up, and they both know and respect each other quite well.
Yeah, definitely the case, especially the mid lane. I guess the one exception is the tie has fallen pretty significantly behind 20 CS, 35 to 55 because of that early flash. But as we mentioned, this is also something you expect out of Maokai Trundle lanes. There's not really any way Maokai can go with the Trundle. So Tai would know this because he has done it to so many people in the past. So just trying to stay in the lane, not give over any kills and turn into a team fighting threat as the game progresses. In saying that, Rookie is hit back quite hard in that mid lane. He's now up 11 CS, fairly significant, although Twist of Fate with that loaded dice gets an extra 5 gold on average per creep. Something that people often overlook when Twist of Fate falls behind. He's designed to be down in CS, guys.
We take a look back down towards that bottom lane. Happy still pretty even against Rain and Tabe here in the bottom lane. Nobody coming out too far ahead anytime soon here. Happy was known to be the Ezreal player of Xiaogu, now NewBee. So we'll have to see if he can put up a similar performance to what we saw him do during the early parts of Spring Split. Dade, he's going to get jumped
Dade
on. Fail
on the
flash! He's going to get locked down there. Rookie is going to put down lots of damage. Kid is able to take him down. Dade fat fingers that flash dramatically.
Yeah, he certainly does. So that's not a good news story, and it will give over first Dragon potentially here for Invictus Gaming as well. They were so patient with that ward, just time and time again waiting on top of it, and Kid, patience finally pays off here.
Mountain Dragon is going to go on over towards IG
Swift is going to
unless
try and steal it. He
we
always
do see
does.
Swift jump over towards the side of this wall. He's waiting. Now he's going to go over, looking to try and get a steal off here. Kid waiting to try and get the smite down. It does go over towards Swift. He's able to flash over the wall from some distance too. He still has that magical smite, and it's going to help NewBee out here.
I was about to say, and somewhere Clear Love, with a wry smile on his face, says, "Thank God it's not just me," because Swift picks up another neutral for himself. And you just knew he was going to go for it as well. Like, that is such a Swift maneuver. He doesn't like to let neutrals go. And finally, some pressure being exerted on this bottom lane as well.
So big mistake from Dade gives IG the pick, but the objective does go over towards NewBee as they pick up the first Mountain Drake. The next dragon to spawn will be another Mountain Dragon, so NewBee could definitely use that to their advantage if they choose to.
Yeah, definitely. The one window you have to look for is, wow, Swift looking to go aggressive when Moore isn't there. A little bit interesting.
Really aggressive coming up from the Kindred. Happy and Moore able to back him up afterwards.
Yeah, is the fact that Rookie now has pretty much his ultimate back off cooldown and is going to be able to set up a lot of CC for Kid to follow up with some burst damage with that ultimate. So Dade needs to play this lane nice and far back. In fact, probably just wants to push out and leave right now. We'll see if he's able to manage that.
There's no cleanse, no flash either. This Twist of Fate is a sitting duck in this mid lane. Hasn't been able to use the Destiny to impact the map either so far. So we are going to take a look up towards the top lane. Tatai able to push out that wave towards V, but he's still about 25 minions behind this Trundle at the moment. So it's going as we expected it to, but he's falling further and further behind up in this top lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I guess now it's on Kid to be able to get a gank up there. although pushing a Trundle out of the lane is a hard ask. So we'll see whether it does happen. But honestly, if they can just continue to stay even in bottom lane, which they pretty much are doing, they're going to be able to catch this wave on the back end. If they're able to get Rookie ahead, then Zatai falling behind a little bit isn't that big of a deal because they don't want to match the split push of Trundle. They want to be able to group up, team fight, get deep wards, look for flanks out of Lissandra, out of the Maokai. So, Rookie doesn't clear the wave straight away. Lets 3 minions die. So yeah, this is playing kind of into the hands of how IG want the game to go. But Rain getting bullied out definitely is not what they want.
Happy and more able to put some damage down on towards that Caitlyn. Rain desperately tried to equal that one out, but lots of sustain in this bottom lane from the potions of Ezreal and also the hot cocoa from the Bard. Starboy going to miss his ice there onto the Bard, who's just going to, slap some meeps around and down on this bottom lane. Still very even between the AD carries and support down in that lane. Once again, very quiet between these two teams. You only seen a Dragon steal from Swift, the pick from the mistake from Dane in the mid lane, and that's about it. As once again, we see Happy going very aggressive.
He's going super aggressive, and, this is like how you should play a bully lane.
Yep.
As you mentioned, it really is only that Dragon.
Oh, though, that's lots of damage going down on towards that Bard. Actually, about 10 health left remaining. If Rain had any mana there, you could possibly use the ultimate.
Yeah, probably would have just altered himself there more, so he wouldn't have died. But Swift one more time, unsuccessful gank in this bottom lane. They have pressured in and taken a lot of the damage off the turret. As we mentioned, Caitlyn generally likes to be the pushing lane herself, not the one being shoved in, but that is what Bard does to any lane. And really, IG have owned this early game, with the exception of Rookie Splash being blown. I mean, that was a good play out of Swift and Dade, but everything else has kind of gone IG's favor. They should have had a Dragon. They should have had a little bit more of an advantage in the bottom side of the map, but NewBee have just, I don't know, like, used superior mechanics in a lot of ways. I hate saying that, right, because it's such a cop-out. Like, they just had better players. But right now, what should be a losing lane in Ezreal is up 10 CS, and what should be a slightly winning lane is up 30 CS in the top lane. So NewBee really have done a good job of maximizing their advantages in this game.
Still, it's only 13.5 minutes into this match, and the gold is dead even. 20,000 to both teams.
Everyone heading into the bottom lane, potentially.
You could see a possible 5-man stack from both teams down in this bottom lane. It is Happy that it's pushed out quite aggressively here down in the bottom lane. They sense something,
They want
though.
Swift. So they're waiting by the red buff. We'll spot Swift going in here.
So they know where he
They
is.
found
They're
him.
going to try and collapse onto him. Rookie flashes forward, does get the ultimate down. Swift, he's going to be in crowd control. Can't use his ultimate to save himself. Another pick goes on towards IG.
What a great play out of Rookie. Goes the long way around, up from behind Swift. Not going to expect him from that side. Knew that it wasn't watered because they had it watered the whole time. And just able to blow him up. Now Tabe, however, in trouble.
Taking a lot of damage from Happy. He has to put down the shield to try and block out as much damage as possible. True Shot Barrage is going to clip him, but not enough to take him down.
If that didn't hit Rain, I think it might have even killed him. So, good play out of the bottom lane of NewBee there, but still 2 kills over to Invictus. Means that they're the one with the gold lead right now, even though that they're getting punished in CS in that top lane. And as I said, V really is the one that has to start, trying to take the turret, trying to solo kill the Maokai. Because right now, with the trajectory the game is going, Invictus are happy. They know they're never going to be able to match the split push, but if they get their jungle and mid lane ahead, they can definitely out-team fight.
Let's take a look at the items really quickly, because Happy, he went straight for his Manamune. He didn't even go for the Sheen or the Glacial Shroud first.
And you said that he was the Uzi player. That was the Ezreal player. That was Uzi's build, my friend. It's much more gold efficient at that stage of the game. Gives you combat stats to be able to trade effectively in lane. And when you're against a Caitlyn, that's what it's going to come down to. So I respect the pickup.
Caitlyn on the other side, Rain, he went for the BF Sword, then the Zeal pickup. So pieces here and there, not completing either item just yet. The mid laners both have their Rod of Ages. Junglers picked up their first jungle item here. Top lane, it's a Sunfire Cape against a Spectral Skull, a Sheen, and a Tiamat coming in for the Trundle. So
yeah, that's a variety bucket build right there. A little bit of everything. Couldn't decide what he wanted. As another Dragon started up, has been spotted out. Does a Bard ultimate come across? No, they'll just let this one go down and trade it for a Rift Herald.
And that's going to go on towards V. So what was already a split-pushing monster is going to be even more difficult for IG to deal with.
And trading the second Dragon for it is really unique because they know that they're equal in that regard already, so it's not a huge advantage to give away. Picking up Rift Herald, however, for 15 to 35 minutes is such a potent advantage right now for the Troll, especially if he's able to shove underneath the turret, use that ultimate, and get Dade up there.
And this is already onto a lane which is so far ahead. V, he's up about 40 CS ahead of this Maokai. There's almost nothing that Tatai can do on his own to stop him from continuing with his push. Now that QSS has to remove Trundle's ult, it's an even bigger factor for V to continue these split pushes. So we have to see as he moves towards the 25 and towards the 35-minute mark if he can continue doing just that.
Yeah, especially if they bring Dade. The reason I mentioned that is that magic resistance hasn't been picked up for Zatai yet. So if V strips anything away and they're able to get a Destiny up there, they'll be able to take the turret also incredibly quickly. So maybe look for that top side of the map play, especially now that Tier 1 is going down. Bottom lane, 20 CS in the favor of Ezreal. Once again, just credit to Happy and More having a pretty terrific laning phase.
We actually start to see the first forms of a gold advantage form for the side of NewBee, as they were about 1,000 gold ahead, but IG immediately try to claw that one back. They're about 500 gold ahead now.
Invading quite deep into this area.
Looking for Rain. Looking for Swift, sorry. Not going to be able to find him this time around. In fact, he's got the Raptor sensor, going to be able to clear out a couple of wards. Jump over towards his double golems, but only one is remaining there. Takes that one down. But still, IG looking to try and find picks wherever they possibly can. They picked up 2 kills already. One from the mistake of Dade. One was the nice evade to try and take down Swift. Still like they continue to do just that. And hello, this is an interesting heat map.
Yeah, it certainly is, because what it shows is that he's been hard farming his own jungle. Ultimate comes out.
Gonna miss here, but the rest of the team is still trying to chase them down.
So what it showed is that he'd been hard farming his jungle and not going into the top side of Swift's jungle. The reason for that, V so far ahead, is that he was concentrating his effort on the bottom half, where Rookie was nice and strong. So smart jungling out of Kid. I mean, we had so many questions that he's more than well and truly answered after a poor Worlds performance as an AD carry, coming back as a jungler. Actually quite impressive from Kid. Is now Happy in a little bit of trouble, gets tagged up.
Tabe, you know, holding his own down in this bottom lane here. So far for IG, Rain and him have, you know, they're meant to be bullying it out a little bit more, but Happy, he's been able to stay ahead in terms of CS so far. Swift now looking to try and overtake the jungle of IG, trying to take this red buff away. Tatai looking to try and stop this one. Here comes Rookie. Destiny's been popped as well. Swift, he gets locked down before he can use his ultimate. This is a great fight for IG. They take the red buff as well. And Tatai manages to get out of there.
So they only just trade even in what was pretty much a 4v3. They also lose red buff. I'm just going to point that out. Happy with a snipe from downtown, able to grab that one. So, you know, IG, they continue to grow this advantage. Sure, they now have 3 kills, and they get 1 back onto Maokai, which will be helpful, but NewBee still doing a pretty decent job throughout this game.
IG looking to see if they can take down this mid lane outer turret for themselves. It should be taken down. A couple more attacks is more than enough. There's more, and Dade not enough to try and defend this one by themselves.
So, you know, now it is a 600 gold lead for Invictus.
And they've been the aggressors so far in this game. All the picks over towards this team. You can see 3 assists on the side of Rookie so far. He's really been the setup for the team so far, making sure he can find the picks for his team. You know, twice inside of the red buff of NewBee's jungle, once in the side of IG's jungle.
And the gold's actually going where it needs to, because, you know, Lissandra not going to do the most damage as the game goes on. So giving it over to the Graves early, that's nice. I mean, we already mentioned that the Maokai was falling so far behind, so getting him a kill, that's going to be worthwhile as well. So Rookie definitely playing that facilitative style of gameplay that he's made work so often in the past. I mean, he's a great Lulu player, great Orianna player as well. So it's no surprise that Lissandra is still looking top-notch.
Taking a look at the items really quickly. Runan's Hurricane has been picked up by Rain here, so big power spike for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, it just means that he no longer can be shoved in, right? Head procs come up so often, you can clear out the minion wave really quickly. So now, Kid potentially spotted out.
This is aggressive.
Oh, good stun.
Nice stun coming out. We'll chunk out Tabe and Ray, but here comes
One
Rookie
more time
flashing
under
in.
Swift.
He's going to take it out incredibly low. This time it's able to get the Lamb's respite down. More has to run away. But look at the aggressiveness of IG. They jump in towards the backline in. Happy, he's trying to chase down Ray, but the Caitlyn's at long range enough. Rookie pops the Onion's Hourglass, not enough to keep himself alive as NewBee. They're trying to turn around this fight. Dade able to pick up the kill, but here comes the Troll as he takes down one. They're still looking for Tatai though. Tatai's going to try and jump onto Dade. It's not going to be enough. They take down the Maokai, and NewBee turned that one around with an ace.
This is why people were excited that they picked up Dade as well as having Happy back in the starting lineup, because look at how well they split that team fight and completely crush Invictus Gaming. This time the exhaust was there, stops up Swift getting immediately exploded. He gets the Lamb's Respite down, and Dade insta 2 gold cards on the back end of that team fight to absolutely crush the 2v3 with Swift, who is now a monster.
And that almost looked like a good team fight for IG as well, because Caitlyn split away on the right side of the map. Tatai was all the way into the back lines with people being chunked down immediately, but like you mentioned, it was Dade and Happy that came out massive in that fight.
And Happy going over the wall, challenging Rain to the 1v1 duel and winning against a superior range advantage. It's just really nice to see out of NewBee. This is a team that we expect great team fighting out of, and that was certainly pretty clinical from them.
And now NewBee going to try and work on the 3rd Mountain Dragon of the game. They pick up the 2nd one for themselves now, as we take a look and see that Infernal Drake will be the next dragon to spawn, the 4th dragon of the game here, which means that now NewBee, they do a lot of damage to turrets, do a lot of damage to the Baron once that's up and online as well.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, they've already got such a potent 1-3-1 as well, because they have 2 legitimate turret pushes where IG just have 2 wave clearers that want to, as we keep mentioning, flank and skirmish. As Rookie actually goes aggressive over the wall, might be caught out here.
Going to try and catch on towards that Lissandra. No flash from the previous fight, but the claw will be enough to get himself over the wall there.
So that was a ballsy play.
Satai will get locked down by the Bard. But no, nothing coming up from NewBee just yet. They've been able to turn this game around so far and pick up a nice lead for themselves. They're 3,000 gold ahead of IG at the moment. 2 dragons to 1, 2 towers to 1.
Rookie just altered himself.
And even on the scoreboard is Rookie. Both the mid laners, fat fingering their spells a little bit today.
Yeah, very interesting. Trying to siege now into this middle lane turret. As we mentioned, very hard versus Runaan Caitlyn because of her long range. See whether they're able to get anything done, because they do have quite a lot of poke.
Tabe puts up the door the wrong way and takes all of that damage coming up from Ezreal. And for now, NewBee still looking to try and push down that mid lane. Like you mentioned, Caitlyn with the Runaans, clearing that one out, puts the traps down, sets the line of skirmish. Rookie's just going to split on towards this bottom lane, has his teleport available. The 2 top laners already used theirs and can't use theirs to join a fight. So splitting off from the rest of his team for now. But Happy still in this mid lane, looking to try and push down this turret. Throws out a couple of mystic shots. Doesn't want to step on any of these traps and take damage from the Caitlyn. As Kid looking to try and take away his red buff. Bard trying to be a little bit cheeky, not going to be able to steal it away. Smite secure from Kid. Is going to pick that one up for himself.
Yeah, so now we just have 1-3-1 well and truly set up here, with Dade just cheating away from his side lane as much as possible to stay within Destiny range when the wave isn't accessible for farm. AD carries in the mid lane is still Happy pushing into Rain, but Rain able to clean up a lot of that CS as we previously mentioned.
That's a lot of traps from the Caitlyn. 5 traps all around the mid lane, trying to stop them from pushing out.
Certainly is. As we take a look, Dade on your screen there, having a chat. NewBee's jerseys are cool.
They certainly are.
I like the yellow and blue. Very nicely done there.
So it does look like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty between the 2 teams. Hopefully, we'll be able to fix that one as soon as possible. We should be resuming the game in just a second. So far, the games look like IG, they were the aggressors, the one picking up all the picks in the early parts of the game. But once it came out to a full 5-on-5 brawl, it was NewBee that just swung that completely into their advantage.
Yeah, and you have to give a lot of credit to, once again, the jungle mid laner and AD carry out of NewBee for how that team fight went. I mean, V is a monster at the moment on Trundle. We always knew that he was going to get to that stage because it is quite a free lane. So I think that's interesting. The bottom lane out of IG for me is kind of the crux of the issue. They didn't win the lane with a Caitlyn, which is always hard. So Tabe and Rain need to, concentrate on that a little bit more, because that was disappointing.
And we saw, although, went in favor of Ezreal in that lane, the Caitlyn wasn't able to do quite much in that laning phase. It transitioned to the fights too. Happy, in the team fights, fantastic split off, like you mentioned, challenged him in the one-on-one, won that as well, and then Dade and Happy were just able to clean up the fight right afterwards.
Yeah, and they kind of split the fight, and this is what we talk about NewBee. They identify whether they can straight up 5v5 or whether they need to split into 2 core groups. And this time it was the Ezreal going over the wall, challenging that Caitlyn, making sure she wasn't getting the pop shots off over the wall. And then it was the Trundle and the Twisted Fate that was going massive on the back end. I think it was a 2v3, but it just didn't matter because they were able to clean everyone up. So yeah, as you mentioned, that was kind of unique how they went about that team fight. But one thing that NewBee's always been able to do, even when they're QG, is win these team fights as the game progresses. And as I keep mentioning, if that is how you want to play League of Legends, get Happy on your team because he's a great team fighting AD carry. Get Dade on your team because he's one of the best team fighting mid laners ever, period. So I just think that right now they're showing how strong this lineup can be.
We talked about the mid laner a little bit before the match as well, how it's, Dade going up against Rookie, the 2 star mid laners for their teams here. And it's been pretty quiet in that mid lane. A little bit of ganks coming in here and there, but nothing much happening between the Twisted Fate and Lissandra. But it has been Rookie putting out a lot of picks for his team so far.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think that Rookie's game's actually been incredibly entertaining so far. He's disappearing into Fog of War so well. I mean, pushing up that lane, disappearing to Fog of War with Kid, and I think he's found picks 3 times from doing that. I mean, twice towards the bottom side of the map, once top side when they were invaded upon. So I actually think that Rookie's game so far has been quite genius. I like to see what Rookie's doing in the current meta, and he's not ganking other lanes with the Lissandra. Instead, he's just creating pressure points elsewhere.
Well, let's take a look at the top lane as well, because we saw at the very start of the game, Maokai falling behind to the Trundle. It's been consistent throughout the rest of this match as well. He's about 40 CS behind. He picked up a kill here and there from the picks of Rookie, but it's still in Trundle's favor. He's a monster in a team fight, still a monster during that split push as well. Is that going to change at all in this game?
Yeah, well, Maokai becomes unkillable. If you want the frank answer, Maokai towards the end of the game, even when he gets Trundle ultimate, it's very hard to take down. So Zitai is definitely going to come into his own, but for right now, V is definitely stronger. V is always going to have backline dive threat. Difficulty is getting on top of a Caitlyn once she's picked up that attack speed. She can kite relatively effectively. You have the net, you have the traps that are so hard to run over the top of. So they're going to have to keep that in the back of their mind because they really don't have gap closers to get onto this Caitlyn. So unless they get a good Twisted Fate ultimate that unlocks V to be able to run towards Rain, the later this game goes, the more that the team fighting composition of IG will come online.
So it seems like, unfortunately, we still have a little bit of a technical difficulty, which means we have a little bit more time to break down this game here between NewBee and IG. What do we expect to see coming into the rest of this match? Because it's kind of going the way we expected it. IG get a few picks, NewBee team fight them, and it's just going in that order. Is that how it's going to progress for the rest of the game? Yeah, well,
we have a 1-3-1 comp out of NewBee here. I mean, they have Trundle that is so natural to go towards that bottom side of the map now, especially if Baron becomes a priority. Keep the Twisted Fate top, and then have your 3-man unit somewhere else. Trying to pressure out turrets and control the control the mid lane and jungle. So I think that this is something that we'll see more and more, that they try and separate the map, not let Maokai and Lissandra be on the same screen, because as we said, they are just such good team fighters. And if NewBee is able to execute on pulling people around the map, getting Trundle into a lane against Maokai, not Lissandra, and getting chip damage done on turret, eventually they will be able to break through. Remember, he has that Rift Herald buff until 35 minutes in the game. So they want to isolate him as much as possible and use him to be able to roam around the map, take down these structures.
So does that mean that IG's time is almost running out here? Because they're trying to get a lot of picks now. They want to go for team fights, but they're up against NewBee, who are really good at team fights. Is their time running out to try and get a lead in this game?
No, I actually think the opposite. I think that NewBee's time's running out because, they've got the 1-3-1 comp that they have to execute upon, and it will come to a certain part of the game where the map is made small, and what that I mean is IG is going to be holed up in their base, and it's going to be much easier to just pop out, get a deep ward, and be able to go for a flanking play that NewBee has to respond to. So it's about just staying within touching distance until your Caitlyn is 3 or 4 items, until Lissandra and Maokai do get that ideal flank, and then you just blow someone up. So I think that IG is still relatively well placed in this game. They've been able to stick with them long enough due to some, as I said, genius picks that are generated by Rookie, and now the pressure is on NewBee to be able to execute their game plan. If this game isn't executed cleanly by NewBee, even though they're a great team fighting team, there should be no way that you can team fight with a Trundle versus a Caitlyn, Braum, Lissandra, Maokai. There is just so much that you have to run through before you can get onto the primary threat and damage dealer.
And you spoke about flanking very quickly there. We saw how Lissandra able to flank very nicely for the side of IG, able to lock down Swift before he can use his ultimate. We see V flanking very nicely for the side of NewBee.
Oh,
hopefully we can see more Kid. As soon as it resumes, just turns on that Yomu's Ghostblade, runs immediately towards NewBee as we head back in towards the game to NewBee and IG. This is game 1 of the final series of the night, and it's An exciting match so far. Only 2,000 gold lead for NewBee so far. It's even on the scoreboard. It's 2-1 in both Dragons and Towers going in favor of NewBee. And it's just been dead in between these two teams. Both teams respecting each other so much in this matchup.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, they've been jockeying for position around the map, as you mentioned. There really is pressure on V now to be able to get it done in the top lane. 50 CS, has a couple of kills. Rain taking poke like that is not going to help his team out at all. See whether he goes towards lifesteal, something like a Merc Scimitar, or whether he's going to go with Rapid Fire Cannon, as that hurts Happy, so wouldn't recommend it too much.
Speaking of the items, really quickly, we see Happy already has his major items online. Does have the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Muramana fully upgraded now, as well as a Quicksilver Sash. So it's going to be one very happy and slippery Ezreal. Look at this. More. He's going to get jumped on here. Rookie trying to take him down. Has to pop his on his hourglass. Here comes Dane. Going to lock down the Lissandra. Teleports. Big blow left, right, and center. Happy picks up that first kill. He's getting jumped on by the Maokai. But here's V to try and peel for his teammate. More. He's still alive. Rejoining the fight. Trying to lock down Tame. He puts his ultimate down across the wall. More does eventually get taken out by Tatai. He picks up two as he slaps Happy in the face with his tree. The ultimate coming in from Kindred is going to be enough to keep it alive for a while, but still, NewBee, they trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, Happy actually walked out of the Kindred ultimate there, and that's why Zatai was able to take him down. Tabe takes some damage on the back end of that. But once again, 2 for 2 trade. Pretty even game right now. Bottom lane falling for top lane and mid on Invictus Gaming's lineup. And they're trying to secure control of this Dragon objective still.
Swift still trying to be as aggressive as possible. Flash forward from Dane. He's going to be able to clip Rain, but it's not going to be enough. The Swift gets taken down. Here comes Rookie, puts down the claw. The stun coming from Dane is going to be enough to stop him from reactivating that one and following up. IG get another good pick for themselves.
Yeah, they certainly do. And with that, they're looking to head potentially towards the Baron area. Although now looking at Blue Buff and potentially more, who's gone on an expedition fish.
He's gone on a magical journey for now. He's going to hide inside of the top lane brush. Rookie's still looking for him. Almost has a flank on towards the Sparta. Claw's going to come out. They found him. Magical journey. Gets caught halfway in between. Kid picks up the kill for himself. But they find the bar and it goes exploring around Summoner's Rift.
So, yeah, the magical journey gets caught halfway.
Not that magical.
Wasn't the traffic cone, which I like to see, you know, that you shall not pass this area, but it was a nice big ice block there from Lissandra. Anyone driving on ice, be careful.
The Titanic has finally been sunk. There was the glacial fissure that they absolutely needed there. It's Happy now going to work on towards the blue buff on IG side of the map. Rookie trying to take that one away from himself. Is going to be able to pick it up.
That was a cool play out of Rookie there. So in the end, will be a pretty big advantage gained for Invictus Gaming. And as I said, just getting this game back within touching distance. Rain, however, takes majority of his health.
That's a lot of damage. Destiny immediately popped coming in from Dane, trying to see if he can find an avenue and attack onto the low health AD carry. Dragon is going to respawn here. The Infernal Drake is up and alive. NewBee looking to try and take this one down for themselves as their third Dragon. 2 mountains already picked up by their team.
Yeah, so Infernal Drake at this stage of the game going to mean good things. Especially towards someone like Dade, who will be able to benefit so much from it. We already mentioned, but things like Ezreal that go these weird on-hit builds don't really benefit as much. Rookie one more time looking for a flank.
V is going to run straight past that
Swift.
Lissandra. Rookie is still waiting. Swift, he's going to get caught out. This is deja vu, I believe, for the Kindred here. Once again, locked down by the ultimate from Lissandra and not able to use his ultimate in return.
Yeah, what a great play one more time. They're just using this pick composition to great effect. And honestly, it's a 5v5 team comp. When you look down the line, they're just such good team fighters in every single role, but right now they don't want a team fight from a deficit, so they're just using Rookie's Lissandra to generate picks and be able to bridge themselves in towards that latter stage of the game where they are stronger. Now they're looking to pressure V in the top side of the map. Don't have Rookie's ultimate, so this is going to be a hard turret to take.
Got a lot of people up towards this top lane, though. The Kayla's going to be joining the fight very shortly, too. Here comes V, trying to get a couple of slaps down on towards Kitabe. Puts up the door and is able to hold it up in the top lane, and it's IG going to be able to run away.
And just like that, we have a 30-minute equalized game on Summoner's Rift between NewBee and QG and IG. They don't even take mid lane turrets, so there's not even a cross map available right now, although Happy trying to put in overtime to make it happen.
No more traps in this mid lane, so not a lot of siege or anti-siege coming out from Rain. Here's Rookie. He's sent down towards this mid lane to deal with Happy. So he gets a couple of Mystic shots off towards Rookie. Doesn't deal as much damage we saw Rain cop earlier in this mid lane. But it's still 7-10 on the scoreboard. Almost dead even between the two teams. NewBee has about 1,000 gold lead for themselves.
Swift needs a QSS. I'm actually going to like just hit on it quickly. He has been caught so many times, and it goes to Hexdrinker. I just don't agree with it. Get the QSS, because Hexdrinker at the moment, sure, Rookie's the one locking you down, but Kid is the one killing you, and he's not killing you with magic damage. So just get the QSS, be able to cleanse it off, use your ultimate effectively in teamfights, because the only way right now they lose a teamfight is if one of them gets blown up without using a key ultimate. It's a greedy build out of the Kindred, and hopefully it doesn't come back and bite him in the backside.
Well, IG have their eyes focused on continually taking down Swift. We have to see if that continues to be the case the rest of this game. This turret in the mid lane, the outer turret taking quite a beating at the moment.
It's stubborn though. I mean, for 30 minutes of the game, for the mid lane outer to still be available, definitely not what NewBee wanted heading into this game. They've put a lot of their resources in trying to take that one down.
We see Dade trying to take down the blue buff for himself. Tabe puts up the door one more time. He'll take a little bit of damage from Happy, but content with blocking out most of that. More now. Caught in a little bit of a sticky situation, uses the magical journey to get towards his side of the map.
And Tabe's been impressive this game. I mean, sniped that last kill away from his mid laner, but has been able to control the mid game. Was still a little bit shaky in the laning phase at least, I think it's fair to say. But after that, has looked quite alright.
It's been a little bit quiet between these teams for now, so let's take a look at the items quickly. Take a look at the mid lane. Zhonya's Hourglass for both. Abyssal Scepter being picked up by the Twisted Fates Wells, the Rod of Ages, the side of Lissandra, Rod of Ages, the Void Staff, the Needlessly Large Rod, and the Zhonya's Hourglass being picked up by that champion. So lots of damage onto this Lissandra at the moment.
And it looks like Dade's actually going for a Death Capless build, because he's going towards what will be a Lich Bane eventually. And I assume he needs a Void Staff there to be able to deal with Maokai. So no room for a Death Cap in that build.
Very defensive build coming out from him.
Happy goes incredibly aggressive onto Rookie. Decides against it.
Unlike Swift, he does have his QSS, so can get out of that ultimate if he needs to.
Yeah, I think he just dies though.
Still being really aggressive here. Actually shifted forward one more time on top of Rain, trying to put down as much damage as possible. Running very low on mana at the moment. As it is 32 minutes into the game, the Rift Tail buff is still up and available onto V for another 3 minutes here, so he's trying to make use of that as much as possible against the tie down in the bottom lane.
You can see that they're keeping Rookie in base for a very long time. They want to make a play somewhere. Instead, they just give up on it, run him out.
Well, Home Guards have been nerfed slightly here, so we don't see the Sonic the Hedgehog teleport ganks anymore. They just do a little bit of a brisk walk when they go for that gank now.
Only up until a certain point, then they get back to relatively quick ganks. You know, a light jog. It's 32 minutes into the game, so teamfight's going to start meaning a heck of a lot more. As Happy actually leaves the red buff.
Doesn't want it. Saves it for a rainy day.
No, I think they want it over on Swift.
Could be possible.
Gives you health regen now, which junglers do like. Although, no, just looks like they're leaving it for the dragon fight to be up.
Swift is going to head back to base. He has his more of our Mortius picked up here, so sticking to that item build. Have to see what he goes for next. Does have that QSS now, so finally listening to your advice one. A little bit late, but hasn't been caught out since he picked up that Hexdrinker.
Yeah, he's only died 5 times to the exact same trick that QSS would have solved, but, you know, at least he has it now. Better late than never. As just before the dragon fight, it looks like Happy will go back and grab himself that red buff.
22 seconds until the last normal dragon will spawn, the 5th dragon of the game before Elder Dragon takes its place. You have to think that NewBee wants to pick that up to boost up their team fights if they can pick up the Elder Dragon later on in the game. IG only have one.
They're not normal dragons. They're elemental dragons. We killed normal dragon.
Yep, that's gone.
He has been retired somewhere.
Oh, he's still the icon. He's still the main face of dragons up to the top left-hand corner. He's still stuck around. He's made his impact like Albert Einstein. He's still there somewhere.
Like Albert Einstein. I'm confused by that, but that's all right.
That seems pretty normal.
Yeah.
When I'm on the desk with you.
No, that's good. I like it. It does look like NewBee has the inside track on this dragon, however.
They're going to be able to take it down pretty quickly here. Swift putting a lot of work down on towards this Ocean Dragon. He's going to take it away. NewBee pick up the 4th dragon for themselves in this game. The next one to spawn at about 40 minutes and 30 seconds will be the Elemental Dragon, which will buff up all those stats and give them a significant amount of damage on hit with 4 dragons active.
Yeah, certainly will. So we'll see if that does come into play. Remember, it's only a 90-second dragon, however. So unlike Baron buff, which is 3.5 minutes, I believe, 90 seconds or a minute and a half for the Elder Drake. So you do have to play with the window quite carefully. I mean, being able to pick it up, take it to Baron, or take it straight down mid lane is, I guess, the 2 best uses we've seen of it so far. But they've been in 1-3-1 for a long time here, NewBee, and they haven't really grown their gold lead, being kept well and truly off turrets. So we'll see if they're able to get a team fight going here.
They're still holding a small gold lead for themselves. We saw them about 3,000-4,000 gold ahead of IG earlier. IG continually find picks for themselves and claw that gold lead back. Now it's only 1,000 in favor of NewBee. NewBee are known as a team that are famous for their team fights. We already saw that once in this game against IG, who had a gold lead. They were able to pick up a nice ace in that team fight as well. You have to think that they're going to try and continue doing just that the next few team fights to come. Happy, he's been stuck in this mid lane 24/7. He picked up a Blade of the Ruin King and a Last Whisper in the time he's been in this lane, and that tower has still yet to fall down.
Yeah, they just hold it off so effectively, and Rain is starting to hit hard, as you can see there, with that red buff. Also throws a Caitlyn ult across.
He's got his double seal item, the Rapid Fire Cannon, Runan's Hurricane, as well as the Infinity Edge, going to help Rain deal so much damage on this Caitlyn, picking up some nice items so far, but another aggressive play from Happy, able to jump straight on top of the Caitlyn.
Yeah, that's why he's still on the Ezreal list, of course. List of players that are allowed to play Ezreal in the LPL. Haven't updated it yet, Fish. Got to get there someday.
So who's now on this list?
So Uzi was on there. Imp and Def have always been on there. They're still allowed to play it. And then I think it was Happy and Mystic. Of course, Mystic named after Ezreal's Q, so you can't really ban him. And a very nice Ezreal player. That's, of course, Team WE's AD carry. But yeah, Happy is one of the better Ezreals in the LPL as well. Wayless had a brief stint as well. Not a mid lane, not an AD carry, but his mid lane Ezreal was also good. Of course, now on a medical leave for his team as well. LGD, who we're going to get to see play tomorrow for the first time, I believe.
And this is, in fact, IG's first game as well in the LPL. NewBee already played 1 match against EDG. They lost that best-of-3 series 2-1 with a surprise comeback in the second game from a large deficit. This time round, they're the ones with the gold lead for themselves. They're the ones in the driver's seats with lots of objectives in their names. 4 dragons, 3 turrets to the 2 of 1 of Invictus Gaming so far. But they've been getting picked off left, right, and center throughout most of this game.
Yeah, they certainly have. So we'll see whether they've cleaned up a little bit. Map has finally been opened up. Mid lane turret is being broken, so potentially can start looking for some Twisted Fate plays. So one more time, Happy going forward. Trundle's got a little bit of time alone in this bottom lane, looking to rip through a structure. I mean, he's got double offensive items, got that Sheen as well as the Ravenous Hydra, so he takes it down, makes short work of it.
The bottom lane outer turret, inner turret is fallen down finally. I thought that would have fallen down even quicker than the mid lane outer turret after how stubborn it was to fall down initially. But finally, Happy's going to be able to move away from that mid lane and farm up elsewhere. He's already upgraded his Last Whisper to deal some grievous wound damage to the rest of IG. That's going to help out significantly against the likes of Kid, against the likes of Rain, and even Tatai.
That's really interesting to me, because normally if you have double Last Whisper users, and we do on this composition, the jungle will pick up the Mortal Reminder, and the AD carry will go towards the LDR, because they generally have more uptime on LDR and want to be able to shred through. It just might be that they think that there is too much healing and need double Mortal Reminder. It was criminally undervalued at the start, but LDR is a significant damage buff for someone like Ezreal, so we'll see whether that does come back and bite him. But definitely good to have one sooner rather than later on this team composition versus a Maokai. as well as Lissandra when she goes into ultimate, going to get a significant amount of missing health back.
Taking a look at the rest of the items here. Rabadon's Death Cap picked up with Lissandra. Here comes a flank coming in.
Double
Teleport
teleport.
to Ty and Rookie looking for something. Teleport response coming in from V here.
Here comes Dade.
This has started a nice fight. Dade still looking to try and get a Destiny out. It's going to go over the wall here. Rookie jumps in immediately, uses his Zonya. Dade holding onto that gold card. Rookie pops the ultimate onto himself to keep himself alive. V and more going to take it down incredibly low. Here comes Swift though. Pops down the Lambs Spy to keep Happy up and alive. V staying inside. Rookie, he's going to get taken down first by Dade. NewBee find the first kill for themselves and are looking to try and chase down the remaining members of Invictus Gaming. Dade looking for the 3 members of IG running away. V gets a nice pillar onto Rain. Gonna try and stay alive. Tabe puts down the door, but he can't hold it long
He
enough.
got Rain.
V takes it down. Rain's going down. NewBee, they're chasing on towards the remaining members. An absolute team fight slaughter coming in from NewBee. They find the ace and they lose nobody on their team.
And we already said that Invictus Gaming, if they get to the late game within touching distance, should have a superior team fighting comp. Well, throw that out the window because NewBee absolutely slaughter them. They're going to be able to pick through and push through and pick up game 1 of this best of 3. It wasn't easy, Fish. It wasn't quick, but they do finally take down the Nexus.
And it comes down to what NewBee are so famous for, their team fights. 5-on-5 against Invictus Gaming. And they clean up a team fight clinically and pick up game number 1 against IG. What a fantastic match between the two teams.
And go back and watch it again because it's the initial disengage and then the rundown. Dade runs past 2 members to gold card Rain, who he knew didn't have QSS available, and take him off the rift before going into Zonya's. V had some clutch pillars into Bard stuns as well in that fight. That was really well executed.
And it was Invictus Gaming that actually looked for that team fight as well. They started with the double teleport, trying to get a flank onto Happy. NewBee just responded to it fantastically there.
Yeah, certainly did. And, you know, a really nice Lambs respite this time around. Keeps everyone alive and healthy on the back end. They get the 2 initial kills and then the big chase down. And that's just great understanding of, like, we can't go yet. Kite back, kite back. Okay, they made the overreach. Rookie's under our turret for God knows what reason. Let's go. Let's turn it on and be nice and aggressive. Everyone just flies over the top. And, you know, we already mentioned that Rookie looks so impressive in the earlier stages of this game, but the team fights just didn't go their way.
And he stuck to his guns a little bit too long, I feel. The first 3 picks with his ultimate onto Swift, fantastic. Able to lock him down before he can use his ultimate. This was the first major team fight coming from NewBee here, where they were able to turn around what looked like a great fight from IG.
Yeah, it certainly did, and the reason being is that straight away this Trundle gets caught up on a trap and runs around the long way, and you're like, okay, Caitlyn's just going to free hit from over the edge of the wall, but Happy wanted none of it. Goes over the top, chases down Rain and challenges him, and meanwhile, Dade and Swift just clean up the back end. So really, you got to give so much credit to Happy there because he just saw his man and pulled the trigger on what was a very gutsy play.
And after that, it was just IG trying to claw back with pick after pick after pick, and they did that quite nicely, able to close that gold lead fantastically. Here was another pick coming out from the Lissandra ultimate, which didn't quite work. They were only able to take him down low, and then it was another great team fight from NewBee.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they lay a CC beautifully there. I mean, Swift able to get a lot of damage done in their target prioritization throughout these little skirmishes. I mean, if you're ever wondering how you should team fight optimally, NewBee will show you how, because they're just able to get the maximum time and time again. Unfortunately, Happy here wasn't inside the Lambs respite. It already arcane shifted out. But they still able to trade positively and get what they were looking for in all of these engages.
And here was that final team fight. Spawn, take us through this, because this was the clinical moment from them.
Yeah, it certainly was. So Rookie goes a little bit too deep here. I mean, he gets a good zoning ultimate. They get the flash out of V, but then he goes underneath the turret, and they still have everything available. So Lamb's respite goes off, and they just can't put down enough damage on the back end. As soon as they grab Rookie and turn it onto Zatai, they're like, okay, now we can fight this one. And it is really about the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate chasing on the bottom end of your screen. Sure, V is able to get the pillar down here, but they just continue to chase. It's actually the 2 carries that will come up from underneath that swing this team fight, because Dade runs in with a gold card, has seen the QSS, and just deletes Rain off the map, and then Happy is just able to clean up the rest of the team fight.
It was fantastic play coming from NewBee. The story from this match was almost IG constantly finding picks left, right, and center. And then it was NewBee with great team fights afterwards. But that was only game 1 of this best of 3 series. We're going to go into a short break before we come back with game 2 of the final series tonight. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chinese, English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. As we're going to take a look at the MVP for that previous game, it is going to go on over towards V up in the top lane on Trundle.
Yeah, certainly a well-deserved MVP. Absolutely bodied Zatai the longer that game went on. No deaths, 4-0 and 5. As we mentioned, 75% kill participation, that sweet spot for NewBee. When they're up around 75%, they are winning games. And I'm just going to repeat that those jerseys are sick. Because they really are. But yeah, one thing I want to touch on is that I don't think V should be the MVP of this team. I think that that is a mistake out of Invictus Gaming and that they gave Zatai a losing matchup. Zatai needs to win his lane if NewBee, if Invictus are going to be able to win this series. And we're taking a look at just how tanky V was on the back end of this fight. This was a 2v3 that he and Dade were able to win just because of, the sustained damage that was coming out of the Trundle.
We talked about this quite a lot. Happy and more, look a lot stronger than Rain and Tavi down in the bottom lane. It should be V looking a lot weaker than Zatai up in that top lane. Do you think we're going to see that change coming to Game 2? Is this something that IG need to fix? Does Zatai need to come out ahead? Because he was 50 CS down at one point.
Yeah, 100% he does. And this is actually a matchup that Zatai made really popular even when QSS existed in the game. As we take another look at V just on the front line, entirety of it. His teleports were actually on point this game. I think that you have to give him the swing matchup, give him the lane bully, or just take Trundle off the board, give him a team fighter, but don't allow him to get bullied that way, because Echo will get ahead of Maokai, but not that far ahead. I mean, the Trundle was unkillable.
So we talked a lot about that top lane matchup, and one thing I want to really touch on is how mid lane was banned out that game. LeBlanc taken away, Azir, Victor also banned out in that first match here, which we saw Lissandra and Twisted Fate being pulled out by Dade and Rookie. And it was, it was very quiet in this mid lane. Rookie found a lot of picks and helped his team get ahead, but it's not that big bash in the mid lane that we thought these two players had put on.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, especially when you had pretty much two kill junglers in Graves and Kindred and so much damn CC. I thought that any second they'll just be flashing on top of each other and all hell would be breaking loose, but you're right, no jungler was really willing to commit that much to the mid lane, and what that meant is that Rookie was just shoving out the lane, disappearing into Fog of War, and generating these great opportunities for his team. In saying that, the later this game went, the more that Dade came into his own with those gold cards, because he was locking down priority targets time and time again.
Well, without further ado, let's move into Champion Select for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series between IG and NB. As we're taking a look at the bans already, Trundle immediately being banned out by IG. They do not want V to pick up that champion anymore. Victor banned away, LeBlanc and Azir taken away by NewBee.
Yeah, and that's a little bit strange because Trundle, in my opinion at least, is definitely first pickable on the current patch, because you can swing him into that support position if you do get a really dodgy matchup, something like a Quinn or top or something. But just don't want anything to do with it, Fish. 2
bans left for these two teams. Have to see what they decide to ban out here. So you can take a look at your screen. Lots of very high priority picks in the current patch here. We see Nidalee, Ryze, Kindred, Lucian all almost 100% picked and banned so far. As Echo is going to be the ban out from IG here. So lots of focus towards mid lane and top lane. The solo lane is being taken out here.
They want Maokai one more time, Invictus. I mean, they've pretty much taken the only 2 hard counter picks off the board right now, so now does NewBee ban it away? Is V happy to take something like, I don't know, a Rumble or something into it? Trying to think of what else you can really play into it. Ryze gets banned, so 3 mid lane bans directed at Rookie. That's flattering.
This is probably going to be an instant lock-in of the Nidalee. 100% picked and banned. We rarely see her get any play anymore because she's just so dominant in the jungle right now.
Yeah, she certainly farms really quickly, right? And, scales up nicely, has some serious kill threat. But in saying that, Kindred Maokai right now would be a huge first 2 picks for NewBee, and Kindred's just as potent, especially if Swift doesn't die before he gets his ultimate 5 times in a row.
Did mention the Maokai left up and available with the same mid lane bans coming out from both IG and NewBee. Means that we could possibly see some spanners in the works here for the mid laners one more time. We could possibly see Twisted Fate and Lissandra picked up again, or we can see some new mid lane champions come out one more time. It's kind of been Azir, Victor most of the time with the occasional LeBlanc.
And Cassidy. Cassidy's seen a lot of play, I think, so far. I'd have to check the numbers, but he has to be up there with them as well. I agree. I think that, Twisted Fate certainly was a good pick last time around for Dade, especially the fact that he blind picked it and got away with it. So that's always nice when that happens.
Well, for now, NewBee, they're going to try and settle down with their most likely support and top laner being picked up. Maokai and Karma going to be locked in here. Karma, a little bit of a flex pick now. We've seen her played as a mid laner and a support today already, so we have to see where that one goes for the side of NewBee. Yeah,
Lucian also being hovered here, of course, was banned out game 1, I believe. No, he wasn't. He was just completely overlooked. So Lucian overlooked game 1, maybe picked up game 2 here. Of course, the Korean Lucian build, seeing a lot of popularity. Lucian Bard is a potent lane.
We saw IG pick up Caitlyn as their first lane to carry here. NewBee picked the Ezreal into it. So once again, IG have the prioritization on which AD carry they want to pick up first, as Bard is going to get locked in as the supportive choice for IG, looking like they want to pick up Sivir as well as their AD carry.
So they have to take Sivir. The reason being, Sivir, Karma, Maokai will just run you down. Like, there is no way you can escape that. Bard gives you some, once again, long-range engage because you have none off your jungler, and it's still quite a good lane. In saying that, now NewBee gets to have the luxury of picking a mid-range AD carry, and they go with Lucian. Because Sivir is not going to outrange him. This should be a lane that Lucian can dominate.
And they've picked up Kindred as their jungler as well, so NewBee still flexing their mid laner or support here with the Karma already being picked up. As IG, they're going to have to show their hand at what AP carry they're going to be picking up into that mid lane, as well as what seems to be a top lane to pick up from the team.
And we'll see where the rookie does go with Twisted Fate here, because we'll leave the door open for a Zed. I mean, there's not an extreme amount of magic damage. And wow, Fiora locked in for Zatai.
And Twisted Fate were picked up as well. Fiora, a champion that we thought might get picked up here and there. What is a very tank-focused meta up in the top lane right now.
Yeah, and it was really funny because I was like, all right, they want the Maokai because they've banned out all the counters. Instead, they bait NewBee into thinking that all the counters are gone and take one of the old school counters, which is Fiora, of course, with the Vital. Should be able to chip through there. And as I said, opens up the door for an assassin. Kassadin would be the one that you would think off the top of your head, but Fizz is the one that is actually locked in.
The old school Twisted Fate counters, so to speak, when Fizz was rarely ever seen play. When people locked into Twisted Fate, Fizz was known as one of the hardest counters to that.
Depends who you talk to, mate.
Apto has a thing or two to say about that.
Faker also has something to say about that. Actually very much enjoys the matchup historically. So I'm of the opinion that Fizz doesn't win this matchup, and the reason being is that you can take WE as Twisted Fate and pretty much win the lane at level 1 and 2. If you force Fizz to go through multiple potions, it's very, very hard to get back into a Fizz lane. So pressure on Swift to be able to come in here and help out his mid laner early. Expect some early ganks to come across, but Rookie's a good Twisted Fate player. We'll see whether Dade is up to the challenge.
So once again, a lot of power picks left open in the jungle, and in the bottom lane here, it's the top laners. That mid laners got banned out quite heavily. We see a couple of unorthodox picks coming in with the Fiora, with the Fizz being thrown up in the top lane and the mid lane. We'll have to see how these two teams are able to use it going into game number 2. We saw game 1, IG very pick focused, trying to find objectives using Rookie as their pivot point. NewBee once again falling behind a little bit, not afraid. They find 3 great team fights, able to pick up wins from just that.
Yeah, they certainly did, and I want to see whether NewBee can do it again, because this time it's an assassin mid laner they have to work with.
Well, we're going into game 2 to see if NewBee can do that one more time as we go to game 2 of this best of 3 series. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Summoner's Rift for the second game of the final best of 3 for tonight. Currently, NewBee are 1-0 up against Invictus Gaming. And that was an action-packed game that we just saw between these two teams. Looks like the second one could follow the same route here.
Yeah, it certainly does. This is going to be an interesting game, to say the least. There's a face check here.
Tabe taking a lot of damage. He already put down the exhaust onto Happy there. Below half his health already. They're still chasing more. Puts down another Q there to try to chase down Rain. Here comes Rookie with a gold card, but just an exhaust being used by IG here.
Yeah, but there's still just no reason to face shake that brush. I mean, Tabe misses a stun completely. Rain looks like he had some choice words for his support player there. It was an interesting play, right?
It certainly was. I mean, we took a look at the key zone march as well while all that skirmishing was happening down the bottom lane. Lots of fervor of battle, lots of Thunderlords coming out. Now the fan vote here, that's changed a little bit. It was almost dead even last game. Now Invictus Gaming, their fans are ready.
Yeah, they certainly are. AG fans out in force and, you know, NewBee with a rough off-season. Of course, rebranding away from QG. Need to be able to climb their way back. With more team fighting like they had in Game 1, I'm sure that will start to swing quickly because they're such a fun team to watch play. But this is going to be an action-packed bottom lane. You know, Karma as well as the Bar, just so much damage coming out of the supports. Especially now that Exhaust is burned. This will be the one to watch, I think.
Standard lanes once again between these two teams. We saw earlier game talents against Saint. Both games were lane swaps. Now, in this best of 3 series, all the games so far have been standard lanes coming out from these two teams. We had a brief look at the mid lane here as Rookie already zoning out the Fizz. There's just
it
nothing
doesn't
to
get
do
better
right
until level 3. Like, you honestly can do nothing until level 3 as Fizz. And as I said, the lane should be over by that stage. So we'll see whether Rookie is able to keep it up or whether after red buff, Kindred swings past, because that's what you can do. I mean, the pressure is on the TF to win the lane at that stage of the game because it just goes downhill so much. Oh, Rain, you're dead.
That's lots of damage being put down onto the Sivir. Has to use the heal. Happy on about the same health as the Sivir, but still has his Summoner spell available.
I'm actually really surprised that Maw didn't flash forward for an Ignite there. Of course, Flash was still available out of Rain, but trading Summoner spells definitely worthwhile that stage of the game. And you can see that it's 10 CS to 4 in the mid lane still, and Dade is being shoved underneath his turret. So no level 2 gank coming out of Kindred means that this is going to be a hard lane matchup. And you see Kid jungles quicker. He's already there for the counter gank on the bottom side of the map.
Now finally we should take a look back in towards the mid lane. Dade has hit that level 3 mark, so like you said, would get a little bit easier for him here. As Swift is able to clear out the Scuttle Crab, finds Kid inside the jungle, both of them putting a ward down. Does have that extra movement speed to get out of harm's way.
And we already mentioned about the bottom lane. The good thing about Bard does have that sustain. So whilst being an aggressive support that can put down a lot of damage with a Meep Slap as well as a Q, we'll be able to keep Rain topped off here for Tabe. So a little bit more forgiving than something like the Karma.
And a couple more levels, a few more minutes, Rain will be able to play that PvE game that we see a lot of Sivers like to do. Force Happy to fight against the minions instead of fighting him. And they've been able to survive that early game quite well for now. Kid, he's going to meet Swift inside of his jungle, trying to take away this Raptor camp. They're going to fight over it for a little bit of a while. So the spear did come down, not going to connect. And does mean Swift will be able to smite that one away.
Yeah, so Kid actually getting forced off a little bit of farm here. Not what you want as a Nidalee. You want to try and put your jungle on farm as quickly as possible. So Swift, slight advantage in that regard, level 3 to level 4. Dade already going back to base. Probably going to come back with the Dark Seal.
Does have a teleport as well, so can get back there quicker.
Yeah, so does Rookie, however. So this is going to be a rough laning phase. Dark Seal picked up.
Dade at the moment, he's about 15 CS behind Rookie right now, even more than that. See how much he can pick up from this wave, but Twistify just being relentless in terms of the pressure here. We move up towards the top lane to tie up against V. No huge CS discrepancy between the two, both of them fairly even for now. V's been able to push Tatai underneath his turret, which we should see him do for a while. Once Tatai picks up a couple of items, it's going to be very difficult for the Maokai to continue doing just that.
Honestly, once he gets ultimate, the kill threat is just there, so V going to try and dominate at the start of this, but it's going to be hard. And the pressure is... so the hard thing now for mid lane matchup is good gank coming into the bottom side.
We do see Kid actually march in there, forces a flash out immediately from the Karma.
Okay, so the hard thing about mid lane right now is because Dade is being forced under turret time and time again, and his shot wasn't that big. Without any hard CC, there's no real kill threat, and every single time you gank, you have to ask yourself, how much CS am I costing my mid laner right now? And Dade can't really afford to lose all that much more because he's 15 down still with equalized waves. So that means that Rookie was able to push him off a lot. And we already said that, you know, some people still view this as a counter pick. However, it's just been shown time again that the range really does shut down Fizz in the earlier stages of the game.
V using his teleport to get back towards that top lane.
That's a Zatai move right there. First two teleports back to your lane. Oh, Wolf.
Good job, Swift. Still gets it eventually. Just takes a little bit more damage from that. Tatai actually follows suit up in the top lane. So both top laners using their teleport. It's in fact Rookie who decides to keep his teleport, not matching Fizz with his teleport play into the mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't really have to use the teleport right now. He's already got such a big CS advantage. Although has been normalized a little bit here, back towards that 10-ish mark once Dade gets back in to the lane. Goes with another ring upgraded, as well as the boots and another pink ward. So he's just trying to keep himself topped off in this lane. And the good thing is that there is a break point where no matter how little gold you have on Fizz, you can just one-shot Twisted Fate once you hit level 6. So he's there right now, and Rookie does have to start respecting the lane.
Swift is a happy man right now. That's the 3rd Kindred mark that has spawned onto a Scuttle Crab. Very happy day for the Kindred. Easy pickups onto his passive.
It's always nice when that happens.
And Swift now going to farm out his Raptor camp, but Tatai looking for V up in the top lane. Here comes the Lily as well. Destiny being popped too. There's 3 men strong up here. The Maokai has nowhere to go. He's trying his best to stay alive. V actually living with a sliver of health, but Tatai slides on forward and picks up first blood.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't flash over the wall because I think he would have got one in response. But in the end, it means that Tatai will pick up first blood. As we said, as soon as that level 6 comes through, that lane certainly does swing in the Fiora's favor. And it's nice support and recognition out of the other members from Invictus of getting up there and helping Zatai out because he needs to be a win condition for this team.
Certainly does, and with that mark up in the top lane, it's going to make it much easier for the Fiora to stay up here and actually bully out V a little bit more. V, you know, he's been known to be one of the weaker members of NewBee here, and bullying him out certainly a way to pressure NewBee as we get towards the mid phase of the game.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I like what Dade is doing here, you know, sitting in what he knows is an unwarded side of the lane. He's got a ward over the side, so if a rotation ever comes across, should be able to pick up a pretty easy kill for himself.
So once again, we're seeing the bottom lane happy, putting a lot of pressure down on towards Rain here. Gets a lot of damage on towards that Sivir. The full blow of the culling going on towards that champion. Not having a very happy day down on the bottom lane. It's about 15 CS behind the Lucian at the moment. He's picked up a BF sword for himself, so we should be seeing the Essence Reaver pickup coming in from the Lucian instead of the Yomu's Ghostblade Black Cleaver that we see a lot of Lucians pick up now.
Yeah, so it still seems to be what Happy likes to go with. This time around with a Kindred on your team, I don't know whether I agree with the pickup, but we'll give him immediate power. As Dragon also started up by NewBee here, this is something that they pretty much dominated last game as well.
Yep, and this is the Mountain Dragon, arguably one of the stronger Dragon pickups. Especially early on into the game, allows you to do Barons so much faster if you get a couple of them stacked up. Even do a lot more damage to turrets. And in fact, it's going to be another Mountain Dragon spawning after this one. So back-to-back Dragons, a very popular trend here today.
Yeah, it certainly has been. And, you know, walking over, going to give Dade that blue buff. Dade's just sacrificing creeps. He's like, I don't even want to be in this lane anymore. You can have it, Rookie. And Rookie now moving on to Raptors as well. Of course, Twisted Fate, one of those unique champions like Gangplank, you should actually always give the little Raptors to. Because he gets more out of it than you do. He gets, on average, 5 gold more. Gangplank gets even more than that. So if you're a mid laner and you see someone taking your Raptor camp and they're Twisted Fate or a Gangplank, you should let them have it. Anyone else, you should tell to bugger off.
IG still looking to be a little bit of a nuisance up in this top lane. Fiora has already pushed this minion towards Maokai. Dade was trying to move up towards there, try and stop a gank coming out from Rookie and Kid. Kid already waiting inside the bush here. Fizz actually might be face checking this one. Here comes the spear coming in, going to dive underneath the turret. Dade immediately Rookie going to move up towards this top lane. So teleport does come out from Dade as well to try and keep him alive. Flash burnt by the Maokai though. They're still looking to try and turn this one around though. NewBee pops out the fish. Rookie has to flash away, get away from the ultimate from Dade, and NewBee surprisingly able to defend that.
Yeah, that's a key cooldown as well, coming out from the mid lane of Invictus Gaming. So overall, you know, V's flash for Dades, especially if they put any pressure towards this Twisted Fate, probably going to be a positive trade right now.
We move back in towards that mid lane immediately. Fizz has a nice big minion wave for himself to pick up on, but here's a teleport down to the bottom lane. Karma might get jumped on, but instead, no, it's going to be Happy to get jumped on first. Fiora puts down so much damage onto the Karma, and IG find another pick for themselves.
Double teleport expended there out of Invictus to generate a kill on the bottom side of the map. Probably wanted to get a little bit more than that, and they've sent Kid down to maybe look for a 3-man dive as well. Another kill over to Zatai means that this Fiora is going to be in split push mode very early in the game. And Happy, unfortunately, my friend, you are dead.
And in the famous words of Hotshot GG, they went top and then faked bottom. And right now, Happy stuck in between his turrets here as the Italy is zoning him away. Spear's knocking in the neck. This is not going to matter as Ray picks up another kill for themselves. IG are 3-0 right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that means they're going to be able to pick up a turret for themselves. It's going to be a 3,000 gold lead at only 11 minutes into this game, and this has always been NewBee's weakness. When they fall behind early, they can't teamfight as efficiently towards the mid-game stages. They picked a couple of losing lanes in the Maokai, in the Fizz, and it's just not looking the same as it was the first time around.
Right away, IG's picks have been so good for them in this game. 3,000 gold ahead of NewBee. That's 1,000 gold for every single pick they picked up. Saving grace for NewBees, they've got a Mountain Dragon for themselves, and they can possibly pick up the second one in the next 4 minutes, which would give them a nice bit of breathing room. But for now, the ball is in IG's court, and they're definitely taking advantage of it.
And an adaptation on builds here. Rookie goes with Lichbane first. That's aggressive. I don't know if I agree with it completely. I mean, you're going to have a Maokai diving on top of you. You're also going to have the fish flying out from Fizz, but maybe they're just not going to look to teamfight whatsoever, going towards a 1-3-1 nice and early in the game. That's why they chose to open up the map, send the Sivir towards mid lane, and just leave your Twisted Fate in one of the side lanes.
Picking up lots of early damage on the Twisted Fate as well, trying to get as many picks as possible, possibly as Rookie and Rain looking to try and put some damage down on towards this mid lane outer turret. They do have Dade and Karma there in the mid lane trying to defend that one. Swift's going to move up shortly as well. That's lots of damage being put down on towards Dade.
Certainly is, but that is a bad rotation out of NewBee. Straight away, as soon as that turret should go down, they know that the trio is going mid. Send Lucian there. He has better wave clear than Fizz, and send Fizz into your side lane. Instead, Happy goes and collects a big wave of farm, and they lose 3/4 of the health of their mid lane turret just because of a sloppy rotation.
This means Zatai was left alone up in the top lane for a little bit. Able to push the minions towards Maokai, who is now taking a little bit of a backseat here. CS is dead even between those two champions up top, but that's 2 kills onto the Fiora. Maokai definitely can't be left alone against the champion for too long.
They might even have to teleport back up there one more time, although it looks like he's going to foot it this time around. Maybe even lose pressure on that top side of the map.
Minute 20 until the next dragon does come up here. Look at this. Fizz looking, try and get a gank down onto Rain in the bottom lane. Uses on the Hunter, try and chase away from him. Pops the spell shield. Fizz is not going to be able to connect the ultimate there, but a good flash from Sivir gets it to safety.
Yeah, meanwhile, they pop the Twisted Fate ultimate to just see who else is on their way down there, but Rain had already burnt the flash. And this is why Fizz should be in the long lane. I mean, Happy's just going to have a easier time cleaning out mid lane regardless, but there is a legitimate kill threat right now on Dade of any of the side lane members.
It's lots of damage you put down to the Karma just with one attack there. As Kid jumping forward, gets Happy, looking for Karma as well, gets both of them with the auto attacks and the red buff, jumps over the wall to get to safety there. What a play from IG.
Yeah, fantastic play out of Rookie and Kid on the back end. For Kid to stick with the play, flash forward, pick up a double kill. Certainly a good news story. Now they're making the rotation towards Rift Herald potentially. Although, no, looks like they just want to clean up all the outer turrets. They go on top lane. The ants go marching one by one. They're just marching all over the map right now.
That's a 4,000 gold lead for IG. Just gets bigger and bigger every single time they make one of these picks. They've taken down the mid lane outer turret. Bottom lane outer turret's gone. The only one left standing is the one that V's trying to protect up in the top lane. It's not going to be long before IG able to take that one down too.
Yeah, and we'll see whether NewBee are actually able to pick up a dragon for themselves right now. Because that might be the last saving grace if they can get towards the 25-minute mark. If they have double dragon.
Taking a look for Kid here though. Kid going to get locked down. NewBee find a pick back for themselves though as Karma picks up that one.
Dragon.
Happy gets chunked down a little bit there, but was trying to go toe-to-toe against Rookie here. Like you said, that could definitely be second dragon. Swift going to try and pull that one out for NewBee.
Yeah, it certainly should be. I mean, they just take care of the jungler. There's not really any way that they're going to be able to kick off a fight without Kid there. So second Mountain Drake goes down. And we already mentioned that, you know, IG, they're consciously choosing not to fight with the item builds that they've gone. No Zhonya's Hourglass against a Fizz on Rookie. You know, Cull picked up as well. Full split pushing build for Zatai. He's gone with the makings of a Hydra in the Tiamat as well as that Black Cleaver. So he just wants to split push. But the danger is if they don't get really far ahead now and the Dragons ever come into effect, this NewBee lineup just shreds through neutrals so quickly.
And at 21-20, the Inferno Dragon will be coming up and online. NewBee definitely want to try and take that one down as Rookie puts a lot of damage down on towards Swift here. Gold
Kid.
card is going to be put down. There comes the flash. Lots of damage down. The Q is not going to land onto Swift. There's the spear. Not going to connect either.
So the danger is exactly what we just saw. Rookie lands 2 gold cards, gets a flash out. That's fantastic. As soon as the fish goes anywhere near him, he has to flash out of range because he's in one-shot territory. Dade will just kill him. He hasn't got himself an Abyssal, hasn't got himself a Zhonya's. So even though that was a good play for Invictus to burn the Summoner spell, mid lane flash for jungler flash is generally in favor for the team that didn't have to burn their mid laner flash.
Right now we take a look at the scoreboard. It's 5-1 in favor of IG. They're working on trying to take down the Rift Herald as well. They have 3 turrets to none. Every single one of those outer turrets already taken down by Invictus Gaming, and it looks like it's just going to get worse from here. Satai will probably pick up this Rift Herald buff on top of it.
So one thing that I will say is ever since Maokai started building Sunfire Cape, he's actually much better at clearing out waves. So what he can do is kind of hold it off the turret and make Zatai trade with him instead of the turret. We'll see whether he's able to keep the structures up because I haven't actually seen the interaction with Rift Herald. This is the first Fiora I've seen him competitive since the Rift Herald buff got changed over like that. But hopefully he will be able to minimize some of that damage. But you're right now with Rift Herald picked up, with the makings of what is a Ravenous, not even a Titanic for Zatai. Probably an Abyssal Scepter next for Rookie as well. They're just in full split push mode. And it's not really all that much NewBee can do. Still a 4,000 gold lead holding firm. They haven't been able to chip away at any of these structures.
And it's about 4 minutes until the Dragon spawns. Probably one of the objectives that NewBee would have to tunnel on here to try and get back in towards this game.
Yeah, they want to pull them out into the open and make them teamfight them. Instead, IG should just be content doing exactly what they're doing now, rotating around the map, 1-1-3, and just make NewBee respond to them. Never group up as 5.
It's been pretty quiet between these two teams for now. We can take a look at the items really quickly. It doesn't look like Fizz looking to pick up his own Lichbane shortly. Does have that Sheen and the Abyssal Scepter picked up already. The junglers completed their jungle items. Hex Drinker on towards the Kindred. Nidalee has a needlessly large rod, so lots of damage. Top laner, you mentioned earlier, Black Cleaver picked up by the Fiora. Does have the Tiamat as well to help with the wave clear, so lots of items up onto that top laner as well. Bottom laners, SS3 were picked up by both carries. Difference is Rain has his heal already, so extra cooldown reduction, lots of damage onto an 80 carry.
Yeah, so you can see that just this 4,000 gold lead coming across as upgraded boots and finished components mainly. So not a huge advantage as of yet, but we'll see whether the little things get them over the line. We are not expecting all of that much to happen until next Dragon fight. They're honestly not strong enough right now, IG, to push in underneath the tier 2s. So they're just collecting 3 waves of farm, 3 waves of experience as quick as they can. Maybe looking to make a play onto Swift. Destiny. Although just wasted Destiny.
Was used, but just spots out people. No advance being made from Rookie here, so that's another ultimate from him not being utilized effectively. We can see lots of members from IG being put towards this bottom lane. Spears being thrown out, connects with Swift there. Rookie actually making his way down, trying to clear out as much vision as possible in the river area as the 2-minute timer for Dragon has finally started. IG recognize that this could be a point of contention coming from NewBee.
Yeah, they need to be able to set up good vision here, IG, and potentially look for a face check on the other side. Swift actually takes away the blue buff, doesn't want to give it across to Kid. So that bonus AP at this stage of the game that Fizz would love to have going to waste.
Lots of mana regeneration as well. Not as huge for Fizz. He just needs a couple of spell rotations.
He just needs 1 spell rotation at this stage of the game. I mean, level 12 Fizz is looking to kill the Sivir or kill the Twisted Fate. And we'll see whether he's able to do that. Kid through the Spear of Mode at the same time. Generally do one or the other.
Rookie's picked up a major item though. He's already got his Zhonya's Hourglass, and that's going to be difficult for Dade to take down now.
Yeah, now you're just looking to kill, I guess, the Sivir. Maybe even the Nidalee if you can. I mean, everyone's still kind of squishy on the IG lineup. Realistically, if he ever catches Zatai without parry up as well, Zatai dies. But as you said, that one of those windows closes because already Zhonya's Hourglass picked up for the mid laner of Invictus.
50 seconds till the Dragon spawns as well, so we should see both teams try to collapse towards the bottom side of the map. NewBee especially they would want to try and take down this objective. They already have 2 of those Mountain Drakes, giving them a lot of extra damage to the epic monsters and also damage to towers on top of that. So the Infernal Drake helps them out a little bit, but more importantly, they just need to scale right now. NewBee need to try and get back into the game as late as possible. Because IG, they've created so many great picks for themselves early on into this game.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've just controlled the pace. And once again, it's about 4,500. You know, I honestly expect NewBee to go for this fight, but I don't know if they should because, as we said, they can hold people off the turrets. I mean, Zatai gets a good trade there, but V isn't in any real threat of dying at this stage. Although, well,
Flash from more, gets out of range from the Twist of Fate after the gold card comes through there, but IG have control over the river here. NewBee, no way for them to try and contest for this one. V, we saw up in the top lane, he was low on health, using a lot of mana to try and keep Zatai away from that turret. Culling being put down here, only gets a little bit of damage onto Rookie, pops out a gold card and just immediately scares the Lucian away.
Yeah, so more importantly, they actually get control over the mid lane, and here we go.
Tabe actually going to get caught out by Swift here. Magical Journey in towards the Raptor camp, and the Flash coming in. Deja Vu, I think day 1 we saw a similar thing happen. Not good coming in for Tabe there. NewBee once again find a pick around Dragon Spawn.
And as I said, he better be the best shot caller in the world because some of the mechanical errors that come out of IG support are just unacceptable. Destiny burnt into the top lane.
They're looking for Maokai though, up in the top lane. They're going to try and jump on towards him. Pops his ultimate. There's the ultimate coming out for Zatai as well. He's trying to dash forward.
He's
then
out.
Maokai is able to get out of there. V escapes the clutches of death. But that will be some damage going on towards that top tower.
Well, it might not actually be because they actually are looking to just rotate back around the map. They understand that they made an overreach play. 4 members of NewBee were actually in Fog of War, so they can't afford to overextend because 2 members were on the bottom side of the map. So instead, they just lose out on a gank. They both burn their flashes. V burns one in response, but lives.
NewBee, once again, they stop the bleeding. They hold on. They find avenues of attack for themselves. Getting those 3 dragons, really crucial for them at the moment. But it's still in Invictus Gaming's court. They still own the driving seats. They're still the ones that can make these plays and make the picks that they've been trying to happen so far.
But we said it last game, right? IG have the 1-3-1 comp, just as NewBee did. So unless they can operate a miraculous team fight with this composition, they never have the option to group up. NewBee, on the other hand, already a superior team fighting team. They're the ones this time with the Maokai, with the Kindred ultimate to be able to save one of their members. So realistically, the later this game goes, if it stays within like what is now a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, NewBee are going to be more and more comfortable because as we said, you expect the Maokai to lose out against the Fiora. Stayed relatively even in farm. Kindred should be way further behind than Italy than what she is right now. Swift farming up a Storm. And even the Fizz is back within 10 CS, so NewBee's doing a fantastic job of making sure that they're relevant in terms of power of their counterparts.
And so it looks like it's going to be a very similar thing that we saw from game 1. Lots of picks from IG and NewBee going to look for those team fights. For now, NewBee, the way they've been holding on is finding picks at the right times. 2 great picks is all that NewBee have gotten so far. Both of them right when Dragon spawn, exactly when they needed that to be. They're looking to try and take down some turrets for themselves. This mid lane outer would be a great one for them to open up the map and also claw back a little bit of that gold lead.
Yeah, certainly would, as Kid actually just leaps in on top of Swift. He did not want that.
Gets a lot of damage, has to flash away. Tabe, a little bit of deja vu, pops the magical journey to try and get away as fast as possible.
Swift is so confident right now. He actually streams towards Rain as well as, yeah, let's not watch that. Change the camera somewhere else. Dade headbutts a wall, but Swift just pinged out the AD carry of IG and was like, I reckon I can take him one more time.
Swift has been playing absolutely out of his mind so far in this series. A Dragon Steel last game, you know, did get caught out quite a bit from Rookie in the previous matchup at the early parts of the game, but put down a lot of damage the later part of the fights too.
Well, he's generated 2 of the picks this game. So the 2 kills have actually both been Swift. One was sniped by Moore, as that's maybe a bit too much to bite off, although turns it around.
Gets a lot of damage down onto him, literally.
You do you, mate.
Not having fun inside a Swift jungle. He's defending it quite nicely.
He certainly is. Dodges out of the way of the sphere. There's no follow-up damage that's really going to come out of a Bard as well as in Italy. So just able to push them back one more time.
Taking a look at the items really quickly. 80 carries, dead even. Both have an Essence Reaver and a Static Shiv. In fact, Lucian is flooring Rain in terms of CS right now. He's 50 CS up ahead of this Sivir. Definitely helping him out stay relevant in this game.
Yeah, they have 2 members that are 50 CS up over their counterpoints. One of them's a jungler. I mean, in IG, sure, they have the CS advantage on Twisted Fate, and I mentioned last game, you know, you always have to take his passive into account, which you have to do this time. So Rookie's actually a pretty decent way ahead of Dade. But, you know, in terms of relative strength right now, it's only a blasting wand that it's manifesting itself in. So till Rookie shops, not really going to be that much of an advantage.
Taking a look at more of the items here. Lich Bane also complete on the Fizz here. Here comes Swift looking for Tabe. He's going to be able to use his ultimate to try and keep Swift pointed down for a short amount of time. Gets the magical journey out towards safety as well.
But once again, they get the ultimate out. Rookie, however, looking for a pick on more.
They're going to find it there. Lamb's Spike does come down for Swift. He's going to jump out and be really aggressive again. Swift here. He's going towards forward. Motion. There's the Fizz. They find Kid. Dade takes him down. Tatai's going to be able to jump in towards the backlines, but Happy, he gets a peel from V as Swift. He's living with Sliver of Hell. Tabe flashes forward. He's not going to be able to pick up the kill immediately, but a Rookie picks that one up for himself. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far between these two teams. Happy now looking for Tabe. Takes him down. He's still going aggressive. Ray gets taken down as well by Dade, and only Tatai is left to try and fight this fight. But Rookie, he's in the backlines. Going to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass. Here's V though. The big tree is going to be able to take him down. Tatai tries to take down Dade, puts down the parry, is going to be able to take him down. Now he's trying to fight the Maokai, gets the procs off of the Rift Herald. Moore, the one that started all of this, is still alive and trying to desperately stop Tatai from taking down his tree. But what a huge fight between these two teams.
Yeah, and in the end, it's NewBee that come out ahead one more time, and that's with a 4,000 gold deficit. You know, they're able to generate the first pick onto Kid. As I said, as soon as Dade gets his fish onto anyone, they will die. Some good team fighting on the back end out of both Rookie and Zatai. Kind of saved that, but at one stage that was a 4-for-1. They get it back to a 4-for-3.
You look at the damage dealt during that fight. I didn't really expect Rain to be the one that dealt most of the damage in that fight, but Swift jumping in so aggressively to start off the fight. He put down some work for NewBee there.
Yeah, he certainly did, and Swift has just been aggressive all day long. And, you know, we always mention that this is his meta. People should very much respect what Swift can do on carry junglers. Used to be fantastic on the likes of Lee Sin, even when it wasn't really that meta. And now on the likes of Nidalee Kindred, certainly showing that he's a great, great jungler. There's a potential for a teleport flank here. More dead.
Mountain Dragon number 3 should be picked up by IG as NewBee. They do lose their support one more time. He seems to be getting kicked out quite a lot here as V. He's now going to take the brunt of the damage. The ultimate comes out from Bar, trying to lock down as many members as possible. Lambs for Spike keeps V alive for a little while longer. He's still up in this fight. NewBee now trying to turn it around. Tatai, he gets taken down, but they're able to clean up this fight. IG looking for more. Swift gonna get jumped on. He has no ultimate to keep him alive. In the backlines, Happy. He's trying to take down as many members as possible, but it's an ace coming out from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, an ace for 2, and it is damage members left alive. We'll see whether they go towards Baron or if they just want to push down mid lane turret. That was NewBee overreaching for a dragon and more face checking. Not really acceptable. As you can see here, it gets blown up before the fight even really begins. And then V, who thought they were initiating, just gets caught in no man's land. Has to run the long way back around to his team. And, you know, nothing just going right now for NewBee, but a very well-executed team fight out of Invictus Gaming.
That felt a little bit silly from Moore there. He had it watered. He knew exactly where people were. Just walked straight into Invictus Gaming and gave his life on a silver platter.
Swift actually killed Kid there. All right, that was interesting. I was wondering where the second kill came from, but Rookie leaving Kid meant that he just got deleted.
Which does mean that IG able to pick up a Mountain Dragon for themselves, denied a third one coming out from NewBee.
They got mid lane tier 2 as well. Swift still did 6,000 damage in that last team fight. This guy's really starting to ramp up. But they need to be able to get structures. There's no way they win this game without being able to pick them up. And right now, they just don't have any form of siege.
And they're 6,000 gold behind IG at the moment. That's a huge deficit to be in.
4,000 of that technically is structures.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's a huge deficit to be in, sure, but they need to be able to pick up the easy gold on the map. As soon as IG win a team fight, they're able to do that. NewBee had won one beforehand, but wasn't able to get the structures that they were looking for to get a gold lead.
Taking a look at the items really quickly, Ravenous Hydra and Spirit Visage being picked up by Tatai up in the top lane to complement his Black Cleaver. Zonya's been picked up by Nalino as well, and there's that first structure going down for NewBee. They cheekily able to snipe into the mid lane and take down that turret.
Yeah, so back within 5,500 gold. You know, it's 31 minutes into the game, so not the biggest lead. Although right now for Rookie, it certainly looks to be the case because he's nearly completed a death cap.
Taking a look at items one more time here. Quicksilver Sash being picked up by Lucian, so Happy going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer in this fight. Mikhail's Crucible also being picked up here by Moore. If he's able to not get picked out at the start of these fights, he should be able to help out his teammates with that one.
Yeah, should, would, could. Didn't last team fight. IE has been picked up for Rain, so as you can see, he melts things right now.
And he's already dealing the most damage on his team at the moment now. It's just going to be amplified even more with that item pickup. Hopefully for NewBee, they could possibly see Dane try and dive into the backlines, take him down before anything can happen. Swift is just jumping over the wall, casually trying to fight Baron.
Took out a pink ward, I think, is the more appropriate response. Baron still wants a piece of people.
He's not happy.
Would you be happy?
Not really.
Saturday night, 9 o'clock, you've been called into work, Fish. Baron's like, leave me alone.
It's a time, meanwhile, in this bottom lane, continuing to do the split
Sick
push
void
duty.
parties going on at the moment.
You know, Rift Herald's left his post. Elder Dragon's here, you know, new kid on the block.
Yeah, he's
Stealing
not
all
here
your love.
yet. He's not here yet. 2.5 minutes till that guy arrives. You calm down. But yeah, right now the game's just. I use the word deteriorated because both teams are being stubborn to a T. NewBee are like, if we just farm up to core items, we'll be completely fine. Whilst IG are just sticking in this split push that honestly it really hasn't been working all that well. Hasn't really generated all that many picks. In fact, they've been more successful in 5v5 team fights.
Dane, though, this entire game he's been trying to look for picks. We see him moving around the map, trying to shadow Civ wherever he possibly can, but he hasn't been able to find them. He's only been able to be effective in team fights as well. A little bit counterintuitive, it seems.
Yeah, both of them just don't have the vision, and this is something that Frost and Rusty talk a lot about. I get bored with vision chats, but you know, ever since the changes to the Sightstone went through and the fact that junglers no longer run it, and you just don't run a yellow trinket on your teams, vision denial is really easy at the moment. So to generate picks, it was generally when people were walking over your wards. Sivir needs to book it right now.
He might have found the first pick for himself. Dade looking to try and take down
the
Rain.
ultimate.
Ultimate is more than enough for Sivir to get out of there.
But that is an important cooldown.
Certainly is.
Burnt, so see whether they're able to make anything works here. Swift takes another shot at Baron. Baron's like, really, I wish you would stop that.
Happy cops.
Cops a tail.
Cops the tail to Baron.
But yeah, so just the changes to vision actually means the pick game, unless you have something like a Twisted Fate, is really hard to execute on right now.
IG, they have Twisted Fate in this matchup, so been able to execute on it quite nicely here. Second game in a row they've been trying to run this.
Because like the thing is that when you set up a pick yourself at the moment, you don't know whether the other team is actually collapsing onto you because you have no vision. So right now, with 4 members in Fog of War, even if you look like someone is alone, you're like, I have absolutely no idea where 4 members from IG are. I know where Zatai is. He's going to be bottom lane with that Rift Herald buff that's about to time out soon, being annoying as all hell. But where is everyone else? And that's why you can't go over aggressive for these picks.
And speaking of Twisted Fate, massive item discrepancy between him and Fizz at the moment. They both have their Lichbane, Zhonya's, and Abyssal Scepter, but Rabadon's Death Cap onto Twisted Fate right now. Fizz sitting with a little bit of a ring. That's it.
Yeah. So that's a huge item discrepancy, as you said. But as we keep mentioning, 40 CS, especially when it's Twisted Fate CS, is a massive advantage right now for Rookie. And he's the benefactor of having 4 turrets taken to only 1, as well as 7 more assists. So, you know, he's being able to get it done in this game. And unfortunately, because they just weren't able to get any structures early on here after they picked up some kills, NewBee, Dade's in a little bit of a rut.
Still very even between these two teams at the moment. Elder Dragon will be spawning in about 30 seconds here. Fizz being very patient. Pops the Fizz here. Not going to connect with Rain. Did have the spell shield up and ready as well. So big cooldown being used by Fizz. once again, trying to find those picks, just can't quite catch it.
I love when teams do this. You take your second teleport to the split push lane, and you bully them off the turret, and you saw how quickly they were just able to make short work of that. Because you're able to use your double teleport to then make up for any proactive cross map that the other team wants to do. So look for this to happen a couple more times. Elder Dragon has spawned. Maybe we'll see a 5v5 fish. I don't know if we will, but they've started it up.
Happy wants to try and take this one down. They do have a couple of Mountain Dragons, so they're going to deal a lot of extra damage towards this Elder Dragon. Already getting down to about half health here. Here comes the teleport.
Flank is coming out as a tie.
The flank is coming in. Fiora trying to look for that one. Dade actually splitting off for the rest of the team. There's the flash forward. More actually going to get locked out incredibly low once again. He's at about 10 health. That spear hit anyone. He would have get taken down. Elder Dragon now being started by the side of IG here. Looking to try taking that one down. Swift, he's going to jump in and die immediately. Dade now looking to try and pick up a kill in the back lines. He's popped his on his hourglass to tie. Jumping forward. He's on top of Happy and onto More here. He's going to be able to parry away the chains coming in from More. Tries to speed himself up, but he's relentless with chasing him down. Takes down another. That's 3 kills on the side of IG here.
Yeah, 3 kills and the Elder Dragon going across. It's now a 10,000 gold lead, and they're not done yet. Want to start up the Baron. They'll make short work of that one. And one more time, NewBee just overreach. They're not playing a superior team fighting composition because they're just not ahead. And IG make them pay for it.
They certainly have. Both major objectives taken down on the map for IG. 3 kills for themselves as well. It's only a matter of time before they have their eyes set towards the base of NewBee. And Tatai, what a monstrous flank he got off in that fight.
Yeah, he just got behind everyone, and you can see the damage dealt there. Dade actually had a pretty good team fight as well, but it was just the fact that More just keeps getting chunked out time and time again before he's even really to do anything on the Karma.
I think a big thing for me on that fight was Swift looked like he was tunneling on trying to steal the Elder Dragon, just walked in and died as well. No ultimate from him, no damage in that fight as well. Very unlike what we've seen from him this game.
Yeah, he certainly has been having a better game than that would indicate, but you know, when you're the only one that's really able to have a strong performance, little mistakes like that will happen. So Cullen comes out trying to kill these 2 big cannon creeps. Success.
This is a massive IG at the moment. Baron buff, Elder Dragon Baron buff, and the Baron... Sorry, Elder Dragon and Baron buff. I said about 6 times before realizing I already said both. Up and available for this team. They're looking to just split up 4-1. 4 members in the mid lane. They've got to tie down in the bottom lane. He's going to make short work of the spot lane.
They still have flash on V here, so they need to be careful because the tie... Ooh, Rain steps forward. They don't want to fight them at all.
They lost the bottom lane inhibitor turret. V and More making their way down towards this lane. It's tied.
You can't send 2. You're just going to lose both. Maybe a fight.
Fast. Could be a fight coming out as V. He's going to get stunned down here. Lots of damage being put down. Dade able to avoid the Temper Fate. He's in on towards Raid here. Jumps back. Playful tricks. They're not going to deal damage. He uses the Zhonya's Hourglass there. Swift pops his ultimate, but they're making short work in the back line. As Kid, he's jumping onto one. Destiny in behind the fountain to try and cut them off. Pops the Zhonya's Hourglass, but this should be game going on over towards IG. They take down 4. Only the Maokai left up and available. And it's game 2 going on over towards Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, so IG able to hit back versus NewBee, give them a taste of their own medicine. In the end, it's 20 kills to 8. A comprehensive victory, and that's 2 games in a row. Early pick Maokai has been completely punished by a counter pick in the top lane.
Certainly has, and it's something we talked about a week ago with all the casters, how Fiora, you know, she kind of not one of the best top laners right now, but we should see her played once in a while. And it's a fantastic use of the champion from IG.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you know, who better you use it? Zatai, he goes double offensive items, dominates the lane, gets far enough ahead that he is naturally tanky, then moves into that role as the game progresses. So, you know, hats off to the top laner of IG, but this is what we said. IG's top half of the map should be better than NewBee's top half of the map. I mean, Swift is a better jungler than Kid, sure, but when you look at it, Zatai should outclass V, and Dade's second week back into competitive play. Rookie should have that one covered. And even Kid had an impressive performance, as you can see him picking up a double kill on your screen.
He certainly did. The big thing for me in this match was a huge difference between IG Game 1 and Game 2 for me was both games, they got about 3 picks, IG, at the very start of the match. Game 1, they got about 500 gold from an extra. Game 2, they were 4,000 gold up just from 3 picks alone because of how much damage they were able to do to structures. It was just a massive difference for me.
Yeah, and you know, this game was incredibly close even after those picks because the inherent, I guess, power of the champions on the IG lineup. So I agree with you. They were able to turn that into gold leads through turrets and things like that. That's also the fact that they just picked such a low-range composition out of NewBee this time around.
Another big thing for me, NewBee, team fight after team fight, just it was more most of the time getting caught out right at the start.
Oh, they were playing 4v5. Moore did nothing that game. That was a horrible performance.
IG just steamrolled through every single fight. It just didn't look like NewBee. It didn't look like the team fighting team. You know, 3,000, 4,000 goal behind. NewBee are normally very okay with that. They're fine with fighting from behind. This game just didn't look like them at all.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. I think that when they look at this again, they would think that Dade, Swift, you guys did your job. Happy, Moore, and V were pretty much lackluster the entirety of the game, and that's not what you expect to see out of, like, the bottom lane out of NewBee especially needs to be able to crush. If you cannot crush Rain and Tabe, then there are some serious questions, especially when you pick a Karma Lucian lane. Like, that lane should just be able to completely take over the map, and they weren't able to do that this game.
And we saw Dade picking up the Fizz going into the Twisted Fate of Rookie there, and just like you mentioned, just not the counter everyone saw it to used to be a couple of years ago. Now it's just Rookie dominating him in the mid lane, and Fizz took so long to find picks, and he was just desperately trying to catch anyone out, and he was only effective in team fights.
I don't know if you can use the word dominating, right? Like, so yeah, he got 20 CS up. Good job, Rookie. But that is the way the matchup goes. It's not like it was Dade the one getting picked off around the map, and his team lost 4 structures around him. I think that was a team call as well. The fact that they sent Happy back down into the bottom lane, even though they got dove and, you know, that part of the map was seeded, I think that, you know, some lackluster rotations out of NewBee really put them behind. They should have been able to get the Lucian into the mid lane and continue to wave clear out and utilize Fizz as that one-person assassin, but just didn't ever get to that stage of the game.
Well, the series is now tied up 1-1 between the two teams, but we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere because we have the final game of the night coming up in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP to tie up the series 1-1. It's going to go on over towards Rookie in the mid lane on this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and wow, I'm actually kind of surprised. He did generate a lot of the early game picks, was able to help set up some sieges. I thought Zatai, however, played absolutely out of his mind that time around. Kid also had a pretty good performance, but once again, we just talked about it. The top half of the map for Invictus Gaming needs to outperform their counterparts by so much to make themselves a successful team because of the liability that is their bottom lane right now. And this game, Kid, Rookie, and Zatai all outmatched their opponents.
And while on the subject of Rookie here, against Dade, the very similar thing that I feel that happened in both games was the fact that Rookie was able to create picks for his team 2 games in a row. Second game, more successful, able to create more opportunities for them to get the win, but Dade not quite able to match up to him during the laning phase, so to speak. It just felt a bit awkward for me.
Yeah, I don't agree. I honestly, I'm just going to say it, I 100% don't agree. I think that you're in a losing matchup and that's what you have to do. I think that for me, it was a fact that their movement around the map, you know, once the bottom, because you have to remember that top lane went down long before mid lane went down. Bottom lane went down long before mid lane went down. So the last lane to fall is the Fizz lane. And Twisted Fate, that's his job, right? He's going to be able to generate picks around the map. But it was the fact that they didn't rotate Lucian into the mid lane. That's a team call, right? They weren't able to keep the wave clear there. They were never able to catch this Fiora out that was continually overextending. When you have Kindred Maokai, you should be able to catch Fiora early game because you have that much damn CC to lock her down. So I think that there were problems with NewBee. Sure, Rookie played out of his mind and outperformed out of that game, like definitely, especially as the game progressed, but that was after they take 4 turrets and generate themselves a 6,000 gold lead.
We'll have to see if NewBee can change anything coming into game number 3 here against Invictus Gaming, because we are into Champion Select for the final game of tonight. And right away, once again, LeBlanc and Azir are going to be banned away. This time though, IG, they take away Rise and Nidalee.
So Nidalee are a spec ban given to Kid. Go back 7 months and tell people that, Fish. I dare ya.
Probably the most bans we'd see between these 2 junglers would be Graves, because both the AD carries moving in towards the jungle role. Picked that up quite a lot during the early parts of the season. As Trundle and Echo are going to be the 2 bans coming out from both these teams to round it out. So no more heavy mid lane, heavy top lane focus. They're a little bit spread out this time around. Still very mid and heavy top focus. This time throwing a jungler ban as a spanner in the works. And Kindred looks like the hover coming from NewBee should be the pickup for Swift one more time here.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty well in the Kindred, so wouldn't be surprised to see if that is picked up. And you know, it just suits their team composition style. They want to be able to team fight. Kindred is certainly unrivaled in that aspect of the game right now, with the ultimate, the utility that she adds, as well as the damage that we saw Swift pumping out. I would be really surprised if another team goes towards a Maokai. I mean, Maokai's team playing both games tonight, both losses, and it just seems that the laning phase, unless IG want to go towards a lane swap, is very hard to execute on for Maokai in the current patch.
Both times picked up during, 3 times now picked up during the second rotation, and the first time during this best of 3 series we will see a Victor being played. This time left off of the ban list, and that should be going on towards Rookie in the mid lane.
Yeah. Victor has got incredible strength right now. See whether Dade wants to take the Cassinan into the matchup again. It's what seems to be popular right now, at least in his books. The reason I still think Maokai is the best top laner in the game. Do not get me wrong. I just think that the way that these teams are playing extended laning phases doesn't really suit Maokai. What you want to be able to do is open up the map early through lane swaps, get your deep wards in there and look for the flanks. That's where Maokai really shines in the current meta. However, what we've seen time and time again is these 20-minute laning phases where he just gets tied down, stuck in one lane, and then pretty much out-farmed. So I think that that is just an area that you have to take note in. And once again, because Maokai is picked up, the other team has to take away the Sivir. This time it's NewBee.
Just that. Sivir's going to be picked up by NewBee, as well as the Bard pickup coming in for NewBee as well. This time we have to see if he can, not make those Raptor camp mistakes that we saw Tabe do a couple of times in that game.
Yeah, Moore's Bard game was actually quite impressive, so I'm glad we're seeing that him picking up one more time. He's Karma, however, he got caught out a couple of times. Maybe now he has Magical Journey available, Fish. Not going to happen as much.
Tempered Fate helping him out a little bit too.
Yeah, just make yourself golden. Hope your team can catch up.
Good old Bardo. Meanwhile, we're waiting for IG to pick up their next 2 picks here. Have to see what they decide to complement their top laner and mid laner. Could definitely be a jungle pickup and an AD carry pickup coming in from this team. Still a lot of strong options in both those positions. Lucian being left open, Ezreal left up and available as well. We'll have to see what they decide to lock in for IG.
So they just swap bottom lanes. Sivir Bard goes across, and it is going to be Lucian Karma locked in. As we said, as soon as you go Sivir, you kind of unlock the ability for both teams to play that mid-range AD carry. Lucian Karma should be a lane that's able to bully. We saw that maybe Happy and Moore didn't do as much as they needed to win it on their side last time around. We'll see whether Rain and Tabe are able to take it to the Sivir Bard this game.
We'll have to see what NewBee decide to pick up to round out their team composition here. They've already got their jungler and bottom lane picked up, so once again, blue side saving their solo lane picks as their last 2 pickups. They already know what they're going up against. Question is now what they're going to choose to throw up against Invictus Gaming. We saw the Fiora being picked up by IG last game to go against the Maokai. You did mention Castaner being a very popular pick coming in for Dane up against the Victor. Have to see what they decide to throw into this lineup. Does look like it's going to be Castaner and Swain being picked up by NewBee.
And once again, a lane bully against Maokai. So this should be a really tough lane matchup to go into if you are Zatai, because unless there is an outright kill jungler here, Swain is just going to play the War of Attrition incredibly well and be able to pump out damage as well as crowd control.
This also means that IG, they're going to be able to pick up Rek'Sai as their final pick and throw him into the jungle for Kid. One of the junglers that we've seen return to popularity since the buffs to Cinderhulk. And also just be coming back in competitive play. It's one of those few S-tier junglers that we see, with the likes of Kindred and Nidalee being picked up as well as Graves.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, I actually rate Rek'Sai, on kind of Nidalee, Kindred, in my opinion, 2 best junglers. Rek'Sai, Graves kind of sit under there. I think that Rek'Sai is kind of taking Graves' position as like that bruiser that can do some damage since the Cinderhulk buffs. Also just jungles incredibly quickly right now and is resourceless. You can do cool things like give over first blue buff to someone like Rookie and be able to help him out in the lane there. So I like Rek'Sai at the moment, and her global presence also helps out as the game progresses.
And we're going to see V play Swain up in the top lane one more time for NewBee. He did play it in his series against EDG in the first match, actually. Another champion that's been surprisingly being played in competitive play now.
Yeah, we completely overhauled Swain. Has wave clear now that always used to lack, and just a lot of damage.
Well, we have to see how V does in the last game of tonight as we head on to Summoner's Rift. And we are on to Summoner's Rift for the last and final time tonight between NewBee and Invictus Gaming. The best of 3 series is currently tied up 1-1 after IG were able to pick their way to a victory in the second match here. And now we're going to have to see if they can do the exact same thing here again in game number 3. For now, both teams just fanning out, trying to spot out as much vision as possible. There's already slight lead going to NewBee. They clear out a ward. They get a gold advantage. Good job. They're ahead.
Did they, though? Because I didn't see how many procs went across. They got a second ward. Now I'm going to assume that they are. But, you know, it depends how many...
Meep Slap gives them another 8 gold. So,
Yeah.
you know, they're ahead for a significant amount of this game, about a minute and a half.
But you didn't see how many Tabe got off, mate. That's what I'm trying to say. Take a look at the masteries on your screen. You know, nothing really new there.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be interesting because Swain is really... needs to be in a standard lane, in my opinion. Doesn't really double jungle all that quickly. And you can see that they're looking to potentially put their duo towards the mid lane, start a double jungle, although they send them back down. Okay, this is something that Crepo taught me. So shout out to Crepo, EULCS. As Bard, your job isn't to take a camp level 1. It's actually to deny their camp. The reason being is that Bard is the strongest level 1 champion in the game. So the longer you can keep them level 1, the better off you are.
He's going to be able to take away the Grump as well and force the flash coming from Tabe over the wall. So exactly that spot.
So as wise man Crepo told me, you know, you invade pretty much 100% of the time. As Bard, you put down a lot of pressure because what you want to do is ensure that they have to spend the whole of the lane at level 1, get bullied around by the Q and the meat swap where he's just unrivaled in terms of damage. So glad to see that Moore subscribes to a similar train of thought there.
Not only do they deny the level 1 camp from him, they get the summoner spell as well, and they steal it away, which means they're going to have the EXP advantage in this bottom lane for NewBee right off the bat. That's going to be devastating for IG running back into this lane.
Yeah, it certainly should be. Dade getting pushed in early against Rookie.
Taking a lot of damage from the range control mage at the moment. It's 3 CS to 10 here. Not looking like it's going to get any better for Dade anytime soon.
And he keeps doing this. He keeps taking melee assassins into ranged mages. And we know that this is actually where Rookie is the most comfortable. I mean, when ranged... If he had Thunderlords, he's dead. Like, I hope he knows that and that he respects it and he goes back because there's no way he can stick around anymore.
He's going to lose a lot of minutes, but this has to use this teleport immediately. He's already 10 CS down against this Victor here.
He's not going to go back. Oh, he actually just stuck around for the cannon. Okay, cool. So he wanted cannon experience. That actually makes a little bit of sense to me. You'll go back. Oh, actually cancels one more time. This is not good. So you shouldn't flirt with going back like that. You should just either bite the bullet and go back and call in jungle gank straight away afterwards as the lane is kicking back. But it means that Swift is going to be able to successfully invade onto the Rek'Sai.
There are wards on this, so Kid doesn't know that this is happening. The meat slap's going to come in. Smite's going to come out from Swift. He's able to take that one away.
So 15 CS advantage in the mid lane. Huge story right now.
Big lead coming from Rookie down in that mid lane. No, kind of evens it out after the happenings of the bottom lane here. Sivir slightly ahead, about 10 CS up ahead of that Lucian.
But that depends where the lane is, right? Because we know that this lane is pushing in, and there's 2 CS available. So it's going to be 11 to 28. So he's 17 CS down. As you can see right now, it's actually below 10 because the Lucian's actually has a lot of CS being pushed into him. So that is a huge advantage for Invictus.
So you take a look at the top lane for the first time in this matchup. Swain against the Maokai. Both of them starting with the Doran's Wing. In fact, Zatai went back to base, picked up a second one for himself, opting not to teleport back in towards that lane. Instead, going to walk the long way down.
Yeah, and actually gets frozen off a lot of creeps because of it. This kid's chilling out on top of a ward.
Rookie doing a really good job here of manipulating that creep wave, forcing Dade to go into a very dangerous territory to farm out. He did spot out the Rek'Sai looking for a gank in the mid lane, but it's about how much minions the Victor can deny before he hits level 6 here on the Kassadin. It's about picking up 1 for every 2 CS that the Victor picks up. That's a massive amount of zoning pressure that Rookie's been able to put out this game so far.
Yeah, certainly is, and he took the kill summoner as well, so, you know, still has Ignite available. Dade has a slight experience lead because he hasn't been forced out of experience range. He's just getting absolutely no gold for it. And now they call in the support. Moore going to look to make a splash in the mid lane. No, he just backs away.
There was that Thunderlord proc coming out from Rookie as well, able to put some more damage down on towards this Kassadin, but very quiet early game between these two teams. As expected, we've seen this all 3 games so far. You know, both teams respecting each other a lot. They know the strengths and weaknesses of one another. Try to find the correct avenues of attack. The gold is completely even. 7.5 thousand gold each. No turrets, no dragons just yet either. Just been bullying lanes, you know, in the mid lane in favor of IG, a bully lane to bottom lane in favor of NewBee so far.
Yeah, and top lane's actually pretty far in favor of NewBee as well. Zatai is about to get chunked out a second time. So, see whether he's able to stick with this lane. Dade's in trouble.
Certainly is.
He's getting absolutely smashed right now.
He's getting manhandled by this Victor so far.
And the problem is that without level 6, there's not even a reliable gank that can come in. He's going to have to go back, potentially, and miss out on even more experience and gold. And Kid just unrelenting and shadowing his mid laner. Rookie has level 6. He's just going to flash kill him. Like 100% he's just going to flash underneath the turret and delete him.
Kid's going to try and get the wraparound here. He's going to try and go over the wall here. There comes the flash. There goes the ultimate coming in for the Victor. First blood does go over towards Rookie, but here's Kindred trying to find a return kill. Will be able to pick it up. He's not level 6 and can't use his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Good counter gank from NewBee, but IG, they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, they go 1 for 1, but in the end, that's actually a very poorly played dive because Rookie looked like he was impatient, doesn't wait for Kid to go over the wall, just goes for the solo kill. In the end, has to burn both summoner spells, and that actually leaves himself open slightly. I mean, that is, once again, still a horrible news story for IG right now. Their mid laner is down 26 CS and a kill. Like, there's not even comparing how strong they are, but if they can get the Kindred back into the lane and try and set up a gank, like, Dade is deader than fish right now, he's coughing a lot. It's just going to be a horrible news story.
Don't know if he's more dead than I am at the moment. But for now, definitely not great for Dane. All 3 games so far has been kind of similar. Rookie able to bully him out a little bit, find more picks for his team here and there. Dane not necessarily falling super far behind, but this game.
This game he is.
This game he definitely is.
Yeah, this game's a shellacking. He needs to be able to pick up that blue buff, start looking for some kill threat. Because otherwise there's just no way back into this lane. Bottom lane's still in favor of NewBee. Top lane's still in favor of NewBee, so definitely isn't panic stationed yet.
Happy was able to head back to base, picked up a BF sword for himself. On the flip side, Lucian was able to get the State of Dirk, and he's going to be able to go for that very popular build that we see Lucian's pick up at the moment. Going to get the Yoma's Ghostblade and the Black Cleaver as soon as possible. This time round, does have the Rek'Sai in his team, so a little bit more physical damage to capitalize on the Yoma's Ghostblade Black Cleaver pickup.
You're an optimistic man. Yep, technically true. Not gonna push my luck with that one because I know I'll get called out on it. But yes, technically Rek'Sai does do physical damage.
Yeah, very quiet game between these 2 teams. Most of the action taking place in the mid lane. Things are kind of settled down on that bottom lane. Although NewBee, did get the early level 1 pressure, were able to, take down the Grump. Were able to put out a lot of pressure, force Taba to go back very early on. Raid's still keeping up in CS pretty well. It's about a minion wave behind Happy at the moment. That's about it.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's when you compare the 7 to the 27 that is the mid lane discrepancy right now, I would be inclined to agree that Raid has done a good job of keeping up, especially after first shop. A little bit of a greedy purchase out of Happy there. He goes for the cull instead of just battle stats that Rain has gone towards. And you can see that Kid is just shadowing this lane so incredibly hard right now. And has spotted out Swift. They go in.
They're going to try and jump onto Dade first, though. He gets a lot of damage taken down. Lands the spike. Going to be able to keep him alive. Rookie at a sliver of health. Going to be able to take down Dade, but Swift picks up the recurred kill. But now Kid, he flashes forward, trying to swipe him left and right. Prey Seeker's going to be blocked out by the minions. As we do see more come up towards that lane, trying to help him out. Once again, a trade of mid laners.
Yeah, so what do you value more, a fed Kindred or a fed Victor? I know that my opinion is firmly Invictus' side of the court, but that is what they are continually trading for. I wonder if Dade burns a teleport and tries to get a cheeky extra minion wave on his side. No, he's just going to foot this one back with some brown bags. So, interesting trade one more time as Swift goes in for the kill.
I think something we haven't taken a look at too much in this game so far, what you mentioned very early on, is the bully lane up top, Swain against Maokai. Kind of a similar story. He's about 30 CS up ahead of this Maokai at the moment. Kind of evens out the map a little bit.
All right, so this was one lane I have played. And let me tell you, mate, if you're the Maokai, it's
not fun.
Pretty shit house, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of it personally. You kind of get destroyed at all stages of the game. Swain's damage just gets incredibly high still. I know that, with the Q, he added a lot of control to his kit, but his damage is still bonkers at the moment. So, yeah, definitely using the whole range of that kit. As Swift one more time looking to make a mark on this mid lane.
Going to try and take out
this
the
is a 2v2 lane.
This is 2-on-2. These are 2 supports trying to help out their mid lane. It's a fact. Swift just jumping over the wall there. Here comes the Rift Walk on top of the Victor, dealing a lot of damage. Swift jumping really aggressively forward against Kid there. He's going to try and take the Rek'Sai tunnels to safety.
What do I know? Apparently having a fed Kindred means more than having a fed Victor, because right now they're winning that 2v2 and even get the Ignite out of Rookie. I mean, he doesn't burn the ultimate, wants to save that for Dade, you see, but That's a Summoner spell trade in favor of NewBee.
That's 3 games in a row Swift's been on this Kindred, and 3 games in a row we just see him jumping into dangerous territory like it doesn't bother him at all. That's just straight over the wall to 2 people, hoping that Dade will back him up there, and almost comes out on top, almost able to take down Kid. And this 2v2 is getting a little bit happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we said it was a quieter game, but not really working out that way. Gets a blasting one, gets back into the lane to soak up all of that experience in CS. So not going to lose out on too much. As you see, yep, he spent more time mid than his own jungle. Not surprising at all. But they will look to grab themselves a dragon here. As you see, Rek'Sai is pathing a little bit less in the mid lane. Level 6 is available here. Teleport coming in.
I think this is the first
Take
game.
a Bard ult. That's a great Bard ult. Catches 2.
Catches with them with the flash as well. They're going to try and continue this fight. Swain gets a nice stun down. Dade takes down Rookie. Kid is next. Dies to the birds of Swain. And NewBee pick up a great fight. Will be able to take down this Ocean Dragon.
They just weren't that far ahead. And worse yet, Rookie was So there was just nothing that he could do to turn around. Gets enough of his mana back to drop the ultimate. But in the end, that's a much needed kill going over to the Kassadin. Swain picking up one as well. Nothing to scoff at. And walking through this choke, especially against Bard, is so terrifying. You see they both flash forward, layer the CC perfectly, and just so much damage coming out.
That Temper Fate was amazing coming in from more. They blew the flash, locked him down for the follow-up, and NewBee, they pick up a team fight. About 1,000 gold in their favor at the moment, and the Ocean Dragon. Next dragon to spawn will be another Ocean Dragon, so could possibly stack those up.
And this is really cool for Swift because Ocean Dragon gives you a lot of regen, and Kindred's actually a surprisingly mana-hungry jungler when you want to like power farm out. So the ability to be able to regen between camps and then be able to gank and then get back mid lane before Kid can heal up as well is going to be quite big, I feel, in this game. I think that before 25 minutes, Ocean Dragon's actually my favorite. Air is the worst by far. Like, that thing does nothing. But you know,
makes you run cool.
It doesn't even do that until you have 3 of them. Like, honestly, visual effects aside, that Drake needs to be buffed. But yeah, Ocean at the moment seems to do great things for junglers.
Have to see if they're able to pick up the second one on top of that. It's the first game in the last 2 best-of-3 series where we see an Ocean Dragon being spawned first. It was usually the Inferno or the Mountain Dragons being stacked up, so might not see as much prioritization towards the Dragons this game round. But for now, NewBee are content with their slight lead. That definitely helped Dade out a little bit. He's able to pick us out of Aegis. They're looking for the blue buff. Gets smited away. I believe that went over towards Swift. Was able to pick that one up for himself.
Did. So blue denied away from Victor. They're doing a lot of work, actually, to keep Dade in this lane. It's bouncing back in his favor, although it looks like he wants to continue to shove up a little bit.
He's catching up in CS. He's about 20 behind Rookie now.
Rookie still hits like a truck.
He's still Victor.
Yeah.
He hasn't gone anywhere. Meanwhile, top lane, V still, farming out quite nicely there. Able to bully out the Maokai even more.
Yeah,
it's not having fun.
It's actually a bigger advantage right now for V than it is for Rookie, even though we're talking about the mid lane a lot.
I think this is something we touched on in game 1 and 2 as well. This is the second time round. V's got a nice matchup. A Rookie, he's been caught up by the Temper Fate. Does get stunned up by Bardo as well. And Dade picks up the kill onto Rookie.
Rookie nearly kills the Bard in response, however, but, blue steel coming out of Dade there, able to pick up another kill for himself. Now Rookie's fallen down 4 times. Good luck killing this person. You have no damage.
They're trying to
V
jump
is just going to meander his way out of this.
He's got full mana. He is not going to run out of birds anytime soon. He's trying to heal up. They're putting as much damage down as possible. It's just not working. Look at this. V fancy his chances now. He's turning around onto Tatai. Now he's run out of manas. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, action's taking place. Swift just dives the turrets, able to take down the Lucian. Here comes Dade. He's jumping straight on top of the Maokai. Puts a lot of damage down. But Kid, he's trying to stand his ground, trying to get some damage back on towards this Rek'Sai. Oh, towards the Kassadin, sorry. The 2v2 almost goes in favor of Kid, but V able just to live forever.
Yeah, as I said, this is not a fight you're looking for. You have no damage items built up against already Rod of Aegis Swain. And they are ticking away towards critical mass. It's a 3,000 gold lead actually now for NewBee. They've got Dade back within touching distance. And they're about to take bottom lane turret as well. Swift is a monster one more time.
Certainly is. And now
he fancies his chances.
3,000 gold ahead. Swift trying to jump forward against Rookie here, going to be able to get the proc off that final auto attack. Going to go down, grabbing low, does get taken out. Flash over the wall from Kid. And Scumbag King ruins the one-on-one.
No, but dangerous game there. Saved Rookie's life. He would have ticked away from the red buff and definitely would have died down. So Kid comes up clutch for his mid laner. Otherwise, probably would have lost that. In saying that, Swift goes back, buys a Hex Drinker and a Dagger, I believe. So it's maybe on a little bit too much damage to be taking that 1v1. And now looking for Tabe. Run, Tabe!
Run away from Dade as he gets the nice Thunderlord's proc down. Dade now opening up the map a little bit with his Rift Walks. Does have the Negatron Cloak picked up, looking towards Abyssal Scepter. Next, it seems, should be able to survive a little bit more against Rookie.
And they make the earlier rotation fish. This is the important thing, you know. As soon as there's a long lane, get Dade in there, get your Sivir mid lane. She's going to be able to wave clear. Stop playing Rookie's game of I'm the best laner in the world, because you're not going to win probably. In fact, they've done a pretty damn good job of getting it back to this even, because at one point it looked like it was going to be about 50 CS discrepancy. And that's what it is in the top lane. Just hats off to V. I maybe am criminally underrating V, but I just think that this should be a matchup that goes in Zetire's favor, especially if IG want to win this series. But V with the bully lane, definitely in his favor, but 50 CS, I don't know.
This is the second game, though, in this series. So V's been given the bully lane against Satine. We saw what happened first game. Second game, he got the Fiora into the Maokai, and he was happy with that. Satine just took off. But now he's just stuck one more time against V.
And as I said, that's why I was confused about the early Maokai pickup. I thought it would fall down because he is just counterable. He does fantastically in the latter stages of the game when teamfight really becomes the big focal point. But in the laning phase, and this is once again another 20-minute laning phase for a game, he's fallen behind 50 CS. Like, it's just always going to happen to Maokai. He no longer has the tools in the laning phase to be able to survive.
For now, NewBee very content with 4,000 gold in their lead. This is the lead that IG had in game number 2, which they were able to use to their advantage to get a nice win in that match, tying up the series. Dragon has now respawned, so second Ocean Dragon will be up and available. NewBee could possibly look towards taking that one. But it's not a Mountain or an Inferno. It's one that we've seen him fight over consistently. For now, Swift just trying to invade in towards Kid's red buff here. He put down the sweeper, trying to spot him out. Is able to jump aggressively forward, leads forward, gets the procs down onto Kid. Going to try and take away this red buff. See who gets the smite of it. He's going to go on towards Kid, I believe. Able to take that one away. Secures his own buff. And just go straight back to farming double golems. Swift trying to put pressure down. Not working.
Yeah, he certainly is. He is quite far ahead in CS. I mean, he got some of the mid lane CS as well, so that's going to be in his favor. And you mentioned the Dragon coming back up. Swift definitely wants to have it. I mean, everything stacks up towards that Elder. And as I mentioned, like, Kindred loves to have the extra regeneration as she's running around in between her camp, so wouldn't be surprised to see him start this one up. Also, just doesn't hit you that hard.
Zitai still not having
Look how
much fun.
annoying this champion is.
Just puts the bird down and runs away.
I have serious questions for people that rework that guy. A patch where Swain is viable is not something I'm interested in, as you see the Infernal Drake going to be the next one up.
That's definitely something that Swift would love to take down next, giving him that extra little bit of damage. And also helping out with the Dragon, the Eternal Dragon coming up next. And later.
Look at, so V's going towards what will be a Spirit Visage and then probably a Zhonya's Hourglass. So when you look at the damage that is actually going to be chipping him down right now, it's going to be Rookie and Zetai. And then when he finally runs into Rain, he probably will have pretty much the Zhonya's completed nearly. So he's going to be untouchable for majority of this mid-game.
We already saw that Kid and Zetai across the entire top lane couldn't take him down in an open-ended gank. Like, he just turned on his ultimate and ran towards his tower, almost killing Kid in response. So this is not a fun lane for Zetai at the moment. Kid's doing whatever he can, but I think after that first game, he's just done. You just want to go back up there
you're
anymore.
on your own, buddy.
Meanwhile,
and the danger is it gives you so much time to counter gank. I mean, you know, you can talk about it, but like if you chase someone the entire lane, that means that a teleport can come in behind you to a creep. You know, Kindred can appear out of nowhere.
We almost saw Dade do that.
Yeah, Dade just wandered up, actually. He just walked from mid lane towards top lane. So it's dangerous to continue to go for these ganks.
See Swift trying to set up a little bit of a dash brush inside of the mid lane. Looking to see if they can pick up
the
Rain.
Bard ultimate, I think.
Happy's going to show himself, continue this push. We've seen him do this quite a lot against IG. Just stays in the mid lane whenever he can, try to push that one out. Both the bottom lane duos are now here, looking to try and get some damage down towards the turrets. Once again, in NewBee's favor, they're the ones chipping down as much as possible towards this stubborn turret. Swift now making his way up towards the top lane. Pink wards inside of the bush, one for each team. V's going to find one, be able to clear that one away. So unfortunately, we do have a couple of technical difficulties. See if we can get those resolved as soon as possible.
You can see on your screen there, big stretch coming out of the QG members. Swift making sure that he's nice and limber heading into the rest of the game. And NewBee have really cleaned up their early game this time around. I think that's important to note. Once again, we had a Maokai picked first rotation red side and taken into a 20-minute standard lane. And I really think that Maokai, if you go into lane swaps, if you open up the map, is just going to be able to do exactly what he wants to. You know, get the deep wards, get the flanks in. But right now, the fact that they're just sitting him in top lane, I mean, they're not even fighting for dragons or something like that. Dragons are coming off picks or are just completely uncontested. The game plan isn't working, and both teams have fallen victim to it once. And one more time, IG opt into it. Sure, if it gets to a 40-minute game, Maokai back online. But right now, Swain is just so much more useful. He
really is the cursed tree, it feels. It's like, you know, pick Maokai, the top lane goes, oh, now I'm just going to have a bad time up in that lane. I'm not looking forward to this anymore. And that's just been the story of this best of 3 so far. But you did mention NewBee, they cleaned up the early game nicely. This is the first game IG not able to find any early picks. Even in the game 1 where they lost to NewBee, they were able to find 4 to 5 early picks before any teamfights took place for NewBee.
Yeah, and the problem was that they had 1 point of power, right? That mid lane, it was so huge. Rookie's up by about 30 CS. They're continually trying to bully. Then Swift got that cheeky return kill that should never have been there. That should have just been an outright 1v1 kill that Rookie was able to pick up with the Ignite. And from that stage onwards, it looked like the 2v2 was actually going in the favor of NewBee. Swift gets another kill. All of a sudden, he's big enough to start challenging around the map. Whereas Victor, he's a stationary target, right? He's going to shove out mid lane, or he can go to a side lane and shove that out. He's not really going to utilize the combat effectiveness, whereas Swift is just taken over. I mean, he's picking up Drakes, he's invading bottom side jungle time and time again. And that was flanked by 2 winning lanes. I mean, Siva Bard is winning, and the Swain is winning. So the one strong point that they had, they kind of gave away by a misplayed dive.
That really seems like great decision-making coming from NewBee as well, because you did mention flanked by 2 winning lanes. Swain up in the top lane, he's naturally going to do well. We've seen that in this game so far. The winning lane down in the bottom lane, Siva Bard, great call early on to pick up lots of experience and also dominate that lane. You did mention Caston, the only one that's losing. The fact that NewBee identify this and try to salvage that seems like how they're getting back into this game almost.
Yeah, but like IG should know that. Like IG right now, like you either pick Maokai kill jungle and you say he's going to provide the CC, I'm going to provide the damage, which Rek'Sai does not. Or you sack the lane and you play towards the bottom half of your map. I mean, they knew that Victor was going to be able to get ahead naturally. So what you should be trying to do is draw the Kindred into another lane, like take him bottom lane, make bottom 3v3, you know, juggle around there, because Victor just wins the 1v1. Kid doesn't need to be there. Kid shouldn't be trying to counter-gank this lane. He should be sitting in a side lane, trying to snowball another win condition, because you need a winning half of the map, and, you know, neither team's had it, but all of a sudden, now that Swift is able to take over that mid lane, it looks like the whole of the map is just belonging to the NewBee lineup.
So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a little bit of technical difficulties between these two teams. Hopefully, we can resolve them and get back onto the roof for the final game tonight as soon as possible. But for now, let's take a look at what this game is going to pan out for the rest of this match, because, you know, mid lane was going great for IG. Top lane, bottom lane, going really well for NewBee. How's the rest of the game going to pan out? What are we looking at for these two teams?
Yeah, it's really interesting right now because, you know, Dragon's been taken away, so there's another about 4.5 minute lull that's going to happen in this game where they're just going to continue to scale up. And right now, with Swain, until it gets to about 3 items, and it gets equalized by Maokai a little bit, I think that he's just going to be so much more efficient. So, yeah, I'm expecting this game to just... They're going to continue to play side lanes, absorb as much farm as they can, keep the AD carries and the supports mid lane, invade when they can with Swift. But until it gets towards that 3rd dragon and then into the Baron area, NewBee are content to scale. This is a team that, when I see them on paper, I see Dade and Pekko, or Happy, that just stick out like sore thumbs. If any 2 players in the history of League of Legends want a game to go to 35-minute 5v5 every single time, it's them. And they're on the same team. So you can generally guarantee that they're going to pick compositions that take off in the 5v5 team fight, and this is another one of them.
It certainly is. And so far, it looks like NewBee are content with waiting for that and, you know, picking up their advantage where they can to try and get towards that 5v5 team comp. One thing that really scares me for the side of Invictus game is because if I look at their team comp, their damage sources really come from Victor, Lucian, where if I look at NewBee, everybody in their team does damage. Even Bard. Is this going to be something we look into going to the rest of the game?
Yeah, it certainly should be, because especially the fact that Victor got ahead, but then it got equalized a little bit because he got camped. As now we have a game coming into the top side of the map.
V and Swift going to try and put some work down onto Ty. Pops his ultimate. He's trying to run away, but look at this. V doesn't care about turrets or anything. He's got his birds trying to heal him up as much as possible. Swift now, he's going to get stuck underneath them. Here comes the Bard ultimate to stop the turret from taking them down. And now it's going to be back up. But Kid, he's taking the front of the damage. Swift pops his Lemon Spine to try and stay alive. Kid, though, really low cover. Going to try and help him out, but it's not going to be enough. They take him down. 2 kills for NewBee.
I just want to point out that V was...
Run away, Tabe trying to be aggressive, but
that?
Just gets taken down. Not worth it for his team. Rookie, though, able to shut down Happy. They're going to be able to take down the Bard as well. Flash over the wall coming. Rookie picks up the double kill, returning 2 for his team.
Yeah, so 2 for 3 in the end, because Rookie comes up absolutely clutch. Tabe flashed forward, ignited, and got taken out himself. Swain just dove a turret for a good 30 seconds and came out with full health. Swain, once he hits level 11, actually positively generates health off turret dives. I don't know if you just witnessed that. As long as there is a champion there, doesn't even need to be a creep wave. So interesting champion, as I said. But that was a good turnaround from Rookie. Goes in, picks up 2 kills. Will save the turret as well. That could have been a huge moment in this game, but the mid laner of IG just comes up clutch.
It's almost like V, he dives to Ty. He's like, cool, I could regenerate health off 1 champ. But Kid comes, he's like, great, now I can regenerate off 2. It doesn't matter.
And it was a really nice Bard ultimate as well to stop the damage, but allow the champions to keep hitting onto Kid. So really nicely played from NewBee there. It's one thing that we talk about a lot. They do have a great ability to dive turrets.
And they're still about 4,000 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming at the moment. 9-6 in terms of kills. They've got 1 turret to none and 2 dragons. So the map is wide open for NewBee. Once they start taking down these objectives, it's going to be really difficult for IG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the thing is that they're 5,000 gold up right now, NewBee, and they haven't even started to take those turrets yet. So top turret is about to fall down. Mid lane also relatively low. So if they are able to turn on, take over these objectives, will be hard to come back into. As Zatai, one more time.
Swift going to jump aggressively forward, does get the slow down. Bard's going to look to try and get the stun as well. Zatai, though, just takes so much damage from this Kindred and will get taken down one more time. In the bottom lane, though, Dade getting jumped on by both Kid and Rookie. Looking for more. He's trying to rift walk as fast as possible away from them. Not going to be enough. They're going to be able to lock him down there. Kid takes the turret up. They pick up a return kill, but they do lose the inner turret, the outer turret up in the top lane.
Yeah, certainly do. And do they lose even more than that? Because they're not going to be able to trade the bottom lane turret. And top lane now a little bit under fire, as is mid lane being completely zoned away there has Tabe. So they grab the 2 for 1, and now Rain's in trouble.
He's going to get stunned up here. Has to flash away. Bard not going to connect with the stun. Now it's going to be Mortar. Takes a lot of damage from that Culling. They're going to go aggressively forward. Kid is here now, looking to try and do something, but Swift puts a lot of damage down onto this Rek'Sai, forces him away, and stops IG from getting an engage onto NewBee.
Yeah, and meanwhile, middle lane, they're still just chipping down here. Happy able to get probably a quarter of the turret damage done. So they've started to prioritize the gold objectives on the map, and this is our criticism of them in Game 2 when they were getting their picks. When they won that one team fight, they weren't able to translate it to anything much. This time around, even though Dade gets caught out, the rest of the NewBee team turn it on.
Now they find 3 turrets by doing that, which means they have 6,000 gold in the lead just 25 minutes into this game. Inferno Drake will be coming online in about 19 seconds, which gives NewBee another chance to try and teamfight IG and also pick up another dragon to scale on into this late game. Something we've said time and time again, they're very happy and very content with just sitting there and scaling with IG if they choose to.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, we mentioned the 3-item spike of Swain. Well, he's got it a full item ahead of Zatai, as well as upgraded boots. That is Zhonya's and Swifty's finished up. And he's a monster. Teleport coming in. Swain has his available as well. Do you really want to fight this?
They're looking to try and actually fight for it. Moore's going to be locked down here. Bard actually gets sniped out by Rookie. It's a 4 and 5 to start this one off. Here comes Swain Dade trying to jump in towards the back lines. V is there. Pops the Zhonya's. The birds are doing a lot of damage in this back line, but is it going to be enough? They're looking to try and take them down.
They're going to win it.
He's going to find 1. He finds Lucian as well. 2 kills for Swift. He eventually gets taken down. But like you said, IG looking strong in this fight. Dade is trying to get a snipe off into the back lines, but eventually it's just a 2 for 3 trade, and they're still chasing on to Dade.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch him because they've got the Karma as well as a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Dade looking to maybe take out Kid, but isn't even going to get him there. And that's a 4 for 2, all because Maw got caught off one more time. No flash, no ignite, no ultimate. The Bard gets taken down. We'll give over the first Drake. Happy still picks up the turret for himself, but that's not good play out of NewBee, especially when they had a 6,000 gold lead.
And it's the same thing we saw for Maw in game number 2, just dying right at the start of the team fight, giving IG a way to fight NewBee 4-on-5.
Let's take another look at it. So he comes in on the back end here, and he just gets Twisted Advanced on and just blown up, gets no spells off, and it's not even an ultimate that kills him. And still, it looks good because there's so much AoE damage, but a little bit of a missed time. If this is where Dade has already gone in, and is putting down all that AoE damage, then they win the team fight. Instead, Dade goes one at a time, and they're not able to get the work done. Tries to clean up Tabe here on the back end, but once again, just not with any cohesion with the rest of his team. So NewBee finally looking a bit shaky, and Rookie comes up clutch.
Certainly did, and just like that, IG able to pull back the scoreboard 12-11, but they're still 5,000 gold behind NewBee at the moment. If NewBee can find a fight where Maw doesn't get picked off right away, it will be significantly advantageous for them.
Yeah, it's just so much easier if you actually fight as a 5v5, not a 4v5. Happy gets chunked out there. Nice siege coming through from 4 members of IG, able to get it back within a 5,000 gold lead.
They've got the Infernal Drake as well, which means...
Look at Rookie's damage dealt. And he's going to be able to pick up V here.
Looking to try
Teleport
to take
is
him down.
available, but no ward inside.
V's not going to be able to heal up enough here, but Lamb's Spike keeps him alive a little bit longer. to Ty still trying to chase him down.
Got Zhonya's.
Zonya's going to be able to keep him alive. Here's
Great
the Bard
Bard
ultimate. Teleport's coming in as well. Cassidon's here finally, but V still goes out first. Kid down, the next one to 4. It's going to be Silver that picks up 2. They're looking for Rain. They take him down as well. Swift picks up that kill.
Here goes
Magical
Cassidon.
Journey does get the slow down onto Rookie. Boomerang Blades come out as well. Bardo picks up that kill. And finally, NewBee, they find the team fight they were looking for.
And look at what a Bard ultimate does. Gets it on the back end of 4 people. Sure, the Swain goes down, but all of a sudden, Sivir and Cassidon are lighting up your entire team. Swift also able to come up huge, and they're not done yet. Looking towards the Baron at only 28 minutes into the game.
This is massive for the side of NewBee here. They pick up a great team fight, and they're going to get the major objective and another tower. They were already picking up towers when they were losing fights here. Picking up a tower and a Baron when they win. This is not looking good for IG, despite their great team fight earlier.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and really too much of it's on Rookie. Have a look at the damage that actually came out of Swift there. Far out.
3 games in a row, he's always topping this damage graph.
And if there was any question of why the off-season interactions went the way they did, I think that Swift is proving time and time again that he is a world-class 80 carry. 80 carry. He's playing Kindred. World-class jungler. I think that it's really interesting as well to talk about the differences between Swift and Spirit. They were compared a lot in Korea, actually. Dade, of course, played with Spirit, never played with Swift, but seems to be meshing quite well with his jungler in the first couple of games. And NewBee looking that they could be, once again, that team that challenges for the top 1 or 2 spots within the LPL.
You know, and they haven't changed much of their playstyle either. They're still the team that they want to fight you 5-on-5 whenever they can. They're still the team that like to scale. Still the team that can fight you from behind too. Dade's just fitting into this team quite nicely, and Swift, he's still a huge backbone for them. He sees 9-2-4 right now. 3 games with one of the most damage dealt for his line, most damage dealt for his team. NewBee, they're just dominating this game number 3 against IG. They're controlling the map. They're over 10,000 gold ahead of IG as well at the moment.
Dade's build's a little bit interesting. Goes for a late Seraphs. Sorry, Archangel's not upgraded just yet. That'll take a while. I think that he's only just been just gone towards that one.
Better late than never.
I think... All right, so... I'm not saying this is what happened, but I've done it a couple of times as well, where I've gone, all right, cool. I'm going towards Void Staff. I'm going to pick up my needlessly large rod, and then I'll get the other component. And then I click on needlessly large rod, and I'm like, what the heck? And I'm like, oh, Zonya's Hourglass builds out of Fiendish Codex now. It doesn't build out a needlessly large rod. And then I'm like, well, what am I going to build with this needlessly large rod? I can't go Death Cap. So then I have to get something stupid like a Looted Echo.
Well, in this case, Archangel Staff.
Yeah, at 30 minutes into the game.
Well, who knows? Dade, might know something we don't.
Maybe. Just wants that maximum mana to be able to hop around team fights.
But for now, the ball is still in NewBee's court. They are so far ahead of IG at this point in time. You know, 16 kills to 12, it looks kind of even here, but the structures just really tell the story. 6-1 on towers at the moment. They've got a Baron, they've got 2 Dragons to 1 as well.
Not only that, the CS and where the gold is actually located, because Swift is just a one-man army right now.
And he's showing that right now as he dives straight in towards the base. Dade eventually backs them up, and he already did most of the work on his own here. They're not afraid to just sit in between these 2 turrets inside of Invictus Gaming's base. There's pretty much nothing IG can do.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. In fact, they go aggressive onto Rookie.
Try to get some damage down. Rookie's able to just get out of there immediately. Kid now taking a lot of damage. Not going to get slowed down by the Cassidy, but they will be able to take down an inhibitor for it.
Once again, just rotating around. They get one of the inhibitors. Now they're going to look to take the bottom. Walk the minion line in.
Slowly with the Baron up minions. Here comes Rek'Sai though, trying to get towards this fight as soon as possible. Actually looking for a flank, it seems. They're just going to back off here. Swift now going to challenge Kid. He wants a piece of him. Jumps back over the wall. Gets lots of damage down towards this Rek'Sai. Still jumping in towards him.
They got Rookie.
Look at this. Rookie. He's locked down. There's the Zodius. There's the snare coming in from V. He's going to take up so many members. The birds are swarming everybody on the side of Invictus Gaming. And NewBee just clinically aced them in a team fight. That's going to be game to them.
Yeah, it certainly is. NewBee will pick up this series. 32 minutes. This was a hard-fought one, but in the end, they are able to pull it together. More with a couple of great Bard ultimates on the back end of it as well. But IG will fall.
And the turrets are going to get taken down. Lambs and Spite not going to be able to keep structures alive, but they're working on the Nexus. And NewBee, they pick up the win in the best of 3 series against Invictus Gaming.
And you can see Dade having a couple of words with his jungler right now. He knows that he had a rough couple of laning phases. But NewBee, in typical fashion, able to claw it back towards the latter stages of the game. And V absolutely styles on Zatai in a couple of games, and the bottom lane still as solid as ever.
And you know what? That was just NewBee changing the way they played, coming to game number 3. IG, 3 games in a row, trying to pick every single game. They got it game 1 and 2, but game 3, NewBee were just like, no, we're not letting you pick us off anymore. We're going to be picking you off and taking the objectives as early as possible. And snowball their way to a clean, almost clinical victory in game number 3.
Yeah, they certainly did. There were some rough moments. I mean, top lane where Rookie turns around the team fight, around the Dragon Pit where Rookie came up massive one more time. But when they had more available and willing to use that ultimate, it looked like NewBee would never lose a 5v5.
Certainly didn't. And when you have 4,000 gold ahead as NewBee, formerly Xiaogu, that's just recipe for success for them because they're used to finding you from behind. Giving them a gold lead and finding them one ahead is just almost impossible in IG. They did it once. They just weren't able to do it after that one team fight.
People tell me this all the time, you know, NewBee, they want a team fight. They're happy to fight from behind. I don't think anyone's happy to fight from behind. They just want a team fight and then they're like, oh crap, we fell behind. Well, how do we get ahead? We team fight. So yeah, I think that like the moral of this story is that NewBee now seem like with V, especially if he gets to counter pick, can bully around top lane. So what can they do around Dade? Because he is willing to pick these scaling mages, and the good news is he's not getting, I guess, rattled when he's losing. Because 2 of those games, he was down by like 30 CS. It was like 60 to 30, and he was able to battle his way back into the game and come up big in the latter stages of the game. And Swift just seems to always have his mid laners back. So I'm really interested to see how this dynamic evolves. Everyone used to talk about Doinvi and Swift. Dade and Swift looks pretty promising so far.
You know what, during this entire series, we talked a lot about the top side of the map from both these teams. We went from Swift, up to V. We even talked about the mid lane as well. One thing I really want to point out for game number 3 is Moore's impact when he played Bard here, because game 2, picked out before team fights, team lost almost every single fight. Game 3, got picked out before a team fight, IG picked it up, but when he was alive, he changed the tides of so many of those fights.
Yeah, and his Bard's good. I think he even had an MVP performance on Bard. Yeah, I'm going to say that against EDG Game 2, he got MVP for his Bard. So I think that is something that you do have to point out. The other thing, however, is he just gets caught at stupid times. Like, absolutely outrageous times. So he had a better Game 3, but still not the kind of League of Legends we want to see.
Well, let's dive into the results for today. EDG against Snake. They were able to pick up a nice 2-0 victory against Snake, who was struggling to try and find form in the first week of Summer Split so far.
Yeah, moving on to Game 2, it was going to be Game Talents absolutely crushing Saint. I mean, that was a comprehensive victory.
It certainly was. The new, previously EPA lineup, now Game Talents looking strong in week number 1. Saint, disappointing performance in their first match in the LPL. Speaking of disappointing performance, Invictus Gaming, they picked up a loss here against NewBee, who picked up a win 3-2 in a hard-fought best of 3.
Yeah, it certainly was. So 2-1, I'm going to say, in the best of 3, not 3-2. It's very hard to go that scoreline, but I think IG will really be kicking themselves over that because it definitely was a winnable set.
We take a look at the standings for now for Group A. Edward Gaming and Game and Talent are sitting at the top of the table with 2 points each. NewBee just behind them with a win and a loss. Invictus Gaming, Saint, and Snake unfortunately sitting at the bottom with two losses for Snake and 1 for the other 2.
Yeah, so unable to pick up the wins for IG, Saint, and Snake. EDG, however, looking dominant at the start of this split.
They certainly have been, and you know what, they showed that in their games previously and also their games against Snake as well. But let's take a look at tomorrow's matchup where Group B will have their chance to shine as LGD Gaming takes on IMA. RNG will take on Vici as well, and Team WE will be taking on Oh My God in the final match of that three-game mashup.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be a hard day for a couple of teams. I mean, LGD, so many changes in their lineup. Apollo now in, Wayless gone. Going up against IMA, who looked impressive. And, you know, when you look at Team WE also, that team is... They're something to watch right now. Sure, they weren't able to beat RNG out in their first set. RNG were able to close them, but I think that WE is just going to get better as time goes on because they're such a young lineup and they play that 5v5 style League of Legends so incredibly well.
They're definitely the A-tier team in that group. But one team that you always have to look out for is RNG. You know, they went to MSI. They had a fantastic performance in the group stage. Unfortunately, we're not able to take down SKT during the semi-finals, but they've been looking strong. Now they've picked up Uzi as their AD carry. They're looking like the top dogs for Group B. But before we dive into that, let's take a look at the MVP very shortly for this game. But yeah, RNG looking strong.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think that, you know, any team that comes first in groups at MSI and then outright upgrades their AD carry is going to be impressive. But there's your MVP of last game. It is going to be Swift.
Yep, a little bit of lag on my part as the host here, but it is going to be Swift that picks up the MVP here. I think pretty well deserved on him. He's 9-2-70. Did so much damage in that game, and it was just huge in the entire series.
Yeah, he certainly was. And as I said, it was kind of his attention to the mid lane that was able to pull Dade back in. Because you see in that straight up 1v1, he would have died. But Swift able to come up huge, save, get the return kill for himself, and live to tell the tale, most importantly, not trading 2 for 1 at any stage. And I really think that that has to go towards Kid because you're allowing that 2v2 to go down. If you're ganking bottom lane, Swift all of a sudden has to be down there. And Rookie can just win the 1v1. I mean, Dade was getting crushed. Like, that was a comprehensive beating. And he also had a kill summoner in the Ignite. Really a little bit of miscommunication between Invictus Gaming because if they had just isolated mid lane, they probably would have gone a lot further into winning that game.
Certainly might have. And, you know, we even thought that when you traded 1 for 1 in that mid lane time and time again, 1 kill going into Victor, 1 over to Swift, we both were thinking, yep, that's fine for Victor. Victor's more than happy to take that, but it was Swift that was able to use those kills to his advantage to pick up the win in that match.
Well, he translated it to other parts of the map, right? He got himself a dragon. He was able to get down into the bottom lane, got the gank onto standalone Rain there, and then they picked up the turret. Then he translates it into a top lane for a double kill in the turret. I just think that, you know, when you give kills to the jungle, you have to hold him down, and they weren't able to do that. Swift came up huge.
So it was a fantastic victory for NewBee there in the final game of tonight. But that's all from us here today. On behalf of all the shoutcasters, myself, Spawn, Atlas, and Frostgreen, and production crew, thank you guys for watching and have a good night.